Tax relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology makes it possible to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Live from downtown San Francisco, this is 95.7 The Game.
Hi again, everybody. What's going on, everyone? Good morning. It's our first Saturday post-Warriors, and the NFL Draft has blessed us. It is officially football season around these parts, at least for the next 6 hours, because you got Dan Dejon, Steven Risotto, a.k.a. Pasta, Evan Giddings with you, and then Mark Grandy and Carter Chickering are coming up from 12 to 3, all live here on 95.7 The Game. So looking forward to a fun Saturday with you. You know what it is, Pasta. We got a couple of picks to react to. We got picks coming your way all day. The draft officially starts at 9. The final 4 rounds of the NFL Draft, and a whole lot more. But before we dive headfirst into what the San Francisco 49ers have done, or, according to some, have not done, what's up, Dan? How you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm looking forward to this. So your overall sort of sentiment on the draft is thumb up, thumb down?
Overall sentiment on the draft. Well, not the draft itself. By the way, the draft itself looks...
I'm talking about from a Niner perspective.
Oh, well, yeah.
Who the hell cares about the rest of the NFL teams?
I care about that.
Actually, the NFL draft, I hope we have time to get into it because I find that fascinating.
Well, I kind of want to start right there now. In a way.
Yeah, wherever.
Well, I mean, this is the thing, though, is the Niners have 4 picks coming up today. And the Niners are a team that, as they stand, have, I believe it's 3 fourth-round picks and a 5th. And we can get into how they acquired them and, what they'll potentially do with them. But first things first, do you see how many people are out there in Pittsburgh?
Jeez.
There's like 300,000 people.
320,000, the most ever.
We could not, the city of San Francisco, we could not host an event like that here. It wouldn't work.
Right. There's nothing big enough.
I think the biggest venue would probably be like Golden Gate Park here in the city. I'm not sure you could fit 300,000 people in that place. The summer of love all over again.
Well, you could fit 300,000 people, but not in one. There's nothing centric. There's not one stage that would 300,000 people. Well, I know they have, the concert there every year.
Yeah, they have a bunch of concerts, but I think that.
Well, Outside Lands probably gets 300,000, but they're all at different venues. You know what I mean? There's not like one venue that can support over 100,000 people. The Polo Fields, maybe?
But this place is spread out across tons of different parts of Pittsburgh. Thank you, Pasta. Whew, I need some caffeine today. No, so this place is spread out across
like
the North Shore, if you will.
He does everything. He gets your drinks. It's kind of like back in the day, the old Samurais. They had the Samurai boys.
Their apprentice?
Yeah, they would bring them whatever it is that they needed.
Their
so
tea?
eventually they would become
their sake?
Yeah.
Pasta, how you feeling, buddy?
I'm hanging in there.
Oh, my God.
Man, you sound like hell.
He sounds like me. Most Saturdays.
Most Saturdays. Not today, though, surprisingly.
No, I'm locked and loaded this Saturday. Now, is it just from going too hard this week? A lot of work?
I feel great. The voice just is not in good shape. Morning show, all the games this week.
That morning show has taken years off of our young man's life.
It's not the morning show. It was the games. That was probably a mistake. I acknowledge it.
Don't do that yet. He just turned 24, by the way. Happy birthday, Pasta.
Thank you.
So
burning both ends, man. But that comes to an end. At the end of this week, he gets to go back to bed with a nice novel in his hand, falls asleep at about 2 a.m, and gives the big F you to that morning show. I'll say it for you, boss.
Novel. My Hank Aaron book?
Now that's a novel. That thing is a Bible, actually. You better study that thing. Talking about Hammer and Hank. All right, the San Francisco 49ers pick 33. So first pick of the second round took Dejon Stribbling, wide receiver out of Ole Miss. Sixth pick of the third round, Romello Height, edge rusher out of Texas Tech. And then the one that's kind of got everybody's head spinning, or at least it did last night between myself, Mark Grandy, and Sterling Bennett. We did the draft show the last 2 nights, is Kalen Black, a 24-year-old running back out of Indiana with the 26th pick of the third round. Today, they have the 7th pick of the 4th round, the 27th pick, the 33rd pick, and then we get into the compensatory section. So, technically the 39th pick of the 4th round, and then they have the 39th pick of the 5th. So there's going to be a lot of action today. The draft goes by really fast, and we kind of break off to whoever's representing the Niners at the podium to get the pick. Pasta will have that queued up for us. We will do it. It's going to be firing fast throughout the day. Just quick hitters all throughout. So the Niners got 5 picks
Do they condense the clock for the second round?
Yes, they do.
Okay, because I know they've condensed the clock for the first round, where it was 10 minutes, and now it's 8 to sort of expedite things.
Yeah, I thought it was a pretty good production the first day. Last night was pretty good as well. I think it drops down to, it might be cut in half each day, like 4 minutes down to 2 today. But anyways, they're going to be just firing darts.
2 minutes? No, it's more than 2 minutes on the clock.
You got to make picks fast.
You got to be more than 2 minutes.
You better know who you want.
Who do
you want, Dan?
You're asking the wrong guy. I just react to these picks. Well, at some point, you got to get a guard, right? I'm thinking maybe not. Maybe there's somebody. Maybe it's Colby Connor. Maybe it's somebody in-house. But you would think at some point that they've got to address their need at the offensive line.
All right, so we started 5 minutes per pick, and then it moves to 4 minutes per pick in round 7.
5 today.
Yes.
So...
But okay. But a lot of these teams kind of know who they want at this point. It actually amazes me when you get into the weeds of a lot of these draft picks. You're getting into the hundreds and 200s. Brock Purdy, I believe, late 200s as Mr. Irrelevant, or mid 200s. That these guys just have their draft boards so lit up and marked out, highlighted, read it out from all the players that are available that they still know exactly who they want and why.
Well, what's sort of interesting is that, to speed things up this year, they're not resetting the clock if you make a trade. In other words, if you're Pittsburgh and you're on the clock and I'm Chicago and I make a trade with you while you're on the clock to make the pick, which happens frequently, they typically would reset the clock so you can assess who it is that you want. But if you're 5 minutes into the clock or 8 minutes into the clock and you got 2 minutes remaining and I've just made a trade with you, that means as Chicago, I've got 2 minutes to make that trade. They don't reset it to 10, if that makes sense.
I got you. So the Niners today will have plenty of opportunity to look. I felt like last night, Dan, the sentiment from a lot of fans was that the 49ers kind of did what they've done the last 4 or 5 drafts, which hasn't really amounted to much. They took, by the way, 3 older players. So Stribbling is 24 years old.
I would say get used to that, though.
Height is 25 years old and spent 6 years in college. And Black is a 24-year-old running back that spent 4 years in college.
I think that's the new college football, though, across the board.
Not for some teams. Well, by the way, the Niners drafted a 21-year-old defensive lineman last year, Michael Williams.
No, I understand that. But I think that as we go along, you're going to see more kids go back to school because of the money and stay in school longer. We can get into that and talk about the draft because I find it fascinating what the NIL is doing to the NFL draft and essentially becoming sort of a competitor, if you will, when it comes to talent. Old. And a lot of these players are like, instead of coming out, I have other options. And so a lot of these guys are like 25 years of age, which was unheard of a couple of years back. But I think you're going to see a lot more of that because they now have options, whereas before they didn't.
Well, I do think it's also a little tougher to evaluate now because the majority of these players are playing at multiple programs. I mean, they are mercenaries in a sense. They're employees. They are professionals when they get to the collegiate ranks. For example, Romello Height played 6 years of college, played at various locales. It's funny, some Bay Area ties here. After the first round of the draft, everyone was making a big deal about, Mendoza and this guy Bailey, who went a little bit too high in a lot of people's mocks.
New York Giants?
Yeah. I think it was the Jets.
Or the Jets.
Yeah. Bailey, the edge rusher out of Texas Tech. Both of them have Bay Area ties. Cal for Fernando Mendoza, and Bailey, of course, attended Stanford, where he's a freshman All-American. So Cal and Stanford went 1 and 2 this year in the draft.
You and I are both Cal fans. Probably you more than a little bit. Well, maybe not. You probably follow them a little bit more closely these days than I do.
You got more knowledge historically.
I've always been a Cal fan. I don't really have a rooting interest in any of the Bay Area sporting teams, but when it comes to Cal, for whatever reason, that pain has been built into the DNA. Did you think when you saw Mendoza play quarterback?
No.
Right?
No.
That guy would be the number one player taken? He improved a lot. He put on weight and he got better at Indiana, but there was no way in hell that I saw best player in the country 1 year from now when he was at the University of California.
No, that is absolutely something I did not see. By the way, we are underway. The NFL draft rounds 4 through 7 has officially started with the Las Vegas Raiders selecting Jermod McCoy, cornerback out of Tennessee, was someone who had fallen quite a bit, apparently due to a random injury, apparently from what I was reading last night. But the point is, we are underway. The Niners have the 7th pick of this 4th round, so we'll be keeping you posted as far as it goes all day long. This is from the 510 on the Boxer and Gerson, of the text line. Hey guys, do you remember the linemen of the 49ers dynasty years like Harris Barton, Bubba Paris, and Randy Cross? They were picked at 22, 29, and 42. That is kind of an issue of contention as it stands today, but also I would say throughout the entire Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch era. They have not been a front office together, and I kind of believe that Shanahan, especially with the pick yesterday in the 3rd round, that Shanahan is the guy that has the hammer. He's the one that kind of makes the final call on these things. They have not been an organization that has drafted linemen very high. And, shame on us for believing that the Niners at 27 or then trading back to 30, then trading back into the 2nd round, might look at an offensive lineman or perhaps even a safety. Emmanuel McNeil Warren was someone at 58 that a lot of people had mocked to the Niners. Shame on us for believing that they would do anything differently. Because, and this is where I'd be curious to get your opinion, Dan. Are the Niners a team that you feel like is sort of stuck in its ways and the ways haven't worked? Or do you look at it as the process that Shanahan and Lynch have laid out for this franchise has put them in a successful position despite some of their draft misses?
Well, they're a successful team, right? We're not going to argue that. This is one of the best organizations in football. They're always contending. Now, obviously, injuries and things have to align, but they're always considered a team that has a chance of going to the Super Bowl and coming out of the NFC. I think when it comes to the draft, they certainly have missed on their guys, but you know what, Ev? At the end of the day, I don't think they care. I do not think they care one rip about what you think, what I think, what anybody in the Bay Area around the country thinks. They're going to do what they think is best for them. And in a weird way, I applaud that. I know it's counter to a lot of what it is that we think they should do, but they're not influenced by that whatsoever. whatever they think is going to improve their team, according to the experts that they rely on, meaning their scouting staff and all the people that do this for a living, and as long as they all collaborate and they're on the same page, and they're going to pull the trigger. They do not care that in the last 10 years, they've taken 7 running backs, and just about every one of them, aside from maybe Elijah Mitchell, has not fared well. In fact, a lot of them have just simply been bust when you think about Joe Williams and company. But they don't care. And again, in a weird way, I sort of appreciate that. This is a team and management and executives and guys at the top that are going to do things that they think is best for the team at that particular moment and are not influenced by anybody.
While I respect that, I don't have to agree with it.
No, nobody's agreeing with it.
And while the beginning of their tenure together was littered with home runs, not just in the top rounds, but in the bottom rounds as well. You think about a 5th round pick like George Kittle. You think about late round picks.
Gotten the top. I don't think they've ever gotten the top rounds. Even going back to the first year when what was it, 2017?
Solomon Thomas was the first pick that they took.
The guy out of Stanford who was essentially a bust.
Yeah. I mean, he wasn't as good. No, I mean, before that, their best first-round picks were Eric Armstead and DeForest Buckner.
Yeah.
Nick Bosa was someone who fell into their lap because he was the consensus best non-quarterback that year when Kyler Murray was taken first overall and the Niners had the second pick. But they have had first-round hits. Brandon Ayuk was a hit. Obviously, Bosa was. Like, they have, and Deebo Samuel in the 2019 draft was an early second-round pick, so essentially, kind of like a late first. I think they have had drafts where they have really just cleaned house. Fred Warner was a 3rd-round pick. But it feels to me, Dan, like watching what they've done this year so far is they have taken players to make up for their past misses. Kalen Black was taken because they don't trust a Jordan James, who was a 5th-round pick last year, because they haven't trusted or been able to keep some of their previous running backs. You mentioned the guys that they have no longer kept their services. Ty Davis Price was a 3rd-round pick. Trey Sermon was a 3rd-round pick. You look at someone like Stribbling, like Dejon Stribbling. It feels to me like that's a pick you make because maybe Ricky Pearsall isn't your wide receiver of the future because you haven't been able to find quality productivity at that wide receiver position in the draft. That's why you go out and sign a Mike Evans. And while I like the Romello Height pick, he's ideally supposed to replace Bryce Huff, who retired this season as a speed rusher. These picks are because you failed to draft quality players in the past. And it feels like after 4 or 5 years of a lot of misses, the chickens might be finally coming home to roost in regard to the 49ers.
Yeah, I don't necessarily see it that way. You could be right. So you're saying they're just compounding their mistakes?
No, it feels like they haven't learned their lesson. Like to your point, they have been a wildly successful organization, but it's largely been on the shoulders of a few different players, a couple of guys. That's why they're so reluctant to move on from, and they have to give in to Trent Williams. They have to give in to Christian McCaffrey, who's older. They are relying on George Kittle, who's coming off an Achilles tear, to be good this season. They are hoping that Nick Bosa, after a 3rd ACL injury, can be good this year. Fred Warner, to some extent, who broke his ankle, but they need those guys to be great. They are a very top-heavy team. And while I think last year they sort of spat at death's door, I wonder if that's going to be a strategy that can continue to bring you success when you continue to miss in the NFL draft.
Well, you continue to miss, but it can't deter you to continue to pull the trigger and roll the dice. And it obviously hasn't for these guys. They just live in an insular world. Who's the best on the board that can help us right now? And there's obviously pressing needs at offensive line. You need someone to plug in at the left guard position, again, unless it's Colby Connor, somebody that's in-house. But I'm assuming you're going to address that in the later rounds. But if there isn't anybody there, if there's not a speed rusher, if there's not a safety, then let's get the best guy on the board. And they feel as though that the running back and this kid out of Indiana, the one guy that I'm probably familiar with because everybody saw Indiana play football last year, was somebody that could help them right now. And I don't think they take into account Joe Williams or Tay Davis Price or any of these previous misses. They just think about what's good for them in this very moment. I think it's a lot of us that like to connect the dots, but for them, I think it's really it's very base. It's just what can help us right now in assessing our team in 2026 going into this NFL draft.
Well, and what I feel like about this team, and by the way, there have been 3 more picks off the board in the 4th round. Drew Bowery, offensive tackle out of Boston College, was a player that was potentially on the Niners board as an offensive lineman to be taken, grabbed by the Buffalo Bills. The New York Jets go with Florida State defensive tackle Darrell Jackson Jr., and then out of Southern Louisiana, the Arizona Cardinals at the 4th spot in the 4th round take Caleb Proctor, a defensive tackle. So some of those interior linemen off the board, a cornerback in Jermod McCoy, and then an offensive tackle, potentially a target for the Niners. They're coming up in 3 picks. We'll have that live for you here on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings, Dan Devone. This is our draft day coverage, our final day of draft day coverage. Sterling Bennett, Mark Grandy the last 2 nights. Mark Grandy and Carter Chickering will have you from 12 to 3 to react to all the picks, the 5 picks, the 4 fourths and 1/5 that the Niners have coming down today. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get out to early. I believe it's Kaipo in Hawaii. Kaipo, what's up, man?
Stribbling.
Yeah, what's going on, baby? How you doing?
I just woke up and I just had this epiphany. I think we should take that safety from Ole Miss, Kopena Gushkin.
What do you like about him?
Yeah. He runs a 4.3. That's enough for me.
Hey, Kaipo.
If we're getting all these Ole Miss kids, let's just stack them, dude.
In all seriousness,
we're 3-4 now.
Can you tell us about this Stripling kid? Do you remember him in Hawaii?
I was a security guard by his high school, so he was a fantastic player. Stood out and really he just had that ideal frame, size, good hands. Yeah, runs fast.
Yeah, usually you don't get kids like that coming out of Hawaii. Never, as a matter of fact.
What do you got on Kapolei High School?
Kapolei, Kaipo. Did you hear Holly Boy?
You don't sound like colleagues, but okay. But, I'm happy with that. We took him in the 2nd round.
I got you. Appreciate it, Kaipo. So he's Kaipo, but that's Capo.
Kapolei. Still a European. Man.
What do you got on it?
I don't know anything about this man. I can tell you,
you're a resident native.
You typically don't get kids like that out of, and obviously none of them stay home at the University of Hawaii, but he went to Washington State, then Oklahoma State, and I like this kid. Again, what do I know about him? Like everybody else, I Googled his name, looked what people had to say about him, and then I watched on YouTube, and I wish everyone else, quote unquote, the experts here in the Bay Area would admit as much. But they talk as though they've been watching this guy his entire life. You mentioned Deebo Samuel. There's a lot of similarities there. Deebo went at 36 in the 2nd round?
Deebo was an early 2nd round pick, yes.
This guy goes at 33, and he doesn't have the same frame. Like Deebo was more squattier and sort of compact and had that lower body strength. But this kid's got, from what I know, again, I don't remember him in college, but he's got some nasty. Like he likes to put the hat on you, which I think it's not a prerequisite, but Kyle Shanahan likes that. Obviously with Juwan Jennings. Everybody, if you're going to be a wide receiver with the 49ers, you got to block. Say what you will about Brandon Ayuk, good wide receiver, but he would also, whether it was a running play or a wide receiver, he was looking to lead the way. And apparently that's something this kid likes to do. So, and the fact that he's from Hawaii, hell yeah.
He's a little more chill.
Well, that I don't know. He's well-spoken, too. I was like, oh, God, Hawaii? I don't know, man.
Well, I thought he was pretty soft-spoken.
Seems articulate.
He's usually just a quiet guy, which there's nothing wrong with that. But the thing about Dejon Stribbling is I think in a perfect world, he could be not just a replacement for Juwan Jennings, but kind of a faster version of him because he's marketed as a willing blocker, kind of a dog. He's 24 years old. He's got a big frame. I think Juwan Jennings was 6'3". Stribbling is 6'2", 210. He's a big boy, but he's faster, and he's better after the catch. I do think that there's maybe less room for... Juwan Jennings was great in traffic, and he was great at extending plays and fighting for extra yards. I'm not sure if Stribbling is necessarily that kind of wide receiver, but to your point, since Deebo Samuel, they haven't really had a wide out that could beat you at or behind the line of scrimmage, that you could get the ball to in space and let him turn on the afterburners and try and let him take a potential 3-yard catch 15 yards or more. And that's where Stribbling, to me, can fit in immediately. I don't know if he slots in as their third guy right now because you have Pearsall, you have Evans, you have Kirk, who you brought in, who's also supposed to be somewhat of a speedster. But if Stribbling is going to impact the Niners, I do think it's as a yards after catch kind of guy. And they have not had someone like that, to your point, since 19 problems.
Yeah,
I guess he was number one.
I think his impact is going to be his ability to stretch the field. Like, when's the last time they had somebody who could, take the lid off or draw an extra safety? Emmanuel Sanders? I mean, Brandon Ayuk could get down the field, but you wouldn't consider him a speedster. He was, but when's the last time? I mean, Danny Gray obviously didn't work out. They've been in search.
Cowling hasn't worked out.
They've been in search of somebody who can, at least draw a crowd and open things up underneath. And that's what they think this guy can do. And you combine that with the fact that he's not slight of build, but somebody that can go 4.340, but also, again, will put the hat on you. And is somebody that does not mind contact. I think he is the prototypical 49er under Shanahan.
888-957-9570 is a number. I actually want to take a break here, Pasta. We got calls on the other side. I see you, Chris. I see you, Mitch. We will get to your calls, but I want to make sure that we can take number 107 live. The Niners' first pick of the fourth round coming up after they have taken in their first three picks Dejon Stribbling, wide receiver out of Ole Miss, Romello Height, Texas Tech edge rusher, and Kalen Black, the third-round pick, a running back from Indiana. Their first pick of the fourth round, their first of four picks, coming up next when we return to the draft show here on Saturday. Live, Evan Giddings, Dan Devone, back after this.
Yeah. Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Mix and match items, buy 2, get 3 for free when you buy 5 items. Items like Oscar Mayer bacon, Kraft mayo, Kraft singles cheeses, and Capri Sun juices, selected varieties. Check with your local Safeway store for a full list of participating items. And speaking of participating, here's Dan Dibley.
Well, I'd love to, Mark. 8-piece fried chicken, 4 drumsticks and 4 thighs, or Signature Select Classic Salad, 32 to 48 ounce size selected varieties for just $5.99. And finally, USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Roast Mega Packs for just $5.99 per pound. It's unbelievable.
Yes, it is. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
In the aisles.
Today on the CW.
We are green at Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series blasts off.
Great day to go race Talladega.
On one of NASCAR's most legendary tracks.
Talladega, dude, let's go!
This is the biggest and the baddest of the super speedway tracks.
It's a race. It's a party. This is Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
From Talladega, today at noon on Cron 4, the CW.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Helping people achieve their goals is what we do. So if your goal is owning a home, we're here to help with guidance and resources, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GO to borrow up to $10,000.
Get ready for the Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton, June 19th through July 12th. Kick off summer with food, rides, and the Big O Tires concert series with Flo Rida and Del King. For more info and a chance to win tickets courtesy of Alameda County Fair, visit 957thegame.com.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
All right, Dan Dejon, Evan Giddings rocking with you here on a Saturday morning, setting you up for the draft, which is going on right now. The 49ers pick is in. We do not know yet who will be the first pick by the San Francisco 49ers in the fourth round, but we do know the pick is in, so we will go live to Pittsburgh in just a moment for that. So far, 3 picks, a wide receiver, an edge rusher, and a running back, the last of which a little perplexing, but nonetheless, the Niners doing things their way. They have done this before. They have reached for running backs. They have reached for a wide receiver. Stribbling this year, I would argue that rookie Pearsall a couple of years ago in 2024 was seen as somewhat of a reach. And now, Dan, we're going to see what they do in the fourth round. Do you have an inkling, an itch, a hunch, a Dejon hunch of what they might do here in the fourth round?
Well, at some point, you have to address the offensive line and the guard position. I talked about Connor Colby, unless, of course, they want to stay in-house, which is a possibility. But you would think that with Ben Barch out of the way, no Burford, that they've got to find somebody to play alongside Trent Williams. But again, they're going to do things that make sense to them as far as it's not necessarily need, but maybe, the best player available. But just looking at this from 30,000 feet above, you would have to think that there's going to be an offensive lineman at some point today that's going to come off the board in a 49er uniform. Well,
here's General Manager John Lynch of the San Francisco 49ers last night talking about why they took a running back instead of a lineman.
I think, we talked a lot about staying true to our board and our convictions, and Kalen Black was a kid that we just you hear this story a lot as the process went, just kept feeling better and better and better. His film speaks for itself. Really hard-running kid, rocked-up kid. Had an opportunity to visit with him at the Senior Bowl, met with him at the Senior Bowl, and you can't help but love the kid and everything he stands for. People there just talk about one of their favorite kids in the program. A lot of that from the school, from the strength coach, from the offensive coordinator. And then you turn on the film, and we really...
And now let's go live to Pittsburgh for the San Francisco 49ers pick number 107.
First of all, Minna, I love you. I'm David. I'm representing the Niner Empire Germany, the Niner Empire organization, and the faithful from all around the world. And I have a special message to all the other 31 franchises here in front of me. See you on the road, in your stadiums, at our 49ers invasions. Let's go! With the 107th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Grayson Halton, defensive tackle, Oklahoma. Welcome to the Bay, buddy.
All right, there it is. Grayson Halton, defensive tackle, Oklahoma Sooner, courtesy of Chris Rozier. Well, they were showing a highlight from yesterday.
Oh.
He was the 76th overall pick. Right. But Chris Rozier, by the way, for those wondering, International Fan of the Year. He's from Germany, so that's why he was making the pick for the Niners. But Grace Halton, they got a defensive tackle, Dan.
Yeah, well, you need help on the defensive line, certainly. You want an edge rusher, and again, this is a team that it's difficult to sort of get in their head as far as what they consider need, but that's something that they leaned in on last year with C.J. West and Alfred Collins, and maybe they feel as though you just can't get enough help in between the tackles there. But certainly need help on the outside, but they feel as though they address that with height, but they continue to find young players to sort of plug the middle of that defensive line, and here's another one. So what can you tell me about the young man?
Well, I can tell you that he was actually projected to be a top 50 to 75 pick, so maybe a guy that the Niners found a lot of value in. By the way, the next Niners pick will be 27th in this round, so we got a little bit of time to talk about Grace Halton. They got this player in a trade they made with Cleveland from earlier in day one in that first round. He's not the largest in size for that position, 6'3", 293. Typically, you see a lot of those big body, zero techniques above 300 pounds, but is a guy that can play the run. I think it's interesting that they took a Romello Height with their second pick at the beginning of the third round, who's much more of a prototypical pass rusher, is not a guy that's going to play the run, but is supposed to hopefully take over and fill in for Bryce Huff. And now you're replenishing and restocking your defensive tackle coffers, whereas last year you had Alfred Collins, you had C.J. West, and you also brought in Osa Odigizua from Dallas via trade. So Halton gives you, again, I think more depth at that position. I don't hate the pick, but as we talked about, it does depend on what you do with the remainder of your fourth round and final fifth round picks, because you still need a lineman. I think they still need a safety, but this gives them more depth at a position that last season they were not great against the run. They had 20 total sacks, which was at the bottom of the NFL. The most sacks on the team was from Bryce Huff, who is now retired, who had 4 sacks. So they get a player who can add additional depth to that defensive line spot, a place that was considered weak last year.
Yeah, it was a weak spot last year, and this is not a guy that's going to pressure the quarterback. Let's just sort of get that out of the way. So while they were the worst in the NFL, I think they had a total of 20 sacks in 2025, and as a result, they were second to last in terms of interceptions. Of course, obviously, those two go hand in hand. If you're not pressuring quarterbacks, you're going to get picked apart. So this is not a guy. This is not Aaron Donald who's going to press you over the center position. He's not coming up through the gut, but rather to help against run defense. But this is just like any other draft, that we can make a much more accurate assessment at the end of today as to how they did collectively. I think doing this round by round and pick by pick, it's a little bit premature. I think that when we see the total body of work, we can understand that they did address all of their needs. So you would think, at least at this juncture, at some point in the remaining picks, that they're going to get an offensive lineman. Again, unless they feel as though that's something they can address in-house, which I highly, highly doubt.
And this is a player that again, 6'3", 295. He's a very quick 4.82 type of 40-yard dash lineman. Interior pass rushing, again, plays more of the 3 technique than the 1 or the 0, which would be right over the nose guard or off to one of the respective shoulders. But had 9 sacks over his last 2 seasons at Oklahoma. Is sort of a quick interior guy, maybe someone they feel like, again, can get after the quarterback as well as play the run. He relies on quickness as opposed to his strength and anchoring. Again, a little bit smaller, has 31-inch arms, which would be a bit smaller at that spot, but is someone that can take on double teams, can use his quickness to get around guys. And so maybe they feel like Height, along with now Halton, are 2 players on the defensive line that can help them do what they did not do last year, and that is get after the quarterback. We discussed this on Thursday as we were talking about needs for the 49ers. We talked about it last night as we were talking about needs for the 49ers. Players that can get a Sam Darnold, that can get a Matthew Stafford, or potentially a Ty Simpson for the Los Angeles Rams on the ground. So again, it is Grayson Halton that is the first pick of the 4th round for the San Francisco 49ers, and they got another pick coming up in just a little bit. 888-957-9570 is the number. This is our draft day coverage here on 95.7 The Game with Evan Giddings and Dan Devone. Now let's go out to the phone lines and talk to Chris, who's in San Jose. Chris, thank you for hanging on patiently, my man. What's going on? Good morning.
I appreciate the opportunity to talk and love the show.
Thank you.
I don't think that everybody's upset about the actual pick of the wide receiver out of Mississippi. It's the projection of where they got him at. I mean, you're talking about that's the primo second day spot as far as, they have basically 12 hours to call teams and to try to negotiate trades and stuff like that. And when you're talking to people, they ended up taking this guy to replace a guy that they picked in the 7th round that's still a free agent that thought he could do better. That just shows you what the league thinks of these type of receivers, which means to me that they could have got him in, pick number 60. There's so many great players that were out there on the board, especially offensive linemen. This team takes a lot of pride in running the ball. They had a very difficult time running the ball. You have a star player like McCaffrey, it's going to take an absolute beating this year if they don't address some of these needs. And they have an arrogance about them that they know more than the draft process. These picks from 1 through 4, they've struggled in every draft that they have compared to other teams. And that's what the frustration is. It's not that they're great coaches. They wouldn't have jobs if they couldn't coach as good as anybody does because they make the most with what they have. But they can help themselves by getting impact players, people that have dominated on the college scene that go into the NFL. Hey, if they were a superstar there's a good chance that they're going to be a great player in the NFL. The Javon Kinlaws, the guy from Stanford, Solomon Thomas.
Yeah.
I mean, that number, you drafted number 2 overall, that's a Hall of Fame player in reality. They took a guy that was a 195-pound inside lineman that, that barely even made an impact. And people don't call him out on that because they're great coaches. I don't want to tie up a lot of time and stuff, but there's a real frustration there that what they're seeing and what the league believes in these players, and Juwan Jennings is one of those guys. They think so highly of him. Well, what does the league think of him? That means that the same guy that they're replacing that was the 7th round, they probably could have got at probably 70th. That safety out of Toledo is incredible. The guy that was drafted right after him, that offensive lineman. They get a superstar running back that's going to get his butt kicked. So that's where the fan base is. At least a lot of my friends that we talk about that are Niner fans. So I appreciate the call.
No, of course, Chris. Hope you guys have a good rest of the draft, and I hope the Niners make you feel a little bit better. I don't disagree with that, Dan. I understand, and this is kind of the rock and hard place I find myself between. On one hand, Kyle Shanahan, the head coach, has been unbelievable. It has been one of the best head coaches, if not during certain seasons, the best head coach in the NFL, given the talent that he's had. I would say last year is probably the best job that he's done, considering the amount of injuries specifically to his quarterback. But on the other hand, the hard place that he's stuck between is him as the general manager. And I do believe that Kyle Shanahan has his fingerprints over all over the NFL draft. John Lynch is the guy that he does some stuff, but Kyle Shanahan has final say on who plays for his football team. And it's almost like he makes his own job more difficult because of the way that he is so stuck in this process. And look, again, they've won a ton of games. They've obviously made 2 Super Bowls. They have made multiple NFC championship games. They have done more than a lot of teams. And it's just honestly a little miraculous given the amount of misses that they've had, I would say specific to their last 4 draft classes, but they haven't found many, if any, outside of Brock Purdy, impact players in those drafts. And yet they've still been able to stay at the top of the table the majority of the seasons in the NFC West.
You're right, but I still defer to the guy, as ridiculous as that may sound. Listen, he does this for a living. He has scouts in that entire, front office. If they feel as though Stribbling is the guy, and I know people might think, well, you would have found him at number 60 or number 70, but if that's the guy that they feel, they put a circle and an asterisk next to, they're not going to take that risk. They feel as though if that's the best guy that's available that we think that we covet, we're going to pull the trigger on him. There were linemen And there were other players that they circled that they wanted had they fallen back to the 49ers. But when those players were taken, they traded back. And so I understand what it is that you're saying, but and there's probably a lot of credibility to that. I just, again, it's not for me because I haven't watched Stribbling play enough football for me to say this is a good or a bad decision. And the same with all of these picks. So as that being a jumping off point where I'm not familiar with it, yes, I can watch YouTube and I can read about them and what it is that people project these guys to be. As that being my jumping off point, then I have to defer to the guys that do this for a living. Because, again, you guys know as much about Stribbling as I do. And if I haven't watched this guy and I'm not intimately familiar with what it is that he can do, what I can do, and what Black can do, then, you know, if Kyle Shanahan feels he's a fit, even though he's got somewhat of a checkered past, I'm still going to roll with the guy because he knows a hell of a lot more than me at the end of the day. Really quick, I just wanted to add something when you talk about this kid that they just drafted.
Yeah.
Halton.
Yep.
He's a little undersized, and he has speed. And I guess the same could be said for Romello Height. Mm-hmm. And that's sort of interesting. Do you think that maybe this could be sort of the earmarks of Raheem Morris, that he puts more of an emphasis on speed as opposed to guys that are maybe 10 to 15 pounds heavier, typically for their respective positions?
I do, and I was actually thinking about the Atlanta Falcons draft last year, which is actually what kind of involved the Rams getting that number 13 overall pick. The Falcons traded, I believe it was, traded up back into the first round. They got two players last season. They ended up with Jalen Walker, defensive end out of Georgia, and then in the back end of the first round, they had James Pierce out of Tennessee. And Pierce was, I think, a top 3 finisher and defensive rookie of the year, had 10.5 sacks. Walker had 5.5. The one thing that Raheem Morris and his defense did do last year, and the Falcons obviously missed the playoffs. Part of that, I think, had to do with their quarterback injuring his knee. Some of it had to do with just lack of consistency as a whole. But Raheem Morris got after the quarterback. And I think this is where he could potentially make his mark over someone like Robert Saleh. Saleh was incredible at getting the most out of a papier-mâché patchwork defense that was the second youngest in football last year. They didn't turn teams over. They didn't really get off the field at an incredible rate. I think they were 19th in red zone, in third down efficiency. And they didn't sack the quarterback. They were dead last with 20 sacks. In spite of all of that, they made it to the NFC divisional round because he did the best job he could at basically minimizing damage. I think Raheem Morris was brought in to get after the quarterback and to turn teams over, something they could not do last year. And I think if they do it again, if they don't do it again, they're going to be in big trouble. So to your point, someone like Grayson Halton is someone on the interior that can be somewhat of a speed rusher at that position, though he's undersized. Romello Height is also an older player that is someone who can be a speed rusher. So I do think that they're not necessarily giving him what he wants, but I think that they're starting to rebuild this defense in an outside-in sort of mentality because they know that they cannot go another year being the team that sacks quarterbacks the least and still be a successful defense.
It's interesting that Halton is a pass rush specialist, despite lining up on the inside. So, you know what they always say, the quickest line to the quarterback is coming right up the chute, right up the gut there. So this is not a guy that you would think that if he's going to play on the interior, that his area of expertise is going to be as a run defender, but rather his strength is at pressuring the quarterback. So not a lot of guys who line up sort of center, off center, aside from Aaron Donald, are considered pass rush specialists.
Well, especially at that size too. You know, there are big boys. You look at someone like who just got traded, Dexter Lawrence. Dexter Lawrence is quick as hell for his size, and he is a pass rusher. Now he also he creates pressures. He's good against the run. He's probably one of the best defensive tackles in football. Another one that I would think of would be like Leonard Williams for Seattle, who disrupts so much on the inside. And he's not a 330-pound guy. He's strong as an ox. He's quick as a cat. And you're hoping that maybe someone like Halton can profile more towards that kind of guy as opposed to the run stuffing, the just big plug, big body in the middle that can take on a double team and allow everyone else to eat. I think he was drafted, Halton was, to be more of an impactful rusher as opposed to just a big body out there, because they kind of have that guy. I would say Alfred Collins is somewhat of that player. C.J. West is more of that kind of guy. Halton, I think you're right, is someone that will be a rotational player, is not going to be a three-down defensive lineman, but can come in on third downs, clear pass rush positions, and get after the quarterback. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Dan Dejon, Evan Giddings with you here on Draft Day, taking you up until noon. Mark Grandy and Carter Chickering got you from noon to 3, reacting all day to the NFL Draft, along with what the San Francisco 49ers are doing and have done. Grayson Halton, defensive tackle out of Oklahoma, is their first pick of the 4th round. They have 3 more 4th-round picks, including a talent compensatory before they get to the 5th round, something they acquired via trade during this draft. Dan, when you saw what they did on day one in regards to trading back, kind of accruing more picks and getting more value, was that something you felt like was wise given their place and kind of their spot? How do you generally feel about teams who trade back out of the first round if there's not anything there that they like?
Well, I think they had their eye and they earmarked a few players, and when those players got taken, they decided that they would go back in the draft. I think that last year sort of influenced this year's decision, because the idea of getting 11 picks last year was something, because they like volume, right? And I think that what they realized last year, while some of those players like Watkins and company maybe didn't have initial impacts, but the fact that they can get a year older and maybe at some point contribute to this football team, but they're not so reliant. If you have 5 or 6 or 7 guys in a draft class, you need the majority of those guys to contribute. The fact that you had double digits and 11 picks last year gives you a little bit more freedom and latitude for some guys to develop, some guys to hit, like some of the players that whether it's Alfred Collins or C.J. West or Upton Stout, who they plugged in, and some guys who are plug and play, but having that depth and the volume to pick and choose as to who can be contributors. The key is that why you want to accumulate more picks, as you mentioned, they're sort of top heavy when you talk about their veterans and their high price free agents. So you want to create that balance, because at the end of the day, financially is what this comes down to, is that you want as many players that are under team contracts, right? You want as many players that are under rookie deals, because keep in mind, again, that all of these players that they draft are under rookie deals for the next 4 years.
Yeah.
So you want to compile as many of those as possible. And I think it's really just sort of a numbers game when it comes to the 49ers. And I think last year, having 11 picks was something that sort of influenced this year to a certain degree.
And to your point about, maybe trying to invest in the offensive line, the 510 brings up an interesting point. And it's just a difference in philosophy between Seattle and San Francisco. And I think a lot of this has to do with, obviously, the result. The Seattle Seahawks just won the Super Bowl, by the way, on your field at Levi's Stadium. The Los Angeles Rams have won a Super Bowl and, in fact, beat you in the NFC Championship on their way to that Super Bowl in 2021. So the 510 brings this up. Hey, guys, look at who Seattle has drafted in terms of their offensive linemen. In 2022, they drafted Charles Cross, tackle, at number 9. Abraham Lucas, tackle, at pick 72 in the 3rd round. They drafted Gray Sable, who in 2025, last year, the 18th overall pick. They have Anthony Bradford, a guard drafted in the 4th round, and an undrafted center. You need to invest in your offensive line. Meanwhile, the Niners, Dominic Pooney would be their highest pick right now, currently standing, that they didn't trade for, obviously, with Trent Williams, at number 86. Jake Brendel, undrafted. Colton McKivitz, number 153. Brett Toth, undrafted. Robert Jones, undrafted. So they have not invested in their offensive line as much. And while I do think that the O-line is always a position or a position group that people continuously throw darts at unless it's elite, I do hear people that are looking at the large sample size of draft picks from the Niners and saying, the only time you've really reached or gone to go get an offensive lineman was back in 2018 when you drafted Mike McGlinchey, number 9 overall.
Aaron Banks, when was he drafted?
Banks was a second-round pick, and Pooney was a third-round pick.
Yeah.
And by the way, Banks was a starting player, but he got outpriced. And I think he got like $72 million from the Packers. That was someone you didn't want to pay. And that's all well and good. I don't mind you not choosing to retain some of that talent, especially in the offensive line. Guys, especially, if they're healthy, if they are capable players, they're going to get priced out. Someone is going to pay them because good offensive linemen or starting caliber offensive linemen are more rare than people realize. But you have to replenish that. And that's where I think the Niners have been a bit short-sighted in that effort. They haven't replenished the offensive line, so much so that they're relying on a 39-year-old Trent Williams now to remain upright for another season. Otherwise, it's going to be curtains.
But don't you think that they had on their draft board players that they wanted to take in the first round at number 27? And when those players came off the board, that's when they decided to trade back. And that's when they decided to go with the best player available, which happened to be Stribbling. I don't think that it was – I think that their intent was to do exactly what it is that you said.
But what I think, honestly, is that the 49ers don't see a massive difference. Maybe in the top 10. I think there was one tackle taken 10th, or maybe it was 9th by the Browns. Proctor was taken 13th by the Dolphins. I believe those were the first 2 offensive linemen off the board. Outside of maybe the top 2 or 3 guys, I honestly believe that Shanahan and the 49ers do not see a massive gap between, let's say, a late first-round talent and a fourth-round talent at offensive line. Because of his system, the way that he runs things, being Kyle, I don't think that they believe there's that big of a gap. And so they look at drafting an offensive lineman in the first round or maybe the second round as being a reach, as opposed to a Stribbling who was projected by many to be, a top 10 wide receiver, but certainly not at that position. I think that's where they sort of zig where others zag.
Could you say collectively, though, looking at the body of work, last year was not good. But when I think of Kyle Shanahan, I don't think of offensive lines as being a glaring hole throughout his tenure. I could be wrong, but this is a team that, aside again from last year, which is sort of the outlier, that has always run the ball effectively. And while there's been areas of need and concern, I don't look at the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan as always missing in terms of offensive line. Last year, certainly. But again, I guess I'm that one guy, go figure, that is sort of giving him the benefit of the doubt. And you have to keep in mind, a lot of this is nuance, right? Like a guy might be a fit for one team, but what it is that the 49ers are looking for in terms of their zone read and stretching is somebody that is entirely different as far as what the 49ers feel will be an effective player for them.
Well, that I completely agree with. But, to your point, it's like you look at last year where they had 11 draft picks. They only took one offensive lineman. You mentioned him earlier, Connor Colby, and he was a 7th-round pick. And Colby was also a guy that, if I'm not mistaken, he only he started 6 games for you last year because your guys were broken down, but he's not someone that you felt confident about. They have taken 2 offensive linemen in the last 3 drafts. And Pooney was a starter. Spencer Burford, his 4th-round pick back in 2022, ended up becoming a starter. But it feels like they've drafted more fringe guys that they're trying to play into starting caliber offensive linemen as opposed to drafting starters that day one can step in and potentially help you. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Right now we're at pick number 116. The San Francisco 49ers are coming up in just a little bit. Right now, as things stand, they are currently 11 picks away from their next selection at 127. Their 4th-round pick as it stands, number 107, Grayson Halton, defensive tackle out of Oklahoma. He pairs with Dejon Stribbling, Romello Height, and Kalen Black, the first 3 picks in the 2026 NFL Draft by the San Francisco 49ers. We're taking your calls. We're taking your reactions. We're taking your text messages. Hit us all, 888-957-9570. Dan Devone, Evan Giddings, back after this on 95.7 The Game.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromise. And you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
It's that time of year again, Steiny.
That's right, Guru. Atco Pest Control and Eclipse Insurance are hosting the third annual Agape Charity Golf Tournament on Monday, April 27th at Stone Tree Golf in Novato.
Proceeds support the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers and the San Francisco Autism Society Bay Area.
We're here with Billy Keller and Gabe Whitney to share how you can join in and make a difference.
This is a cause near and dear to our hearts, as both of our families have benefited from the care and support these organizations provide.
Absolutely, Billy. Their support is invaluable. We also want to give a big thank you to our two platinum sponsors. Cadillac Marin and Price Family Dealerships have been a proud partner of our community for 50 years, supporting the people and organizations that make Northern California stronger.
And also Rush Injury Law, whose continued commitment to serving families across the Bay Area goes far beyond the courtroom, demonstrating a genuine dedication to strengthening our community.
So come join us at Stone Tree on April 27th and make a real difference in your Bay Area special needs community. Register at agapecharitigolf.com.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday is here. It's Wayfair's big sale, where you can score the best deals in home, like up to 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. You won't find better deals for your home anywhere else. We're talking furniture, decor, rugs, and more, all at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. So don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Wayday now through April 27th to score the best deals in home.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Kendall Jackson is partnering with 95.7 The Game to give our listeners a chance to win a chef's small plates and pairings experience at the Kendall Jackson Wine Estate and Gardens in Santa Rosa. For more info and to enter our contest, visit 957thegame.com.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
It's time to spring into deals at Lowe's.
Freshen up your yard with Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch. 5 bags for $10. Then get what you need to keep clothes, food, and dishes fresh with up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $100 on select laundry pairs. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/6. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
It's time to spring into deals at Lowe's. Freshen up your yard with Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch. 5 bags for $10. Then get what you need to keep clothes, food, and dishes fresh with up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $100 on select laundry pairs. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/6. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
All right, Dan Dejon and Evan Giddings, hour number 2 of 6 today, live here on 95.7 The Game, bringing you draft coverage of the NFL. The San Francisco 49ers, 4 picks down, 4 picks to go, as Grayson Halton is their first pick of the 4th round,
really
defensive tackle out of Oklahoma. Now, why do you love him, Dan?
Well, I've just been covering him for the last couple of years, and I just love the fact that he gets off the ball quickly, and he needs to work on his hands. Doesn't have a lot of hand strength, but he has tremendous speed. I remember that one particular game, I believe it was against San Diego State, where
no doubt.
he was just such an impactful player. And, of course, I remember him in high school, as a matter of fact, where I had game tape on him, and he's a guy that's grown and gotten better with he's very coachable.
I agree with you.
I mean, why don't we all just admit we don't know crap about any of these players?
Last couple of years, last couple of minutes.
No, but I mean, the one thing, I guess, generally speaking, again, is that he's sort of undersized. And again, I think that if there's any takeaway, is that maybe Raheem Morris puts more of an emphasis on speed than strength.
Well, this is from one of our local draft experts in the chat, TG. I live in North County, San Diego, and although I did not see Grayson Halton play live at St. Augustine High School, his highlights were on television consistently. And although just high school, which is not college, dude seems legit. So,
right.
San Diego guy, love the North County representation. And now he's the newest San Francisco 49er. To your point about Raheem Morris, I do wonder where he fits into all of this, because I'm going to be honest. I don't think that Kyle Shanahan drafts players or John Lynch drafts players for a specific coordinator. They've had Saleh, Sorensen, Wilkes, Ryans, Saleh, dating back to 2019 and before. I mean, they've had a lot of different defensive coordinators, all, I think, with the same ideology, right? If you're stepping into that role, you are doing what Kyle Shanahan wants you to do, because it's all around supplementing, I believe, his offense. He doesn't pay as much attention to special teams. He doesn't want to have to worry about the defense. And that's where someone like Saleh last year was a great cushion for him, I think, both, just on the field, but also mentally. And Raheem Morris can hopefully be that same guy.
Wait, I just want to understand that correctly. You're saying Kyle Shanahan has his hands on the defense?
I think he drafts players knowing what he wants on that defensive side of the ball, yes. They have a system that they run.
But the system that's run is run by the D coordinator.
Yes,
not Kyle Shanahan.
No. You're correct. But what I'm saying is, I think that Kyle doesn't want to have to worry about the defense. But they run a 4-3. They are a team that has been largely, there's tweaks. Saleh put his fingerprints on it. different than Sorensen, different than Wilkes. But I think the Wilkes to Sorensen back-to-back years, even though one of which they made the Super Bowl, that was a little bit of an eye-opener to Shanahan, like, all right, we got to start to do things how I envision our defense playing. And that's why he brought in Robert Saleh and now has Raheem Morris.
Yeah, with Sorensen, I think he was a little bit more hands-on, but I think that when it comes to somebody who's as experienced and has sort of the cachet like that of a Saleh and certainly of a Raheem Morris, I think Raheem Morris is blowing in the year of Kyle Shanahan, and certainly it's more of a collaborative effort because Raheem Morris, when they interviewed him, he clearly he has a way. Everybody has sort of an innovative way as to the way they want to attack or play defense, right? So when Raheem Morris decided he was going to play with the 49ers understood that this is what it is that he wants to do as far as his defensive design and as far as the schematics. And so I think the players that they draft, well, yeah, Kyle Shanahan's going to draft who it is that he wants to draft, but I think there is some influence by whoever the D coordinator is when you're drafting players on that side of the ball.
That's fair. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings and Dan Dejon with you here covering the draft for the San Francisco 49ers. They have pick number, I believe, pick number 127. Right now we're at pick 121 for the Pittsburgh Steelers. So keep it locked right here. We'll have that pick live for you coming up. But for right now, let's go to New Jersey. Talk to our guy Mitch. Wants to get into the NFL draft. Mitchie, what's happening, baby?
What's popping?
What's popping? What's happening, Evan? Dan, how you guys doing?
Awesome, man. How are you?
Pretty good. I thought with the trading down, I thought maybe the 49ers would collect like 22 seventh-round picks, but thank God. I'm kind of happy. They passed up on Jacoby Lane and Zachariah Branch, who could also return punts, and he's very fast, even though he's only 5'8.5". And so I think the wide receiver was good. I just didn't expect him that high. I hope he's good. And I like the running back. We're known for developing running backs and picking running backs. So, in case he gets hurt, I think Black was pretty good in the Big Ten. I think that was a pretty good pick. Maybe a little high, but
hey,
what do I know?
Mitchie, you're the one guy I can ask this to because we're friends. Like some of the other callers would probably get pissed at me, but come on. Zachariah Branch, you don't know who the hell this guy is, right? Come on.
Lightning.
Be honest with me. You have no idea who this dude is.
Mitch knows ball. Get off him.
No, I'm not getting off him. I love Mitch. I'm just saying.
I'm a USC guy, so I remember him and Deuce Rollins. He'll be coming on next year. He'll be a senior.
Yeah.
Two guys from USC.
Well, that's fair.
Jacoby Lane went to Baltimore right after Zachariah stayed in Georgia with the Falcons. So he will be with Drake London, but he's going to be a free agent next year. Drake London, I believe.
Did Mitch just shove it back in my face?
Mitch, keep going, buddy.
Yeah, Mitch,
No. I apologize. I apologize, Dan, for that.
No. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? You get a lot of people this time of the year that are start throwing out these names, and they don't know who these guys are. But
Baker. In 3 years, you won't even know half these guys.
No, you're right.
That's how sad it is.
Yeah.
But it seems to be you have a better chance of hitting the NFL draft than you do in the NBA draft. Explain that.
Wait, so Mitch, can I ask you this? Who do you feel like the Niners, not necessarily a player, but like what do you think they should do at this point with the remainder of their picks?
Well, they have they drafted 2 defensive tackles, an edge and an offensive lineman, like you said. And another wide receiver wouldn't hurt. I guess linebacker, cornerback. Well, we don't have that many, but we did collect some late drifts. So I hope they did this scouting. They can find the gems in the rough on day 3. Then it would be looking good. But we can't look any worse than the Rams did, picking a guy it should have been no higher than a second-round pick. I think Kay Klubnik and Grant Nutheimer from LSU, I think they will have better careers than Ty Simpson. He's going to be like that Georgia quarterback they drafted a couple of years ago. I think he's out of football. I would bank on our old guy, Garoppolo.
Yeah.
Jimmy Garoppolo. If something happens to Stafford, you have Jimmy there. And he's still end of his peak, but he still can do something.
Jimmy retired. He's going into porn.
Appreciate it, Mitch. In your face.
He actually knows his stuff when he comes. I'm a little surprised.
That's Mitch in New Jersey, man. The guy's got ultimate knowledge.
That was his best call ever.
Yeah, I think it might have been.
Zachariah Branch. Yeah, put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Well, Romello Height's not a defensive tackle. He's coming off the edge.
Yeah, I mean, he's more of an edge rusher.
I think he's clearly a specialist.
Holmes a tackle.
Like, that is a guy, like, pin your ears back, go get the quarterback, get some bend, get some speed. That's what you're here for. For anything that's a run play, I mean, it's got to be predictable passing situations when that guy's on the floor.
But I think of the four guys they've taken, that to me is the pick that made the most sense, the one that I guess I would have least of an issue with. Stribbling, I think, can develop into a nice player. It's just from what I've read, they took him higher than they needed to. Height's a player that, although he's 25, you don't have a speed rusher at this point because Bryce Huff is retired. And I threw this at the guys last night, and I'll ask you this. So Bryce Huff was the leader in sacks on the Niners last season. How many sacks do you think he had?
4.
You are correct. If Romello Height can get 4 sacks, so he will have replaced Bryce Huff.
Not very high.
No, it's not. And that's why, I also think Grayson Halton factors into that as well. He's someone that apparently, although he's undersized, is more of a 3 technique. He's supposed to be able to get after the quarterback, can be kind of twitchy and quick. So you have guys that you can rotate in that you, to your point, Dan, can give Raheem Morris to deploy, because I felt like last season the Atlanta Falcons, though they were not a great defense as a whole, they were a team that they got after the quarterback. And Raheem Morris has found ways to produce sack numbers with young guys if you give him the bodies to do it. So I think that's why Romello Height made the most sense to me at that spot, and why I'm not up in arms about them taking Halton at was it number 107?
Yeah, so I think that there's some D coordinators that put an emphasis on speed as opposed to strength. They like guys that like to say can scrape sideline to sideline. Yeah. Everybody wants speed, which is why D Winters, I'm not surprised, but D Winters was one of the fastest players on the team.
He was the fastest player on the team. Like, if you look at the tracking data, maybe not average, like his 40 time, but last year, the player who ran the fastest on the field, I think it was like 21 miles per hour. It was him.
Oh, wasn't like a pick six or a...
Yeah, it was during an interception. But like the guy who had the fastest speed on the field.
I was going to say, how would they track that unless the ball was in his hands?
Exactly. It was on a pick six. Yeah. But it wasn't Christian McCaffrey. It wasn't Ricky Pearsall. It wasn't George Kittle. It was a linebacker. It was D Winters. And they traded him to the Cowboys for a 5th-round pick, which they'll use coming up in just a little bit here.
Well, I think that's something we also have to take into consideration here, is that you don't really have a backup to McCaffrey. Now, McCaffrey was injury-free last year. And, what are the prospects that that's going to happen again this year? Now, a year older, and, of course, we know he's injury-prone. But you need somebody in line. And now that B-Rob's out of the building, Brian Robinson's no longer there. Isaac Guerrero, there's a lot of uncertainty around him. So, it makes sense to go after a running back when you think about it in those terms. And as far as Stribbling, I've heard a lot of people say, well, it's a crowded wide receiver room. Not really. When you think about, Evans as well as Kirk being on one-year deals, those dudes aren't going to be here next year.
No, and that's why, the Stribbling pick to me is also not one. I know a lot of people were thinking, hey, you need an interior lineman, you need a left guard, you need a safety because your secondary's, honestly kind of putrid at this point. I didn't have an issue with the position. I didn't have, the only pick that I really have had a problem with is Kalen Black. Number one, because of their history of just whiffing repeatedly on running backs. And I think that they could have probably got that player now in the 4th round. There have been two running backs that are off the board in this 4th round. Jonah Coleman out of Washington was taken, and then Mike Washington Jr. out of Arkansas was just taken by the Las Vegas Raiders. The Niners pick is coming up in 5 picks. We'll have that live for you here on 95.7 The Game, so keep it locked in as we go out to Pittsburgh. But that's kind of my point is, okay, so Coleman, who was taken at pick 108, one pick after 107. Black was still going to be there in the 4th round. There was not a running back coming off the board. And who knows that the Denver Broncos had Kalen Black that high on their draft board. So it felt like a reach to me at a position that, although you need to spell Christian McCaffrey at some point, if McCaffrey's healthy, Black is not going to play. I mean, they've drafted running back after running back, and the only guy who's really helped them was Elijah Mitchell, and that was because of injury. So that's the reason I had.
I just don't think they take any of that into consideration. They can't. I don't think. I mean, it's something we focus on, but if you're Lynch, if you're Shanahan, I don't think at any point is there a conversation. Well, we've screwed us at the running back position the last 7 years, or the last 5 years, or the last 7 guys we've taken over the last 10 years. Let's think twice. I don't think they think along those lines. And the word reach, I don't think it's applicable to any GM. I think that's something, again, that we talk about. They don't consider anything a reach. They feel as though this is the best player for their system, and they're going to take him, and they don't want to risk that he's going to be there when they're picking in the later rounds. And so I don't think reach is something that is part of the lexicon for Lynch or any GM. Again, I think it's something that lives in our world, or the people that sort of handicap these drafts.
Well, that I do agree with, but there's also examples of running backs that they've acquired that they haven't drafted. All right, so I'm just going down the list of the running backs for the last 10 years for the Niners in terms of rushing yards, okay? Christian McCaffrey's number 1. He was acquired in a trade.
Mm-hmm.
Carlos Hyde was drafted, but
Ohio State
is, I would say, the outlier on this list, because I'm going to go to Matt Breida. No. Jeff Wilson? No. Raheem Mostert? No. Like, they've found ways to get guys and produce at the running back position without having to spend draft capital on them, specifically in a top 3 round. So I guess that's why I'm of the belief in general, Dan, that unless you have a McCaffrey, a Saquon, a Taylor, in this case for this draft, a Jeremiah Love, one of those generational running back talents. Last year was Genty. If you aren't drafting that high to get one of those guys, you're almost better off just bringing in a Jordan Mason, who was able to help you enough last season. And then you ended up trading, but he was an undrafted signee. So you can find productivity at the running back position without having to spend draft capital on it. And I think because they have so many other needs, it just was a bit perplexing given their history of finding production from spots that didn't include 3rd-round picks.
That's fair enough. Again, I think that they circled this as an area of need with the absence of Brian Robinson Jr., and there's not a lot of confidence in James and not a lot of confidence in Garendo. I think James has actually surpassed him on the depth chart.
Yeah. Garendo's done.
And listen, they get a lot of miles out of that running back, Christian McCaffrey, who's now an older football player. So they consider this an area of need. I guess the one concern, and again, I do not want to pretend like I watched every one of this guy's games, but I did see enough Indiana football who, obviously a lot of us did.
Yeah,
but
they ran train.
Yeah, he's not a guy that if you're going to play anything offensively in Kyle Shanahan's offense and you're a skilled position guy, you got to be able to catch the football, and that's not something he did a lot of last year. So that's a little peculiar.
No, so this is what I was reading. We can get into this in just a moment. I was reading that last season, he had Kalen Black, 3rd-round pick by the Niners. He had 4 catches last season for Indiana. And he was a very efficient runner, but you can make the argument that he wasn't the number 1. He did, however, have, I believe it was 200 or 300 yards his sophomore season at James Madison, which is where he transferred from prior to getting to Indiana. So maybe they believe that he can sort of, reemerge as a pass catcher. But that was actually asked to John Lynch last night. Are you confident that Black can succeed in the passing game?
Yeah, I think he can handle himself there. I think that's another thing, Senior Bowl. You evaluate everything, Senior Bowl. You turn on his one-on-ones. I was there. Kyle watched it on the film, and the one-on-ones really stood out. So while he wasn't featured at Indiana, like you mentioned, at James Madison did a little more of that. I think he can have a role there as well, and just couldn't be happier to have him.
Yeah, so John Lynch is saying that it's a skill set that was essentially dormant because of what he was asked to do at Indiana. Let me read this to you. This is from our chat and from Giants Forever. Drafted 2 defensive tackles last year, traded for one this offseason, and just drafted another. They're seemingly wasting numerous picks. I don't know if wasting is the word that I would use, but I think it also applies to what we're talking about with the running back in Kalen Black. It feels like they're kind of just doubling down on these positions that they've missed on in previous years.
But is that a reason to not address the position? I guess.
No, I think you're right, but that's to me where the frustration stems from for fans. It's like we haven't gotten it right before.
But with all due respect to everybody out there, who the hell cares about the fans if I'm in the draft room? I mean, that's the only way I can look at this. I can't think about mistakes that I've made to influence my decisions going forward. So I'm not supposed to draft this guy, even though we collectively think this could be the best guy for us at this position in the draft as far as our draft positioning. I just don't think that that's part of the equation when you're on the clock. Just to put yourself in the mindset of a Lynch or a Shanahan.
Well, and that's where, as we were talking about earlier, by the way, the 49ers are officially on the clock for pick number 127. The pick is in. We will go live to the podium when, I don't know if it's the International Fan of the Year who's going to be doing it again. But
what do you think they'll do here?
What I think they'll do here?
It's got to be an offensive lineman.
Well, that's what we said the last pick, and they took a tackle, defensive tackle. I would believe that it's going to be an offensive lineman or a safety. And right now, as I'm looking at the best available players on the board, at least according to some mock drafts, Jalen Kilgore out of South Carolina is a safety. Demetrius Crownover is the best tackle left on the board right now. Brian Parker, the second out of Duke, the best interior lineman, along with Inez Cooper out of Miami. Both of those last 2 players are guards. So the question is what they do here. You know, I felt like in general, Dan, the Niners last season, they used a lot of their 11 picks on defense. And I felt like this season, they would probably move towards the offensive side of the ball because you have a ton of older players. You have McCaffrey, you have Williams, Evans is older, Kittle's coming off of injury. You don't have a ton of proven talent on the offensive line. I felt like offense was going to be where they addressed or what they addressed in this draft. But it feels like so far it's been kind of even. And
but their first play was a wide receiver, and they also took a running back. I think they addressed the offense.
Yeah, but they also took 2 defensive players. Yeah. I'm saying last year is heavily skewed towards defense, whereas this year is not the case. I think this has got to be an offensive lineman or a safety. But based on the way that things have worked out for the 49ers, maybe it'll be another running back.
Maybe it's another Jake Moody.
Maybe it'll be a kicker.
Who knows at this point?
Well, and I think that's also a minor frustration for fans. And we're going to, I think, Pastor, we're going to blow through this break here and take it to 42 just so we can make sure we get this pick in. One of the frustrations is, you're seeing a ton of other teams that I think in a weird way almost abide by a lot of these mocks or are more reflective of the draft analysts. Whereas the 49ers, again, it feels to me, having covered now the last 3 drafts for them on draft night and further, it's almost like they have in their mind what's going to work. And the problem is it just kind of hasn't from the players that they've selected.
Yeah, and at some point, it can catch up to you. Because you're right, this is a team that's reliant on older stars. Their best players are George Kittle, it's Brock Purdy, it's McCaffrey, it's Trent Williams. Another year or 2 from now, those players are going to walk off because they can no longer do it. And so who do you replenish them with? Ideally, it would be players that are waiting in the wings that you've drafted. Seattle's done a remarkable job of that. The Rams, believe it or not, despite time and time again mortgaging the future by giving away all their draft picks, Snead, despite this year, has done a really good job. But at some point, if the 49ers continue to miss on young picks, it will come home to roost because you're going to have to, at some point, rely on younger players developing and becoming the George Kittles and the Trent Williams of tomorrow. Because at some point, you're going to need to identify the next star, and you can't always necessarily go out and make a trade for a Christian McCaffrey or have enough money to get a Trent Williams. So developing young talent, I know I'm overstating the obvious, but there's such a high imbalance on this football team between the veteran stars on this team and the younger players who are still sort of in question as to whether or not they're going to materialize as impact NFL players.
No, and I think that's a great point, Dan, because it's probably why they're in the position they are, where we're wondering where this thing is going for the San Francisco 49ers. And we can get a little bit more into that after this pick, but where are the Niners at as a franchise? It feels like they're kind of towards the end of whatever this window is. And they've been able to keep it open with a ton of top-tier aging talent. But at what point is that aging talent going to age out? You know, Mike Evans had his first injury-prone season last year of his career. Is he going to be able to turn back the clock again? Or is this the player that he is for the remainder of what is left of a Hall of Fame career? I'm not so sure. And Pasta, do we have the pick, or did it?
Yeah, they did not announce it at the podium.
Oh, they didn't announce it at the podium. Okay, but we do know who it is. It is at number 127. The San Francisco 49ers select Carver Willis, offensive tackle, Washington. 4 sacks allowed and 312 pass blocks a year ago. Took 564 offensive snaps at left tackle. So perhaps, Dan, they have their offensive lineman. They have their left tackle of the future, perhaps.
There it is. Okay. Well, we knew that they had to address it at some point. He's a guard, I'm assuming?
He's a tackle.
He's a tackle. Yay! Well, a tackle switching to a guard position, I think, is doable because you don't need a tackle on this football team right now. I think you're good with McKivitz and Trent Williams, but what you need is somebody to line up next to Trent Williams and replace Ben Barch. Is that what it is that he's going to do? So he's a guy that fits into what, again, a lot of this is nuance because a lot of people just look at offensive linemen in sort of a general sense at every position. When it comes to the 49ers, there are certain things that they put an emphasis on that other teams don't. And obviously it's the zone scheme blocking. It's the quickness. You got to be able to get to the outside. There's a lot of things that the 49ers covet that other teams don't. And it's apparently that's an area of strength for this guy. So run blocking and mobility, that's what they need. And that's apparently what it is that he excels at.
And this is, by the way, a little bit of an overview of Carver Willis. Again, offensive tackle out of Washington, 6'5", 303 pounds, fifth-year senior, also played previously at Kansas State, was an honorable mention All-Big Ten Conference selection after starting 10 games, over 500 snaps at left tackle last season. He's a player that his run-blocking tape is supposed to be impressive. He's quick. And so it has me feeling, Dan, like last year, and this is where I think the Niners have addressed some things overall in the draft, despite people not really liking maybe the value for some of these picks. Last year, they could not get to the quarterback. They had 20 sacks as a team. Okay, so you go out and you get an edge rusher who's a speed rusher, and you get an interior speed rusher to help you in that effort. This, again, fourth-round pick, number 137, is a player we'll find out how much he helps immediately, but last year they could not run the football. They were dead last in terms of yards per carry in the NFL. So he's someone that is supposed to be, in an ideal fashion, more of a run blocker. Now, he's someone that, according, again, to experts, lacks ideal length and the anchor of an NFL tackle, but is someone who is a blocking finisher, plays fluidly, has quick sliding ability, and maybe someone that fits into that sort of zone scheme that Shanahan's running.
That's interesting that you mentioned that. If he doesn't have the arm length, you know what that's telling me? He's easily convertible to a guard.
Yeah.
So
you could slide him inside.
Yeah, that's probably something they took into consideration, that this is a guy that can be converted to a guard position. While he played tackle at the collegiate level and was good, but if you have sub-arm reach, that's usually screaming guard, in my narrow view of tackles in the NFL. So I'm almost certain that the 49ers took into consideration that this is going to be an easy transition for this guy to step down in the guard position. And that's exactly where he'll play. And somebody that can plug up the middle if he's shorter and heavier, just from a measurement standpoint, that he might be ideal to be the guard position. In fact, I wouldn't even hesitate to say that that's exactly where they're going to try and plug and play him.
And Carver Willis might be your starting left guard come 2026 week 1. He's somebody who can fit as a zone scheme guard, considered to be a swing tackle. And it kind of profiles as a few of the guys they've had in the past that have been able to move outside, stay inside. Who knows how good he will be at the beginning of his career, but it feels like, a depth pick, and again, in a position they really need. So the 49ers select Carver Willis, played tackle in college, projects as a possible guard in the NFL, out of the University of Washington with the 127th overall pick in the NFL draft. Their next pick is coming up in just about 5 picks, I believe, unless they do something with it. They have the 33rd and 39th pick of the 4th round, so things are coming at you fast here on 95.7 The Game. We'll take you up until 10:42 and then take a break here to make sure we can get those picks in. I guess not everything is going to be at the podium, but if it is, we will take that live for you here. Again, Dan Devone, Evan Giddings, 888-957-9570 is the number. This is from the 408, and I think it was something we were talking about earlier. And, to your point, Dan, if you keep missing on picks of a certain position, don't you readjust your evaluation criteria for that position for your next draft board? Then keep picking against your normal Uber strategy, not skip positions because of past misses. I think you can look at it one of two ways. You can look at it as you got to take the bad and then blend that into what you're doing right now, or your process has produced multiple NFC Championship appearances, multiple Super Bowl appearances, and your way, it's the right way.
It is at the end of the day. And that's why guys like Kyle Shanahan will not be influenced by any of this. And quite frankly, if you look historically throughout the NFL, coaches that actually are considered good at their position, they're all innovators and they're all weird, right? They all do things their way. They go down doing things according to them. From Al Davis until he eventually got too old and then was trying to play football as though it was 1975, to Bill Belichick, to all of these guys, they do things. Kyle Shanahan, Jimmy Johnson, for crying out loud. He looked for players that were suitable to play football the way he wanted to play Dallas Cowboy football. And they don't amend things according to what popular sentiment is. They live within their own, they're visionaries at the end of the day, Ev.
Yeah.
And they're innovative that way. They're like, this is how I see things. And if you don't like the way I see things, then get rid of me. But this is who I am as a coach. No, really, that's who they are. And that's there's a method to their madness. And they're not somebody that's going to say to themselves, well, we've missed on running backs. Let's not do it again this year. They're like, no, this guy makes sense to us. And despite whether it's considered a reach or to all the nerds who have their mock drafts, like, what the hell is it that you're doing? Well, they're going to do things and they're just going to go down with the ship if it doesn't work. That's just who they are. Historically, it's been littered throughout the NFL when you think about coaches like this.
Well, let's take a listen to Kyle Shanahan, who spoke on this very subject last night, again, after they took Kalen Black in the 3rd round. Their first 3 picks of the draft, Dejon Stribbling at number 33, Romello Haight at the 6th pick of the 3rd round, and then Kalen Black, the 26th pick of that 3rd round. Wide receiver, edge, running back. After the draft finished up last night, day 2, day 3 going on right now, Kyle Shanahan was asked if it registers with him on taking a running back in the 3rd round, considering the misses of the past.
When you guys are talking about we're going to take a running back in the 3rd round, Kyle, you even joked once about when you took Moody, I can't believe we didn't take a running back in the 3rd round. I mean, do you guys even, does it register with you, well, we haven't had much success at doing this in the past?
Honestly, I forgot about that till you just said that, but now I remember everything. No, it doesn't hit us, but it's fun to mess with each other on. But we don't think it's relevant, but hopefully a better one.
I mean, it's your point there. Kyle Shanahan saying...
That's a hell of a question. Who was that?
I completely forgot. I think that's Eric Branch of the Chronicle.
Good for him, man.
Yeah, he's good. 49ers beat writer for the San Francisco Chronicle. Yeah, he doesn't weigh in his mind whatsoever. Now, obviously, if you bring it back up to him, he'll drop right back into space.
It can't. If you're going to be that guy, then you're not suited to be an NFL coach. You seriously, you have to be a visionary and you have to do things according to you. And more often than not, it works for Kyle Shanahan. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. But you got to stay true to yourself at the end of the day. All the coaches have always been like that historically, the good ones. I would say Sean McVay's the same way. These dudes are weird, man. They're just strange people. And there's just a certain sort of player. There's a certain way of doing things. And I'm sure their wives would attest to this. Yeah, it's just like he has to he puts his jeans on a certain way because he's a weird dude. That's who these guys are, man. Eats his food with in a certain manner.
Not sure if it's the best time of year to bring up head coaches' wives, but did you see the reaction? Yeah. Did you see the reaction, by the way, from Sean McVay?
Yeah.
To the Simpson pick?
See, there's another one. I know this goes against public sentiment, but I give the benefit of the doubt to Les Snead. I know that sounds crazy.
He's the decision maker.
But Snead, again, I know popular sentiment is, what the hell is it that you're doing? Ty Simpson, come on, man. Like, this is a team that can win a Super Bowl. Go get us a wide receiver. What the hell is it? But again, I'm sorry. I just defer to a guy that got you Puka Nacua a year ago. Like, where the hell did you find him? You're the guy that got Stafford. You're the guy that got Aaron Donald. You're the guy that got Sean McVay. You're the guy that put this thing together. You're the guy that got Von Miller, for crying out loud. I can't, simply because I'm sorry, you get the benefit of the doubt here if I'm a Ram fan.
Well, that makes sense to me. Les Snead has proven time and time again that he has found players both in the draft and saying F them picks to go bring in guys that have helped you compete at a high level and even won a Super Bowl. My problem, and where I feel like a lot of fans also fall with Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, is you don't have a proven track record in the draft the way that a Les Snead does. So I'm with you on Sean McVay. 100%. Your job, coach the team. I'll get you the players. We've done it in the past. I've gotten you proven guys. Don't worry about it. You might think that we could have used someone here. We didn't need a quarterback. That's all well and good. That's your job. Figure it out. And by the way, the San Francisco 49ers have now made a trade with the Baltimore Ravens. So they have traded back. We'll get you details on that in just a moment. But the Niners will not be picking at 133. They have traded back in the 4th round with the Baltimore Ravens, kind of along the lines of what they did day one, trading back from 27 to 30.
So is that 9 total picks this year? Sorry.
To the 33.
I didn't mean to interrupt. Is that 9 picks this year?
9 picks this season.
Will that give them 9 picks in this year's NFL draft?
They started out with 6. They acquired an extra. So, I mean, I got to see what the trade is eventually for. But I also imagine that Baltimore had a player identified at this spot. The Niners, meanwhile, they have remaining. Let me just double check that here. The Niners still have the 39th pick, the compensatory here in the 4th round. And then as it stands, they have the 39th pick of the 5th round coming up, which was what they got for, I believe it was D. Winters from the Cowboys.
So they're sending the pick 133 to the Ravens in exchange for pick 154 in a 2027 6th round pick.
Okay, so they get, well, they also move back into the 5th round. So they get the Baltimore Ravens' first 5th round pick and then an additional 6th round pick next year. So, you know, I think it also speaks to, Dan, maybe the lack of talent in this draft. You know, I'm just going off of what experts have said, what analysts have written, but they're of the belief that next year's draft is supposed to be more talented than this one. And maybe the Niners just weren't really in love with the guy at that point after taking Carver Willis with the 27th pick of the 4th round.
Well, and I think you also have to keep in mind the damage that they've been able to do in the back end of the NFL draft.
Yeah.
Like, this is where they make their money. So, you know, the 49ers own rounds 5 through 7, as ridiculous as that sounds.
That's true.
That's true. This is sort of where they live. And this is, you know, well, they're always throwaways. At this point, usually everybody's sort of burnt on the draft. Everybody's like, I'm going outside for the first time in 2 days. But this is when the 49ers find their difference makers. So compiling draft picks at the bottom of the draft, if you were to look at this team, if you look at Lynch and Shanahan, they're just stockpiling in a place where they've been really effective. That's in the back end of the NFL draft.
And improving their war chest in the process. This was a compensatory pick, by the way, number 133 for the Niners. They traded to the Baltimore Ravens, who select Matthew Hibner, a tight end out of SMU, a potential position that the Niners.
He's good.
I know you do. No, you've seen a lot of tape. 6'4", 250, he can run like a deer.
Oh, he's good hands, can block.
Stop it.
I like him, especially on the quick slants. He can give you some go routes. Always been a really stand-up guy.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. San Francisco 49ers trade their pick at 133, but they have another fourth-round pick coming up in 6 slots. So we'll keep it locked right here on 95.7 The Game. Got to hit a break, though. If you want to react to what's gone on so far, to the Niners' philosophy, to their approach, to their overall offseason, what are you making right now of what John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are doing in that war room? We'll continue to talk about it until 12 o'clock, then hand you off to Mark Grandy and Carter Chickering, who have you until 3 p.m. All ahead on 95.7 The Game. Dan Devone, Evan Giddings, back after this.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Mix and match items. Buy 2, get 3 for free when you buy 5 items. Items like Oscar Mayer bacon, Kraft mayo, Kraft singles cheeses, and Capri Sun juices, selected varieties. Check with your local Safeway store for a full list of participating items. And speaking of participating, here's Dan Dibley.
Well, I'd love to, Mark. 8-piece fried chicken, 4 drumsticks and 4 thighs, or signature select classic salad, 32 to 48 ounce size selected varieties for just $5.99. And finally, USDA choice boneless beef chuck roast mega packs for just $5.99 per pound. It's unbelievable.
Yes, it is. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
In the aisles.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America and a member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Today on the CW.
We are green at Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series blasts off.
Great day to go race at Talladega.
On one of NASCAR's most legendary tracks.
Talladega, dude, let's go!
This is the biggest and the baddest of the super speedway tracks.
It's a race. It's a party. This is Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
From Talladega, today at noon on Cron 4, the CW.
Whether you're renovating or building new, Ashby Lumber and Marvin help bring your vision to life with bold design and unmatched performance. In the Bay Area, your home is everything, and the right door makes all the difference. Discover Marvin Elevate and Vivid Doors, crafted for expansive views, natural light, and seamless indoor-outdoor living. Available at Ashby Lumber, your trusted local partner for premium building materials. Visit Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord, or learn more at marvin.com. Marvin, designed for how you live.
The NHL playoffs are here, and now you can trade every game on Kelsey. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. Tampa Bay is trading at 13% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $673 if they take the Stanley Cup. With Kelsey, official partner of the NHL, you're trading against other people in the live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kelsey app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kelsey. Trade on anything.
If you're carrying a lot of credit card or personal loan debt, every month can start to feel the same. All those bills, all those due dates, all that stress. There's a solution that's designed to make it easier for you. National Debt Relief could put you on the fast track to paying off your credit card debt, personal loans, and even medical debt for less than you owe, with just one low monthly payment you can afford. And no, it's not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. It's a real, affordable debt relief program that could save you lots of money. National Debt Relief has already helped over 1 million people with their debt and has thousands of 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So if you owe $10,000 or more, don't wait. Call 800-300-4411 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-300-4411. One call could help reduce what you owe and simplify your monthly payments. Call 800-300-4411 now to find out how much you could save.
95.7 The Game is proud to support Drawbridge and the Aragon Foundation on the Bridging Creative Possibilities Gala, May 9th in San Francisco. Join us for live music, dancing, and an art auction with proceeds that help fund music and art education. For tickets, head to 957thegame.com.
If you're carrying a lot of credit card or personal loan debt, every month can start to feel the same. All those bills, all those due dates, all that stress. There's a solution that's designed to make it easier for you. National Debt Relief could put you on the fast track to paying off your credit card debt, personal loans, and even medical debt for less than you owe, with just one low monthly payment you can afford. And no, it's not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. It's a real, affordable debt relief program that could save you lots of money. National Debt Relief has already helped over 1 million people with their debt and has thousands of 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So if you owe $10,000 or more, don't wait. Call 800-300-4411 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-300-4411. One call could help reduce what you owe and simplify your monthly payments. Call 800-300-4411 now to find out how much you could save.
With the 107th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Grayson, Halton, defensive tackle, Oklahoma. Welcome to the Bay, buddy.
Bang, bang, 49ers game, baby. Grayson Halton here. You know, excited to get up there to the Bay Area and show 49ers what I'm about, baby. Let's get it.
Welcome to the Bay, buddy.
Who is that?
You got to turn your mic on.
Who did that?
Well, that was the International Fan of the Year. That was
the International.
He announced the Niners pick, who, by the way, are coming up in 3 more picks. The Niners, they traded back out of 133, flipped that compensatory pick to the Baltimore Ravens, who selected a tight end in exchange for a 5th-round pick this season and a 6th-round pick next season. So they have turned 6 picks into 8. And so far, they have selected 5 players. Dejon Stribbling out of Ole Miss, a wide receiver. Romello Height, the edge out of Texas Tech. Kalen Black, running back out of Indiana. Grayson Halton, who you just heard from after the fan selection, the defensive tackle from Oklahoma. And then most recently, Carver Willis, a tackle / potentially guard out of the University of Washington.
Yeah, I would remove the potential. I think he's sliding in as your guard. How do you feel about this now that you're beginning to see the body of work?
I mean, still, the one pick I have a problem with would be Kalen Black.
You're good with Stribbling?
Yeah, I am. I think he's a guy that...
Because he's from Hawaii.
That's not why I love him. Although, that is... you know what? I'll be paying attention to his demeanor all season. We'll see how Hawaiian he really is when the chips are down, because those are the guys...
He's a little bit more Hawaiian than you, because he's from Kapolei High School, not whatever word it is that you spit out.
I said Kapolei as opposed to Kapolei.
Okay.
Yeah. I was off, though.
Still a European.
I spent more time in Waianae than you have.
That's true.
I'll tell you that.
Shout out your old man.
West Side, baby.
Driving a cab.
West
That's
Side.
strong, brother.
West Side,
You thought
man.
I forgot, huh? That's so strong.
I know you didn't forget. No, I don't mind the Stribbling pick. And it's like you're looking at all these positions now. And again, to me, the only one that doesn't make sense is Black in the 3rd round at number 20, at the 26th pick of the 3rd round. I think it was 90 overall. But they got a wide receiver. I don't have a problem with them addressing that, because I am not of the belief that Ricky Pearsall is going to stay healthy this year. And I'm not sure that I can even rely on Mike Evans at his advanced stage coming off a season where he only played 5 games. Then you go edge.
Just to stay on that for a second,
Yeah.
I hate interrupting, but I think that even if those dudes stay upright and on the field, there's a good chance that Evans and Kirk, if you're signing a 1-year deal at that age, I would say the percentages are close to 90 that you're not going to be with the team next year. Could be wrong, but instead of getting into the draft and trying to find an immediate need, you have a guy who's been in the system for a year, right? So there's sort of that long-term. I think he's going to see the field this year, but there's also the long-term play when it comes to Stribbling as well.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be an impact 2nd-round pick, say, the way Deebo Samuel was in 2019. Deebo was awesome his rookie season. I think it's probably more like a Brandon Ayuk pick, who was taken, I think, 25th in 2020, somebody who emerged in his 3rd season. But Stribbling, unlike maybe an Ayuk, he seems to me, Dan, like more of a pro-ready player, not just because he's 24, but also in the sense that he's willing to do the dirty work. It seems like he's willing to block. He's willing to mix it up. He's got the frame to do it. In addition to the 4.36 speed that he offers. So I think in a perfect world, he's your fourth receiver going into camp. And as much as I like Christian Kirk, or used to like Christian Kirk, if Stribbling is going to be a dude, I think he beats him out for that third spot. Maybe not by week 1, but by the end of the season, he is absolutely in the rotation. He's in the cast of characters at the wide receiver position. I know Kyle Shanahan doesn't really like to play the young guys if he doesn't have to, but Stribbling, if he can block, he should be on the field because he offers a little more versatility, in my opinion, than Christian Kirk.
I just think they're, again, in search of the Holy Grail, and that is to find a guy who can stretch the field and just let her rip. And I think that, one thing about Brock Purdy, he's not Jimmy Garoppolo. He's not dinking and dunking, but he actually likes to plant that back foot and let her rip. I didn't know that about him, but over the last couple of years, he's not only a risk taker, but he wants to air it out. He just doesn't have anybody to throw to.
Well, here's a familiar name. Lance is off the board. North Dakota State. His little brother Bryce.
No way.
Yeah, wide receiver, NDSU. Was pretty good for the Bison, and it was just taken number 136 by the New Orleans Saints.
He can't catch.
Wait, what was that one?
He can't catch.
Who is that, by the way? Pasta. Do we know?
It was Carrington Harrison, and they were talking about Sky Moore when he was acquired.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, that was a
Hey, speaking of
Kansas
which,
City Chiefs analyst.
So I noticed there was a Darrell Jackson Jr. that came off the board earlier in, I'm not sure, one of the earlier rounds today. Can you find out, Pus, if that's Darrell Jackson's son, former wide receiver for the Seattle Seahawks? Anyways.
I'll effort that.
Trey Lance, little bro.
Yep, Trey Lance's younger brother, wide receiver.
I say one thing about Trey Lance, by the way. If you're talking about Trey Lance, the one guy on this planet,
Chargers legend,
that told you he was garbage from day one was me. But
now, what made you believe that? Because you've been sitting up here all day talking about how we don't know crap about all these guys. So when was the moment for you, Dan Devone, when you figured out that Trey Lance was not a capable thrower of the football?
When I saw him throw a forward pass, the first thing I said on the air, well, everybody, I hate doing this because I used to do it all the time. I mean, 95-7 the game, everybody.
Oh, Bonte and Shasky were very high on Trey Lance.
I said, this dude's got a hitch in his giddy-up, and he's not accurate. And I said immediately, I remember Bill Walsh saying, I can teach you a lot of things. I can't teach accuracy. And I was like, wow, this dude's delivery's a little weird. Anyways, I digress.
So you must not have liked Phillip Rivers either.
No, it's an interesting comparison. I never liked his delivery. But he was accurate with the football. And it's just, listen, I don't want to relitigate Trey Lance. But, okay, you made me lose my train of thought there.
Well, Pasta played a drop.
The one thing I wanted to say about
trying to figure out
his little brother and Trey Lance is that, say what you will about his play on the field, but he was a nice dude. And so I'm assuming he just came from good family. I know that doesn't mean anything at the end of the day. I'm just saying he and his mom and dad, it was just it was a good family unit. I hate to rip the dude. He sucked from day one, but he was just like a good guy.
No, I can confirm that. I covered Trey Lance's freshman season at NDSU. That was when I was working in Fargo. So I talked to Trey. It was his redshirt season. He was one of the best interviews on the team, and that was as an 18-year-old. I think part of it too, he's also just drafted really young, and that's where it's funny we're talking about the Niners learning from their past mistakes. Maybe third-round running backs. And by the way, they have made so far 5 selections this year. Stribbling, a wide receiver, Haight, an edge, Black, a running back, Halton, defensive tackle, and Willis, an offensive tackle/guard. A lot of these guys are older players. Willis is a 5th-year tackle.
Yeah.
Stribbling is 24 years old. Haight is 25. Black is 24. I think Halton's 22. But Trey Lance was drafted as a 21-year-old who had only really played one full season of college. I think he was hurt a bit by by COVID and the pandemic season, because it sort of forced him to make that choice where if you're going to be the 3rd overall pick, you kind of have to go. But we all know you still really need some more grooming in college to develop as a passer. And, maybe the Niners have learned a little bit from those sort of mistakes, that you don't always just want to take the guy that has the potential you do need to actually see some substance before you pull that trigger.
Well, they're only getting 1 year out of, is it Black? No, not.
Halton? Or Haight?
Haight, essentially.
Well, Haight played 6 years.
Yeah.
And I know he wasn't a starter for all of them, but he did spend 6 years in college. So you feel like at 25 years old, his body is ready for the NFL.
But again, before we get to the break, the one thing that I would say is get used to this. You're going to see a lot of older players, not only with the 49ers across the board, coming into the NFL at ages 24, 25. You know, a lot of these guys are going to be at advanced ages simply because they're not leaving college as early as they once did. Why? Because a lot of these guys are taking pay cuts. Riley Leonard talked about this where he went to Indianapolis. He's like, I'm taking a pay cut to play in the NFL. Yeah. I could have made $5 million if I stayed at Notre Dame.
I bet he wished he did. He wasn't getting replaced by Phillip Rivers at 45 years old. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. If you want to react to the draft so far, the Niners have made 5 picks: wide receiver, edge, running back, defensive tackle, offensive tackle. Where do you feel like they are now? What's John Lynch doing as they prepare for their next pick? 139 coming up in 3 picks. We'll have that for you on the other side when we return. Dan Devone, Evan Giddings. It's draft day here on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome to the Bay, buddy.
So, how's your research going?
Surprising. After I figured out the top-rated TVs in our price range, I went shopping for deals.
And who's the best?
It wasn't the internet, and it wasn't the warehouse club.
But?
It was video only. They had better deals on the Samsung, LG, and the Sony TVs that got the highest scores.
Better than online and at the club?
I know. Video only beat them all. And now we can afford an even better model for the same price. My research really paid off.
If we buy it video only.
Exactly. Otherwise, we'll be sorry.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years. Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak. Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages? No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside. Upside? What's that? Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well. Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, they picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I went to Staples for a custom printed graduation banner and invites and saw that Party City is now at Staples.
Wait, what?
Party City is now at Staples.
So now Staples has balloons?
Yep.
Decorations?
Yes.
Streamers, cups, table covers?
Yep, Staples has everything for a party. And now buy two, get one free on select foil balloons.
Holy confetti! So the best party start at Staples.
That was easy.
In 613 select stores, exclusions apply. In-store or buy online. Pick up in-store only.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a cybersecurity engineer at a publicly traded company.
We've been hacked! They're through our firewall!
How is that even possible?
They got my password.
Please don't tell me your password was password.
It's actually password 1.
This is a job for Sponsored Jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed Sponsored Jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings, Dan Devone, 1 hour left before we hand you over to Mark Grandy and Carter Chickering. Draft coverage all day long here on 95.7 The Game, rounds 4 through 7. We are just about done with the fourth round, and we are finished with the Niners' second and final pick of the fourth round. It is none other than cornerback out of the University of Washington, Ephesians Prysock. We're going to have to double check that, but I believe that is his name, 6'3", 195, a big cornerback, and he's out of UW. So a couple of Huskies, as obviously they took earlier in the fourth round, pardon me, their third pick of the fourth round. Their second pick was Carver Willis out of the University of Washington as well. So a couple of dogs from up in your neck of the woods, Dan, in Seattle.
I like this guy. I've seen a lot of him. I like the way he turns his hips. A guy that's really good in 50-50 balls and somebody that's going to have an impact. No, he's big corner.
6'3". That's a big corner.
He used to love big corners. It was Pete Carroll. That's how he built the Legends of Doom back in the day. But I don't know. Again, here we go. I know you needed a safety. There's tight ends. But, again, this is just who they feel is the best on the board. I don't know about you. I think, Diameter Lenore is far from a lockdown, but you feel comfortable. But Renardo Green's got some holes. And so, not that he's going to pressure anybody for a starting position, but, it's always, you need depth at corner, Ev.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, he doesn't profile as someone who probably plays the slot, but, you got Upton Stout for that last season. You want to figure out what you're doing with Renardo Green. A little more on Ephesians Prysock. Again, the last pick of the fourth round by the San Francisco 49ers, one of their compensatory picks, ran a 4.45 40-yard dash at the combine, was tied for the team lead with 7 pass breakups this season, started all 13 games, was on the field for all 13 games the year prior in 2024, made 48 tackles, not afraid to put his hat on, was honorable mention All Pac-12 in 2023 when he played for Arizona before transferring eventually to the University of Washington. According to draft experts, obviously impressive length at 6'3", plays with a high center of gravity that may limit some of his transitions, but is more connected, plays good press. and has displayed makeup speed when necessary. So, he's somebody that they feel like profiles potentially well in a zone coverage scheme, which the Niners will play. And perhaps that's another indicator that Raheem Morris is getting a guy that he can use. Again, 2 pass rushers, one on the exterior and the edge, one on the interior, and now a cornerback that may fit into more of a zone scheme. And maybe that's tipping the hand a little bit, Dan, as to what Raheem Morris will look to do this season as the Niners' new defensive coordinator.
Yeah, just reading up on this guy. Apparently, he likes to get his head in there, so he's physical in the run support, which is, can't say that about a lot of cornerbacks. Dejon Lenoir certainly is that guy. But here are some of the areas of concern. Ball production, tracking, doesn't do that well. Apparently very penalty prone the last couple of years with the University of Washington. Handsy, as they like to say in coverage. A little handsy there. He's considered a project who does not always trust his technique. Inconsistent tackling. While he's willing to be physical, his tackling technique can be inconsistent in the open field. So what does that mean at the end of the day? Well, in Shanahan we trust.
And in Raheem Morris we trust. So the Niners right now have used 6 draft picks, 3 offensive players, a wide receiver, running back, and a tackle, and 3 defensive players, an edge, a defensive tackle, and a cornerback. Their next pick is coming up in 13 slots. Right now we're into the 5th round with the first pick of that 5th round going to the Texans, a safety in Kamari Ramsey. Are you surprised at all, Dan, that some of the positions that we've talked about, interior lineman, it feels like they filled that with Carver Willis, though he's listed as a tackle from his profile, feels like he's probably going to be more of an interior guy, maybe more of a swing tackle of anything else. But they did not yet and have not. They have 2 more picks left, but have not drafted a safety, which a lot of people have identified as a necessity for a team that has, kind of a rotating cast of characters back there.
Yeah, well, I would think that you would think that they're going to go safety here in the next 2 picks, and this sort of falls in line with where they regard safeties in an NFL draft. It's usually right around now when they begin to hone in and focus on safeties historically. So I think when it's all said and done with, they will have addressed all their needs. Now, some of us can say that a lot of these were reaches or that they didn't prioritize positions properly, but I think the 49ers are going to feel very comfortable about all the players that they have taken in terms of filling those quote-unquote gaps going into this season.
Again, if you're just joining our draft coverage here on 95.7 The Game, my name is Evan Giddings. That's Dan Dejon. We got you locked until 12 o'clock, and then Mark Randy and Carter Chickering will take over for the next 3 hours. I'm assuming reacting to these final 2 picks, maybe the last pick in the 5th round will be towards the end of our show, the beginning of theirs, but they'll be reacting to the entire NFL draft. And you can react as well at 888-957-9570. Dejon Stribbling, wide receiver out of Ole Miss, taken with the 33rd overall pick. Romello Height, 5 picks later, out of Texas Tech, the edge, taken there. Kalen Black, the 26th pick of the 3rd round, running back out of Indiana. And then the 7th pick of the 4th round, Grayson Halton, defensive tackle out of Oklahoma, 27th pick of the 4th round. Carver Willis, offensive tackle / guard out of Washington. They traded back from the 33rd pick of the 4th round into the 5th, also acquiring a 6th round pick for 2027. And then with their final selection of the 4th round, they selected Ephesians Prysock, cornerback out of Washington. So overall right now, Dan, it feels like they've identified just about everything except for the safety position. And when you look at the totality of a draft, do you judge it more by position? Do you judge it more by, the value within the moment? Because it feels like it's one of those drafts where people were originally happy about them trading back into the 2nd round, acquiring some capital. Last night, people were completely up in arms about specifically the Kalen Black pick, but I think guys being reached for, not necessarily also a position because people wanted the offensive line. They may have wanted a safety. They actually traded out of a pick at 58 that was used on Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, a safety out of Toledo that was mocked to the Niners. So maybe they felt like they could have taken a guy there. But it feels like today the waters have calmed a little bit. People may not be happy overall with the draft, but I don't think that anybody's looking at these 3 picks that the Niners used in the 4th round and saying, that's not a guy for us.
Yeah, I think they've addressed needs. You ask me how I feel about this draft. I feel about this draft as I do any NFL draft, and that I'll get back to me in 2 years or 3 years, because none of us know, right? None of us know. We can sit here and say on paper or theorize, it's all hyperbole, it's all conjecture. None of us know. And so if that's the case, then I'm going to lean to the guys that are doing this year round, and that being the 49ers front office. Now, I know that it hasn't been very good over the last, 5-6 years, certainly the last couple of years, but this is, we won't know. None of us are going to know until these guys put on an actual uniform and get after it. We can sit here and we can talk, but that's all it is at the end of the day. But I think in terms of addressing needs, when it's all said and done with, I look for them to draft the safety. And so they will have addressed all of their concerns going into this season. How this will materialize? Well, again, you're going to have to sit back and watch this play out over the next couple of years.
Ephesians Prysock, by the way, 23 years old. So again, sort of factors into that strategy of potentially drafting for the now, drafting a player that could start for you. Maybe it's over Renardo Green. Maybe it's as a rotational cornerback. Again, I think a position you can never have too many of, just because the Niners have not had a bunch outside of Diamador Lenore that have really stood out in recent years. This is from the 510 on the text line. Dan, you mentioned that Prysock has had problems with penalties. The texter is saying, I think if you play a zone coverage, you need to get pressure on opposing quarterbacks. And we know Bosa will be out for part of this season. Hopefully he's back at the beginning, but obviously you never know, even if he is, if he'll be 100%. This pick may be a project pick for the future. I think we can glean a little bit, at least on the defensive side of the football, from what the 49ers have done so far. They have taken a defensive tackle that fits in alongside C.J. West, Alfred Collins. If you want to throw Evan Anderson and Sebastian Valdez, Sam Okawanu in there, those are players that have rotated in on the defensive line. You bring a couple of speed guys that can get after the quarterback into that room. I think that the number one objective for Raheem Morris this season as DC is to produce more sacks, which in turn should hopefully produce more turnovers. If they are last or towards the bottom of both of those categories as they were this season, hell, they didn't have, I think, an interception for the majority of the first half of this last year. If you are in that position, it's going to be very hard, I think, to win football games at a high level for a second straight season. Meanwhile, the cornerback, you bring him into a room with, Renardo Green. You did sign Jack Jones and Nate Hobbs as two veterans, so maybe there's a little bit of a perplexing pick there, but they obviously like the guy. I feel like we are seeing the Niners kind of telling us that Raheem Morris is going to get an opportunity to put his fingerprints on this defense, much in a way that Robert Saleh was last year.
And I don't know if this is an indicator of the sort of players that he likes at that position, but I like tall corners. I always have, and they just stand out, and they just look so damn intimidating. Richard Sherman comes to mind. Yeah. Well, I always think Pete Carroll back in the day.
Well, I'm not going to lie. The guy who I
remember Brandon Browner?
I was just going to say, I know you can't really play that way anymore, but Brandon Browner that dude was a thumper.
Remember that?
I mean, he was a cover corner. He was 6'4", 220, would just absolutely lay guys out.
Yeah, and so maybe Raheem Morris is doing things a little bit differently, that he likes angular corners that can get after it and give you some run support and are not afraid to lay the hat, as opposed to, Robert Saleh, and who I think sort of like the majority of cornerbacks are a little bit smaller in size. But listen, if you can find taller guys that can cover, I'm all for it, and I love those sort of players. So maybe it's sort of a changing of the guard at that position when it comes to Raheem Morris. We're still learning things about his style and the sort of the way he wants to play defensively.
Yeah, I mean, and you look at Renardo Green, Upton Stout, and Diamador Lenore, none of them are really tall, big corners. Even some of the guys they brought in, Nate Hobbs is 6 feet tall. Jack Jones, 5'11", maybe more of a flexible kind of corner. If you want to go down to the Darrell Luter Juniors of the world, he doesn't crack 6 feet. So they've had, I think, a propensity for drafting and taking smaller corners. I think it doesn't hurt to have a guy who's 6'3" that can match up with some of those big boys, specifically in the NFC West. You're looking at Devontae Adams, who's a tall, physical, tough receiver. Puka Nacua, 6'2". Even looking, down at someone like Arizona, Marvin Harrison is a guy who's an extreme talent, 6'5". The Seattle Seahawks maybe get away with more of a Jackson Smith-Njigba, small, tight window kind of guy, can get out of traffic in a phone booth sort of thing. But I don't mind the pick there at all. I'm curious to see what they do with their final two as we move on into the fifth round. By the way, we are again in the fifth round of the NFL draft here today. The 49ers coming up at number 154, 10 picks away right now as guys continue to fly off the board at a pace. But taking your reactions, taking your phone calls at 888-957-9570. And this was another stat, kind of interesting from the 510. Quote, I looked up what percentage of fifth rounders become regular starters in the NFL, and it's 50%. The only thing I'm wondering is if the 49ers think the Ravens will have a bad team next year and their sixth round pick will be likely a fifth rounder. Otherwise, I would not have made that trade with them because only 8.7% of sixth rounders become regular starters. I'm not sure if they were thinking too far ahead down that line, 510, but I just felt like the Niners came into this draft not believing that it was a game-changing type of draft with the Hall of Players. And so John Lynch told us before the draft he wanted to, if he could, turn picks into multiple picks. And they've done that. They came in with 6. They've ended up now with 8. And they got 2 more to go. So I think that 49ers have kind of tried to thread a needle. Maybe they've missed out on a few guys, Dan, but time will tell if indeed the players that they traded back and did not select actually end up burning him for another franchise.
When we're talking about the young cornerback that they just drafted, Prylock out of the University of Washington, I'm one of those, I'm assuming you're the same, that when it comes to cornerbacks, yeah, you like a good cover guy, but corners are as good as your D-line. Like, the focus has got to be on that defensive line, has got to get better. If you're pressuring quarterbacks, then corners are always going to look that much better. I don't care who. You could have Darrelle Revis. You could have Willie Brown. You could have Rod Woodson at the cornerback position. If a quarterback has time, like they did a year ago, if you're not going to have somebody who can set the edge alongside Nick Bosa and let a quarterback go through his progression, it doesn't matter who's playing on the back end or the back seven. You're going to get picked apart. And that's exactly what happened a year ago. And so I think it all starts up front. And so if there's an area of emphasis or need when it comes to the 49ers, it's that defensive line. And whether it's between the tackles or somebody coming off the outside, that's where they have to improve. And then everything else will fall in line in terms of your corners and your safeties. But I do believe that it's finding somebody not named Nick Bosa. And we've been in this search since D4, right? You got to find somebody that can also pressure the quarterback. And whether that's coming up the middle from this kid, they also got out of the University of Washington at a defensive tackle position. That's really, to me, when I look at the 49ers, and if I was to sort of generalize and handicap the 2026 draft, that's what they need. And they did address, but that's where they need to improve.
Well, and this is from Brian Baldinger. I believe it was yesterday with the Morning Roast, talking about how, maybe some of these positions that we're hoping for example, a tight end, this may not be the draft class to go get one of those guys. I think the 49ers do need a tight end. I think they do need a safety. I think they do need maybe even some more help on the offensive and defensive line. But Baldy came in yesterday, our Odyssey NFL Insider, one of the best in the business, talking about how, for example, this tight end class may not be the one for the Niners to find their next George Kittle.
It's not a great draft for tight ends. I mean, there's no George Kittles in this draft. There's nobody that can block like George that, was trained at Iowa like that. I went through the top 7 or 8 tight ends. I couldn't find anybody that could block. Max Clare. You could throw a lot of names out there. Now, maybe they weren't asked to do it, but they're all playing on the wing. They're all in motion. They're all in the slot. Eli Stowers. You could go through a list of all these guys. I can't find anybody that could really block, And so if you're saying, okay, a potential – now, I know George was a 5th-round pick, but at least, George will tell you that he couldn't get on the field at Iowa unless he could block, live in a weight room. I don't know if any of these guys can do it. And part of it is they weren't asked to do it. And so they were just chipping on the wing, helping the tackle. They weren't in a position where They had to play an NFL-wide tight end where you're working in concert with the tight end at the line of scrimmage to go block these outside linebackers and defensive ends. Like, I couldn't find anybody that could do it.
So, again, some of these decisions by the San Francisco 49ers may also just be dictated by the haul of players, by the group of guys that they have to choose from. As much as I would love to see them find a tight end of the future, the last thing that I would want is the Niners to reach for another Cameron Latu, who was a third-round pick, for example, a few years ago in 2023, a guy who came out of Alabama, a guy who probably was taken a bit higher than he was projected, and someone that, as many people have not heard of, he has not helped the 49ers whatsoever.
Well, Baldy, don't tell the New York Jets that for a guy who spends a little time in New York, because they're big on Kenyon Sadiq. And if there are no tight ends, according to Baldy, coming out of this year's draft, listen, it doesn't take a lot for New York fans, especially Jet fans, to get upset at their picks.
I mean, I feel like he's the one. If there is a guy, he's got to be the one. And by the way, don't tell Grandy that, because he's an Oregon Duck, and Grandy's been salivating over him for the last 2 years.
What a game.
I mean, that dude, he's not that big, but man, I mean, I watch a little Oregon football, but he is so doggone fast for a tight end, man. He reminds me of his Vernon Davis. So,
I mean, and Vernon Davis could fly.
Yeah.
Especially
I don't know. If he can't block, then according to Baldy.
Well, but this is the thing, though. It's like, I mean, you'd love to have a tight end who could block. Give me a tight end who can catch the ball and get open, especially in 2026. It's like, I think the Niners have been caught up a little bit in that, where they want guys to do one or the other. It's very rare you have a George Kittle who can be elite at both. I just don't think there's a ton of those tight ends in the league. And especially you think about the guys at the top of the table in 2025. Name me 5 tight ends that are great catching the ball and also great blocking. It just feels like you kind of have your specialties. And that's why also maybe the Niners, the fact that they have not taken a tight end yet, maybe they don't take a tight end with their final 2 picks, is an indicator that they do believe that Jake Tonjes was not just a flash in the pan and he can actually step in and help you until Kittle gets back.
That's another guy. Do you remember him at Cal?
Tonjes?
Yeah.
I mean, a little bit.
I don't remember him at all. And I watch a lot of Cal football. That's the most inconspicuous tight end that Cal has had that went to the NFL. Like, I can't remember them having a NFL quality tight end of all the football I've watched at Cal.
I mean, but again, you think about Tonjes, and I'm pretty sure, real fast, just want to double check this year. Yeah, he was undrafted. Played with Chicago before he got to San Francisco. But it's just interesting when you think about who they've taken in this draft. They've been able to find, I don't want to say gems. I wouldn't consider Tonjes a gem, though he did catch 5 touchdowns last year and filled in a couple times admirably for George Kittle. But they've been able to make, wine out of water at a couple positions. So it does always confuse me a bit when you see them consistently, double down or take certain spots, because I feel like on offense, I know that people have their issues with Kyle Shanahan, specifically in big moments and in big games, but just this last season, as a 6.5, if not full touchdown underdog, they went into Philadelphia and beat the defending champions in a playoff game. After George Kittle tore his Achilles, Trent Williams on a bum wheel, Christian McCaffrey having touched the ball 450 times that season, Ricky Pearsall being less than 100%. They did it with a bunch of Kendrick Bournes and DeMarcus Robinsons. It's like Kyle Shanahan, I think, in one breath, should be getting hit for some of the repeated misses in the draft, but in another sense, it's like he still finds a way each and every year to make seemingly something out of nothing when it comes to this offense.
And as we have talked about all morning long, is that at some point this catches up with you if you continue to miss on these guys, because you're still being so reliant on the before-mentioned George Kittles of the world and the Christian McCaffreys, and you got lucky, let's face it, with Brock Purdy. But, as these guys age, and you need to identify the new stars of tomorrow. And if you don't have young players that are willing to step in and not just be good, but be stars in this league, like at this point, you should be able to identify more stars that you've drafted. And there's not enough of those guys for the 49ers that it gets a little bit sort of, it's a bit of a bubble, Like you can rely on Christian McCaffrey for only so long, as well as Kittle. Yeah. And then at some point, it's like, okay, it'll end just like that. And who's next? And if you continue to miss on skilled position guys, then it can get a little problematic.
And we have a half hour to figure that out because we're taking up until 12 o'clock here, and then Mark Grandy and Carter Chickering are going to take over, react to the entire NFL draft.
Is that Carter Monahan Chickering?
He's got the Trey Lance jersey on right now.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's because he is hopeful that there is another player I guess Bryce Lance was taken. I don't know if that was in reaction to that or because he feels like it's more of a 2021 draft this year for the Niners.
Oh, okay. I got you. I see.
But again, you'll have his reaction. Grandy's coming up for the next 3 hours from 12 to 3 o'clock. All right here on a Saturday, live, local, locked in for the draft. The Niners, 2 more picks coming, and very, very soon. So keep it locked right here. Dan Dejon, Evan Giddings back after this, 95.7 The Game. Wow.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Mix and match items, buy 2, get 3 for free when you buy 5 items. Items like Oscar Mayer bacon, Kraft mayo, Kraft singles cheeses, and Capri Sun juices, selected varieties. Check with your local Safeway store for a full list of participating items. And speaking of participating, here's Dan Dibley.
Well, I'd love to, Mark. 8-piece fried chicken, 4 drumsticks and 4 thighs, or Signature Select Classic Salad, 32 to 48-ounce size selected varieties for just $5.99. And finally, USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Roast Mega Packs for just $5.99 per pound. It's unbelievable.
Yes, it is. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
In the aisles.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our spring sale, now through April 27th, might be our biggest sales event ever. Means up to 50% off every single product store-wide. And we have Northern California's largest in-stock selection of carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. It also means 2 full years of interest-free financing. This is going to be a spring to remember, but it ends Monday. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest Bay Area showroom. From Santa Rosa to San Jose, The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Today on the CW.
We are green at Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series blasts off.
Great day to go race at Talladega.
On one of NASCAR's most legendary tracks.
Talladega, dude, let's go!
This is the biggest and the baddest of the super speedway tracks.
It's a race. It's a party. Woo! This is Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
From Talladega, today at noon on Cron 4, the CW. The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kelsey. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is trading at 12% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $784 if they take the title. On Kelsey, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kelsey app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kelsey. Trade on anything.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Joey from Vermont, a farmer trying to get through the winter. Adriana from South Carolina, a single mother living paycheck to paycheck. Liam from Ohio, an injured father struggling to provide for his family. Hi, I'm Shanola Hampton, and I support the Feeding America network of food banks because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
All right, we are almost home free. Dan Devone, Evan Giddings, we're going to hand you off to Grandy and Chickering coming up in a sec. Warriors This Week is dead. Done. Finito.
Now back to Warriors This Week.
In October of 2026. Thank you very much, Pasta. All right, well, another safety's off the board. Niners need one. Penn State, Zakee Whitley. Gone.
Oh, no.
Gone.
Okay, let's just go through that for a moment.
They keep trading back and they keep missing on guys that they could. Dalton Johnson of NBC Sports Bay Area, also a safety for Arizona. That's a freaking joke. Yep. Out to the Raiders he goes. We've seen 3 safeties get taken since the Niners traded their pick to the Baltimore Ravens.
Because there's probably 2 guys at the bar right now having this exact same conversation.
At 11:34 in the morning?
Why not?
LaRocca's.
And fueling themselves and getting pissed off and like, can you believe this? Look at that, man. What was the guy's name? Zach Wheatley? Zakee Wheatley. So Zakee Wheatley obviously is there for the 49ers. The 49ers intel.
He shows up a lot around the football on film.
Do we want Zakee Wheatley? The 49ers have this discussion. They know as well as we do that they need safeties, all right? If we know it, they know it. And so they have intel on this guy. They've had scouts that have followed this guy. And so they, as a unit, decide, does he fit into what we want to do schematically? Raheem Morris probably has his 2 cents in all of this. All of this is discussed. It's diagnosed. It's looked at closely. And then they decide that this guy is not a fit for what it is that they want to do, or at least right now. They weigh whether this corner is somebody that can have more of an impact and more value at the end of the day than Zakee Wheatley.
Zakee.
Yeah, he's Zakee to me. So I don't know who the hell he is.
Well, you may never hear from him. You never know. He was drafted by the Carolina Panthers, by the way.
It's easy for 2 fans or people to say, oh, they passed on another safety, but there's a lot more that goes into it. We all know that, right?
That's 100%. By the way, the San Francisco 49ers at pick 154 of the 5th round are officially on the clock. And remember, this was the pick that they received from the Baltimore Ravens in exchange for the end of that 4th round. After, in the 4th round, they took 3 players. They took defensive tackle out of Oklahoma, Grayson Halton, out of Washington, with their second 4th round pick, a tackle/guard Carver Willis. And then their final pick of the 4th round, the cornerback from also the University of Washington, Ephesians price suck. So 3 picks in the 4th round, 2 upcoming, 1 in just a moment. We'll take it live if we can right now in the middle of a commercial break in the NFL draft. But we're going to find out who is available for the Niners or potentially if they trade back again because they also acquired a 6th next year.
I think the 510 here, I don't read the text line, but here you go. I think he's just feeding the beast and poking the bear here, me being the bear. I think the tight end Joe Royer is still available. The only thing is he's considered a project for his run blocking that needs work. I mean, come on. Come on. Yeah, have you ever seen Joe Royer play football 510? Be honest with me. And this guy 510 is representative of a lot of people that I think they talk this into existence, that they actually think they know who these players are because they read a couple of blurbs and they watch 10 seconds of highlights on YouTube.
Well, somebody that I actually have seen potentially linked to the Niners is still on the board, and it's Jack Endries out of Texas, who's a tight end. He was actually also at Cal, so familiar with him, was Mendoza's top target when he was a Golden Bear. And we'll see. I mean, you heard from Brian Baldinger, this isn't a great tight end class, but I wouldn't be shocked if the 49ers took one just because, number one, I don't think you can expect George Kittle to be healthy early in the year. So it's Tonjes and Farrell, who's more of a blocking tight end. But I also don't know if you can ever assume that George Kittle is going to be the same player again.
No.
After an Achilles tear at the age that he sustained it. So if he's back, that's great. If not, I think you have to have somewhat of a contingency plan, and maybe this is a spot, whether it's here or your next pick, which is, I believe, 20 slots lower in the 5th round. Maybe that's a spot where you want a tight end. So I don't know if it's Joe Royer, but Jack Endries is somebody who's still on the board that I've seen linked to the Niners.
Yeah, again, the Niners know this, and they know this intimately, much more than we do. They know what's going on with their star tight end. They know his health. They know it's something that they need to address. So the fact that they haven't means that there just simply isn't anybody that they feel as though is of quality or is worth a draft pick whenever, if there's somebody that they feel as though that can have an impact that could be a long-term replacement, they'll pull the trigger on this guy.
Well, I'm not sure if you're going to find a George Kittle replacement, but then again, George Kittle was a 5th-round pick. We're going to go out to Acrisure Stadium in just a moment to hear the 49ers selection. The pick is in at 154. I see you, Chris in Santa Clara. I see you, Jimmy in Bayview. Hang on for just a second on hold because I want to make sure we get this pick in, relay it, talk about it a little bit, and then we'll give you your full allotment of time to react. Again, we're taking you up until 12 o'clock, and then Carter, along with Grandy, sorry, Carter, is going to be waiting for you there.
What you get for wearing a Trey Lance jersey?
Here we go. And the San Francisco 49ers have selected Jaden Duggar, linebacker out of Louisiana. So they do not take a safety. They do not double up on a lineman. They do not take a tight end. A very San Francisco 49ers move. They buck all trends, Dan, and they go with the linebacker from Louisiana. I believe that's
let me tell you about this young man that I've been watching. Not LSU. He's been a raging Cajun, and of course I've been watching this guy ever since he broke in with Louisiana. And let me get some stats on this guy. Big guy, 6'5", 239 pounds. So,
yeah.
All right. How about this, Dan? I'll just take this one over. You know who that is?
I'm looking him up like everybody else right now.
Well, but no, I can tell you right now what this player is. He's D. Winters' replacement.
Yeah, I was going to say.
You traded D. Winters for a 5th-round pick, and you took a middle linebacker who last season in the Sun Belt had 125 tackles, started all 13 games last season, played in 14 the year before, has been healthy, 13 tackles for loss, 4 sacks, an INT, and 3 pass breakups. He's a guy that you hope can get sideline to sideline and is going to be someone that was a former safety at a younger stage of his career, now an off-ball linebacker. It makes perfect sense that D. Winters goes out and Jaden Duggar now comes in. So he is your D. Winters replacement.
He played football at Georgetown his first 2 years?
Yes, he did.
I had no idea Georgetown had a football team.
I'm assuming they're... Actually, I'm not sure which conference they're in. But
the Hoyas have a football team.
They might be independent, honestly.
Yeah. Well, listen, we always thought that this falls in line with... Listen, if you It's almost at this point where Shanahan and company are just giving you something, that throwing fodder for you guys to get pissed off, because that's the one area where you felt as though there was some security was at the linebacker position.
Well, and in classic San Francisco 49ers fashion, I'm looking up projection for this player. And the projection, again, this is just, a couple of analysts' belief, but priority free agent. And the 49ers take him in the 5th round. All right, let's get out to the phone lines, Dan. Let's get some reaction from some of our loyal listeners and start with Chris in Santa Clara, who's been hanging on patiently. Chris, thank you, man. Good morning. How's the draft day? What's going on?
Hey, man, good morning. Well, you look back over the last 32 years, and, the Niners and the Raiders both have exactly the same number of Super Bowl championships. But to be fair, I think the Niners have been a much more entertaining franchise during that time. And, I'm curious from your perspective that, now that Shanahan in his first 9 years, he's 5-0 in first-round playoff games. He's going to tie Bill Walsh this year for the longest tenured coach in 49ers history. And looking ahead, my sense is, I think he's going to be around for a long time. He'll eventually be the longest coach. And what's it going to take for the 49ers to move from being a consistently good, entertaining team to actually being a dominant, the dominant franchise in the country? Because, when you're going more than 3 decades and you don't have a Super Bowl championship, that's, it's not evil. They're winning. They're not putting up 1 in, 16 records. But it seems like there's something maybe missing to move up from a level of being perceived as kind of the equivalent of a mid-major conference winner to one that's really making it all the way.
Yeah. No, I think it's a fair question, Chris. I appreciate the call. My answer to that, Dan, would be what's separating them from being known among, and they have been one of the elite teams, right? From 2019 to 2023, you made 4 NFC championship games. You made 2 Super Bowls. That is the elite. But what I would say the last couple of years and going on down the future is preventing me from feeling like the Niners are just more than an entertaining bunch like Chris is describing would be today, or would be last night, or would be Thursday. The draft is where they have failed to find the next. And that's why it's been difficult for me to project the Niners any more than a year-by-year basis. And it's hard to do it in football in general, but you're not thinking 2 or 3 years down the line with this 49ers team. Mike Evans effectively has $16 million guaranteed, could be done with him after this season. Christian Kirk, a 1-year deal. Dre Greenlaw, a 1-year deal. They have brought a bunch of stopgaps in to help this aging core try and make one last crack at it. And maybe some of these young guys from last year's draft class and this year's draft class pop in hopes of extending that window. But I believe that the reason why they haven't been able to remain atop, say, even their own division, is because they've largely missed on days like these in the draft recently.
Yeah, to answer the caller's question, this is not a mid-major. This is a dominant team. And this is a team that each and every year during the preseason are considered one of the favorites to come out of the NFC. So this is as dominant of a franchise that you're going to find in the National Football League under Kyle Shanahan. The reason why you don't win Super Bowls, well, a lot of things have to break your way. All right. First of all, there's so much parity in the NFL that you don't have, the New England Patriots are the outlier in terms of back-to-back Super Bowls. It just doesn't happen, right? But again, if you're going to be in the conversation, things have to break your way, namely health, which to me, more so than the draft, has bit this 49er team over the recent years. And not only do you have to be healthy, but teams that win Super Bowls have to be lucky. I always remind people that it's an oval ball and that thing bounces. Where it goes, who the hell knows? My point in all of this is luck is a part of this and staying healthy. And those are two things that have not benefited the 49ers. I would not consider this team a mid-major, trying to make the collegiate analogy. This is a dominant team. But if you're going to use Super Bowls as the only barometer as to whether or not you're dominant, that's just not fair. This is a team that every year with its star players are considered one of the best in the NFL. Now, to your point of missing on these draft picks and younger players, well, the Rams have proven that you can win a Super Bowl and not rely on younger players. that you can go out and get free agents as long as you have a good quarterback and still win. There's other ways of winning a Super Bowl and being the best team in the National Football League. But again, I would push back that this team is still dominant, and for the majority of Kyle Shanahan's tenure has been a dominant team.
Yeah, I'm with you there. It feels like, especially with the Seattle Seahawks winning a second Super Bowl since you've been able to get one, in the last 15 years, John Schneider specifically building this Super Bowl team completely from scratch. Not a single player from their last championship in 2013 was a part of this year's team, including the head coach, which he moved off of. That feels like more of the model as opposed to the Niners, and I understand can make people feel like they are behind the eight ball. Though they are a very good team, though they have been successful by the majority of NFL team standards, they are not up to the standard of their division, which now has 2 Super Bowl winners in the last 6 years. All right, let's go out to Jimmy. Jimmy's in Bayview, wants to talk about the Niners and their drafting. What's up, Jimmy? How you doing? Good morning.
Hey, guys. Thanks for putting me on. It's a fact we haven't drafted well in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
And I don't know that these guys that they're drafting, but, when all their picks are a reach, and I don't know if management has ever said to them, hey, by the way, guys, you're not drafting so good. I'd rather have the NFL guy that you guys have on the radio picking their draft picks. And what
Baldy?
also worries me about this is the talent evaluation of our own team. Like, how many times are we going to waste picks on a receiver and a defensive tackle when, I would have gone offensive line and tight end, like, for my first couple of picks. I don't know what Kool-Aid they're drinking, and I don't know if Joe Lacob's in on these draft picks, but, we got to save Shanahan from himself, and I don't even know if Lynch is reaping the benefits of Shanahan's good coaching, and I don't know what's going on. But I think there's going to be a correction this year. They had a good season, but they didn't beat any very, very many good teams. And I think the strength of schedule lends itself to the parity in the NFL, and they're not going to have that benefit this year. And the last time they went to the Super Bowl, the year before, they played the easiest schedule. So I don't think you can judge a team purely by their record because you have to look at their strength of schedule from the year before. And someone like Seattle benefited like that from last year. So we're in one of the smartest cities in the world, and none of the teams can draft well. So I don't know. Somebody explain to me that. But
I got you, Jimmy.
All right. What do you guys think?
Well, look, I understand the frustration, and your assessment of their draft classes is not an inaccurate one. The 510 brings up the point that obviously the draft is a crapshoot. We don't know who's going to be good or not going to be good. There's busts all over the league. That's from Niner J. But I do feel like, and I haven't ran the numbers, but it has been glaring that the Niners, the past 5 draft classes, outside of Mr. Irrelevant, have been unable to produce a single, it feels like, not just starting caliber player, but quality player. I'm not asking for all pros and Pro Bowls, but it doesn't feel like, Dan, they have found a guy outside of Purdy, who kind of fell to them, that you would want to pay big money to and keep around. For example, they're going to have to make a choice about Ricky Pearsall here in the near future. He's going to be done with year 3, and then after that, you have to figure out if you want to, extend him or not. I have no interest in keeping Ricky Pearsall around past his 4th season. I guess you could pick up his 5th-year option because he's a first-round pick, but of their guys that they have brought in, and I'm looking up and down their draft classes, and I don't know yet if there's a player that I would feel comfortable extending. I think that's one of the reasons why they've gone out and tried to acquire these veteran free agents.
Yeah, well, I would give Pearsall this year. I mean, it's a make or break
season for him.
Yeah. How about if John Schneider was the GM for Kyle Shanahan? That'd be the most ideal pairing in the world, I think. Just let Schneider do the picking. You know, Schneider in 2012, he went Bruce Irvin, Bobby Wagner, and Russell Wilson. I mean, guy knows what he's doing, right?
Well, did you see his draft class? I think it was it now 3 years ago? I want to just bring it up real quick. Because the Seahawks drafted, it feels like, the majority of their pieces. In 2023, they went Devon Witherspoon, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Zach Charbonnet. The year before was Charles Cross, Boye Mafe, Kenneth Walker III, Abraham Lucas, Kobe Bryant, Reek Woolen. That's 6 guys in 2022 and 4 straight players in 2023 that were all contributing, starting caliber players, if not all pros, to a championship roster.
But didn't they get the majority of those in the Russell Wilson trade?
They got I believe it was Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Those picks, so didn't they
got 1 first-round pick that they used on either Witherspoon or Jigba. Sorry, I don't have the return in front of me. And then I think they turned one of those picks into, it might have been Zabel. But the fact remains they've hit on all those.
Well, Schneider's good.
I mean, last year you had Gray Zabel 18th overall, Nick Emamwari at 35. And who is also, there's another guy from that draft class I think that helped. I mean, Elijah Arroyo played for them last year. Like, you found impact players immediately. And again, he has not gone, the Seahawks have, and John Schneider has, he has not gone multiple draft classes with misses. Meanwhile, the Niners are coming up on 5.
I don't think you can argue with that. And we'll see. I mean, but I do think they address the needs. I know you have an issue with the running back.
Well, I was also reading that, Jaden Duggar was, projected to be taken a lot later than in the 5th round. But again, if that's your guy, that's who you want as D. Winter's replacement. All I'll say is that I'm looking at the rest of the draft after they took Jaden Duggar, by the way, middle linebacker out of Louisiana. After that, Michael Taffy, safety out of Texas, taken by the Dolphins. And who was and Mac Bredesen out of Michigan, tight end, taken. So a couple of positions the Niners could have used, and they chose a middle linebacker as a result.
And I guess if that's what you're going to do, you would get the benefit of the doubt if you hit on a few of these guys in the last 5 years. But the fact that you haven't, I understand why it ratchets up the criticism.
But for example, Dan, if you had moved off of D. Winters, I get it. You don't want to pay him. You don't think he's that good, though he played a lot for you last season and ironically was your fastest player on the field. You don't want him. That's fine. But you drafted Nick Martin in the 3rd round last year. Shouldn't he be able to step in if Dre Greenlaw eventually gets hurt?
Well, I think that's the logic there.
But then why is Duggar the pick in the 5th round?
You'd have to ask Lynch, but I think they're still high on Nick Martin. And I still think he's number 3 on the depth chart. Now, maybe this guy beats him out, but I don't think they're disappointed with Martin's play, I guess is the best way to characterize that.
No, and I think you still have to give him some opportunity. But again, it feels like another pick that's taken because you didn't hit on a previous pick. And to your point, we've gone in circles about this. I understand that, just because you don't have something go your way doesn't mean you run away from it. But again, that's where I'm feeling the frustration from a lot of people is you haven't done a good job and you're just trying to Band-Aid over your mistakes. Meanwhile, teams around you are hitting repeatedly. You know what I mean?
Well, I think that with the 49ers picks this year, they've fallen in. I guess the reason why, in a weird way, I sort of admire Kyle Shanahan is that he's aware of the criticism, I guess. But again, he's so in his own world that he just does not care. He is not acquiescing, and he's not somebody that is. There's certainly no insecurity in this man.
Well, those are facts. And that takes us to the end of our draft show.
There's no crossover with
Well, do you want to stick around for another 12 minutes?
No.
Okay, and that'll be it. So Mark Grandy and Carter Chickering are coming up next.
Bye, Felisa.
Yeah, keep it locked in for the next 3 hours. 49ers still have one pick left coming up in about, I think it's 15 picks at number 179. Their final pick of the 5th round. Final pick of the 2026 NFL Draft. Mark Grandy and Carter Chickering got it for you, and then they'll react, taking your calls on the entire draft, on the pick itself, the direction of the Niners, and the finality of the 2026 NFL Draft. For Dan Dejon, for Steven Risotto, a.k.a. Pasta, my name is Evan Giddings saying so long. We'll talk to you next time. You've been listening to the NFL Draft coverage on 95.7 The Game.
This is Dan Dejon saying so long, everybody.
Welcome to the Bay, buddy.
So what are you reading?
I'm checking out the ratings on the new TVs, and it looks like Samsung, LG, and Sony got the best scores.
Just like last year. What about those new high dynamic range TVs?
They got the highest scores of all, but their prices are really high.
Did you check online?
Yeah, their prices were about the same.
Well, there's one place where we can get a hot deal on those top-rated models.
Where?
At Video Only. Check out the ratings on TV stores.
I see. Video Only scored better than the others.
So, if you want the best deal on the best TVs,
then we should take our TV ratings and head over to top-rated Video Only.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi?
And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee.
Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not
Not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Accounts subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Introducing Home Care Plus, a new subscription service from Lowe's that helps make life easier by giving members a hand with home maintenance. Let Lowe's tackle the tasks you keep meaning to do, like electric dryer vent cleaning, replacing hard-to-reach light bulbs, and more. Subscribe to Home Care Plus for just $99 a year and consider your to-do list done. Members get more at Lowe's. Available in select zip codes only. Cancel anytime. Non-refundable fee. Product purchase required. Terms and service restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant. We've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Live from downtown San Francisco, this is 95.7 The Game.
Yes, it is, and the 95.7 The Game draft coverage continues on this Saturday. Welcome in. We just heard from Evan Giddings and Dan Navone, who held it down from 9 till noon. Now it's Carter Chickering. I'm Mark Randy with you until 3 here on 95.7 The Game as we close out the 2026 NFL Draft. The Niners have already made 7 selections over the last 3 days. They're slated to make one more in the 5th round, which is currently underway right now. They could potentially trade the pick, move back, maybe move back into the 6th or 7th round. We shall see. We're going to break everything down over the next 3 hours. Carter and Grandy with you. Carter, you're rocking your Trey Lance jersey.
Well,
I
Grandy,
love it.
After yesterday, I think it's appropriate, don't you?
What do you mean? Explain.
Grandy, what the hell were they doing yesterday? I don't mean to be rude, but what the hell was that? You had a great first day.
So you like the first day. You like trading out of the first round.
Absolutely.
Accumulate some other picks.
I thought they did a great job day one.
Okay.
Great job day one.
So let me just fill everybody in. They had the 27th overall pick.
Give us the rundown.
They traded back from 27 to 30, and then once 30 came up, they traded back from 30 to 33, which is the first pick in the 2nd round to begin day 2. And then what they did there was they went wide receiver, Dejon Stribbling of Ole Miss. Later in the 3rd round, they go Romello Height, an edge rusher from Texas Tech. And then the last pick yesterday was Kalon Black, running back from Indiana. That's the quick summary of the Niners' first 2 days at the NFL Draft.
Thanks, Grandy.
And you didn't like that. You liked the first half of it, but not the second half of it.
No, look, Stripling looks good, right? Like, I'm happy. You can't be unhappy with the specs, right? He's 6'3", he's a big receiver. He has crazy lightning speed. And he's exactly what the 49ers want in a receiver, which is people call him the yak god of college football, basically. I mean, and that's what the 49ers have.
7.3 yards per catch.
Yeah. And
after the catch.
Look, that's what the 49ers have made their real bread and butter on, right? In the Kyle Shanahan era. And that's gone downhill a little bit.
They missed it last year.
Yeah, 100%.
Absolutely.
And so, yeah, that's great to see. And honestly, like, I've been under this thing that Kyle Shanahan doesn't like big receivers, and this year we're going in with Mike Evans and this guy. You know what I mean? So that's exciting for me.
Do you get hung up on it being a quote-unquote reach? Because the 49ers don't care.
Absolutely, Grandy. Look, I was talking to you in the green room, Grandy, and here's my biggest problem. The 49ers have this notion that whatever anyone else does doesn't matter, and they're playing against themselves. We're going to go take our guy. We don't care where we take him. That's not the way to effectively draft. If you can get the guy when you had, I believe it was the 58th pick.
You also had 58. You later traded it.
You could have traded 33 and probably taken Stribbling at 58 and gotten more back for 33.
Maybe.
You know what I mean? It's just like, that's where I'm struggling. We're going to get into it all, obviously. I think it gets worse. A couple picks from there, obviously.
It probably gets worse before it gets better.
Yeah.
Yes.
Look, I don't know. And the other thing is, too, where's Stribbling going to fit on this team?
Well, it's something that I was talking about with Evan and Sterling, who I was on the last couple of nights, going through night 1 and night 2 of the NFL draft. And they were both of the mind, Carter, that wide receiver was a big position of need. And, I get it because in the future, you're definitely going to need it because Mike Evans and Christian Kirk, they might only be here for the 1 year. I know that Mike Evans signed what is technically a 3-year contract, but if you look at how the money breaks down, it's essentially a 1-year deal. And then you can kind of reassess after that, both Mike Evans and the 49ers. So he might only be here for 1 year until maybe it works out great and you extend him and he's here for more than just one season. But you're looking at a year from now, maybe having your cupboard relatively empty at wide receiver. So you need to plan for the future, in my opinion. And who knows what Ricky Pearsall is going to do. But if your plan is to be as good as you possibly can for this season coming up in 2026, there's a real chance that Dejon Stribbling, who was your first selection in this draft, doesn't see the field all that often. And I know these are ifs, but if Pearsall stays healthy, if Mike Evans stays healthy, Kirk is a solid and a fine wide receiver 3. If those other two guys are healthy, there's a world where he doesn't have a gigantic impact early. You're looking at starting a couple of, frankly, subpar guys at safety this year. You're not going to have a tight end likely early in the season. Who do you trust to play edge opposite Nick Bosa? I mean, maybe it's Micah Williams, but he's coming off of an injury. So is Nick Bosa. You have some other holes. Who's going to play left guard? And you went with a position that you certainly need in the future, but I think it's TBD how much he's going to play this year.
So, two problems I have up front with it is, first, who has Brock Purdy had some of his best chemistry with, Grandy? Through Brock Purdy starting with the 49ers.
Well, it's his running back, Christian McCaffrey.
Well, what about Brandon Ayuk? You know what I mean? He had great chemistry with Brandon Ayuk. Yeah. And what was Brandon Ayuk great at? He was a great route runner.
Yep.
What is Strippling's downside? He's
not a good route
runner.
Yeah.
And if you watch the film, it's so evident how bad he is.
And his route tree is pretty simple. It's slants. It's just go routes. The 9. It's screens, and he'll take some handoffs out of the backfield. He'll kind of get involved in that way. You can scheme him up in that sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's not going to create a ton amount of space by just juking a corner out of his shoes over the middle of the field.
No, he's got the specs. That's great, right? But there's got to be more than just the specs. You guys had a caller last night compare him to DK Metcalf. That was the dumbest thing I've ever heard, Grandy. I mean, that was honestly the stupidest thing I've ever heard. No offense to whoever said that.
He's a larger receiver, and he's very fast. Yeah. And he went to Ole Miss.
Yeah, I get it.
That's where the comparisons kind of end.
He's not DK Metcalf. I'll tell you that right now. He's 2 inches shorter. He's 40 pounds lighter. 40 pounds on a receiver is a big difference. That's a big difference, okay? Look, you did this last year. You picked in the 4th round Jordan Watkins. He almost has the same specs, basically, as the guy you picked, and you reached for here in the 2nd round. So,
first pick of the 2nd round.
Look, I have a very open mind. I am totally hoping that this dude is a stud, but it still doesn't make the pick appropriate at 33 to me.
Yeah, that's Carter. I'm Grandy. We're with you here until 3 o'clock on 95.7 The Game as we continue to talk through day 3 of the NFL draft. The 49ers will be on the clock coming up relatively soon. Right now, the Bills are picking at 167. Niners slated to be on the clock at 179. We will run through their entire class. As we mentioned, Dejon Stribbling, Ole Miss wide receiver, their first pick to begin the 2nd round last night. Romello Height, an edge rusher from Texas Tech. Then Kalon Black, Indiana, running back. That closed the books on day 2 for the Niners today. They've made 4 picks so far. A defensive tackle from Oklahoma, Grayson Halton. Washington, offensive tackle, although probably projects to be more of a guard at the NFL level, in Carver Willis. Another Husky, Ephesians Prysock, a cornerback, a really big corner, by the way. And then Jaden Duggar from Louisiana Lafayette, a linebacker. Those are the picks. We will get to all those guys, and we'll break them down coming up in just a little bit. I do think, though, Carter, that this is a situation where the Niners are just kind of what you were talking about earlier, saying, screw the outside noise. I don't care what any other opinions are. And during our draft process, during our study of this class, we found guys we like, and we're saying to hell with the big board, to hell with the consensus rankings. I don't care if it's called a reach. We're going to do it. And look, I like teams and I like decision makers that have conviction in their opinions, but it is hard to look past these major reaches, and Stribbling is a reach. Kalon Black specifically is a major reach, the running back from Indiana they selected in the 3rd round. Not that he's going to be a bad player, but expectation, he wasn't even invited to the combine.
I feel terribly for him. I really do, Grandy.
It's nothing against him, but you can just tell immediately what the fan base is going to think about this guy, simply because he was a Shanahan running back drafted in the 3rd round. And there is a history of that not working out. And in fact, failing spectacularly. Not working out is putting it lightly. It has absolutely blown up in the Niners' faces.
Joe Williams, Trey Sermon, Elijah Mitchell, Ty Davis Price, Isaac Guerrero, Jordan James, and now Kalon Black.
Yeah. I mean, Elijah Mitchell was a good pick in the 6th round. But 3rd and 4th round running backs have all flamed out spectacularly for the 49ers.
He didn't even live out his rookie contract.
No. So, reaching is one thing. I think it's one thing in the first 3 rounds. I feel differently about it once you get to day 3. Because day 3, it's like, all right, what the hell? And specifically in a draft like this, where it is pretty darn top heavy and you have kind of the top 15 picks overall, those are like the true first round grades. But the second half of the first round this year probably was not normally first round picks in a normal year. Like next year, it's a lot stronger. You would not see those kinds of players that went late first round to this year. Those wouldn't go first round next year. So I kind of understand where the Niners are coming from, but if they had a track record of success of breaking the mold and it working, I would feel a lot more comfortable in doing it. But the fact is, their track record in kind of going outside the norm, zigging when others zag, it's frankly not a good track record.
I also think day 3, your ideals and who you have on your board and whatnot, that can really vary to other teams, right? So taking
more variance later.
Yeah, taking your guy earlier on day 3 is fine. You don't really know when he's going to go. It just becomes apples to oranges later in the draft, right? The talent really falls off. Let's call it what it is. And I think when you're reaching, as you said, in the 2nd round, really, it's a very late first because
it's one of the most sought after picks in the entire NFL draft, because you have the whole night and the day leading up to round 2 to field trade offers.
Absolutely.
And how many reports were there yesterday afternoon? Oh, the Niners are taking calls on the 33rd overall pick, and they didn't find anything that was to their liking enough, I suppose, to get it done. But you could have just taken what the best offer was and probably still gotten Dejon Stribbling wherever you ended up picking in that 2nd round, probably even before 58. Because you could have gotten an earlier 2nd round pick back for trading away from 33.
I was pretty clear, Grandy, when they traded that pick, when they went with the wide receiver.
Yeah, Stribbling.
And they traded at 58, right?
They traded away 58 to Cleveland.
So our producer was very high on the safety from Toledo,
Emmanuel McNeil Warren.
Yeah, and all that told me was they didn't want that guy at all.
Clearly, they had every opportunity to draft him.
No interest in that guy, right?
And they still haven't drafted a safety.
Yeah, it felt like Deshaun Jackson, where you went Kentuan Balmer and then you went the guard from USC.
No.
Yeah, so I just look, Randy. When I'm seeing mock drafts that Stribbling should be 76th, and you have the 58th pick too. That's going to annoy me.
You also have the 70th pick.
Yeah. That's going to bother me as a fan. And I think fans should feel that way. The track record isn't good, as you said. It's not. So why are they going to convince us that their big board and sticking to their principles is a good idea? I don't know.
Eventually, the results are going to have to be there, and they haven't been there. So I think it's absolutely natural for Niner fans. Look, this is not about individual players necessarily. And look, what the hell do we know? We could spend hours upon hours studying these guys, and I haven't done it anywhere near as much as these so-called draft experts do. I lean on what those experts think about these players. But in general, when you have consensus rankings, and this is across the board, this is not a single person's opinion. This is across the board, draft experts, and these are not just like blog boys, right? These are not nobodies. These are former general managers, former people that have been in front offices across the NFL that are putting together their rankings for certain outlets, and consistently the Niners are reaching more than any other team in the NFL.
Yeah, and those outlets vary. Like where they mock these things do really vary, about 20 picks.
But there are, outlets that put together the composite, the consensus big board ranking of all these different outlets. And in general, the Niners reach, and reach some more.
Yeah.
And look, Dejon Stribbling can turn out to be a hell of a wide receiver. It is absolutely possible. And Kalon Black, maybe he's going to be a good running back at the NFL level. I actually honestly, I like a lot of these players as potential Niner draft picks. It's just, there is two parts to the drafting process. There is getting the players that you like and getting potentially good players. And then there's called playing the draft board and playing the value game. And the Niners, they stick to their guns in terms of who they want. And good on you. Draft who you like. Of course, I'm not going to say anything other than that. But there is such a thing as value-based drafting. And the Niners just say to hell with that. And as a result, I think they're missing out on a lot of opportunities.
100%. And it's like, look, I think they needed a running back. Like 100%. Like there's no doubt about that. Yeah, but they're going to need a running back. They absolutely will.
Well, they clearly absolutely dislike, maybe even hate Isaac Guerrero. So you have Jordan James behind McCaffrey, and that's it right now.
Look, I don't want to go down this path, but Isaac Guerrero, when he took that first snap and he got hit so hard that he dropped the ball, I was like, well,
they don't even let him play on special teams anymore.
Yeah,
they didn't this past season. And he's not even getting special team snaps.
That's a big sign, Grandy.
He might not make the roster.
Right.
Like that's where it is with Isaac Guerrero. So if you're Kyle Shanahan, you need a running back. You absolutely do. Not because you necessarily think he's going to be the 1B to McCaffrey's 1A, but you need more than two running backs going into a season.
Yeah, but you know what? It is really fair of the fans to question then, what was the Jordan James pick? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Didn't play all last year until the playoff game when they had no healthy bodies left.
Yeah, I mean, you can question one of these picks. It's either the Kalon Black pick or the Jordan James pick.
Or it's both.
Or both, exactly.
Yeah.
And, I said to you out there, like, I do like about him that he's coming from Kurt Cignetti, and he was at James Madison with Cignetti prior to being at Indiana. And I just like Cignetti as a coach. I think he instills a lot of good qualities in young men. And I think, discipline is really important in football, period. And that's what he really brings. So we'll see what happens.
Well, let's talk about Kalon Black for a little bit here. I think this is probably the pick that drove Niner fans craziest more than anything else. And we will get to their picks here from day 3, a defensive tackle from Oklahoma, a couple of Huskies from Washington, an offensive lineman, and a corner, and then a Louisiana Lafayette linebacker. We'll get to all that. Plus, they will be on the clock here coming up relatively shortly. They're scheduled to pick at 179. That was from a trade with the New York Jets. It is their last scheduled pick. They do not have a pick in the 6th or the 7th round currently. That, of course, could change. Yesterday, they traded away D. Winters, got back into the 5th round, then later traded that pick away in a number of different moves. So they could get back in. But right now, they have one more pick left. It's coming up in a handful of picks at 179. Patriots currently picking at 171. So we'll keep you updated. But Kalon Black, the Niners picked towards the end of the 3rd round last night, 90 overall. He's a 5'9", 211-pound running back, 24 years old, ran a 4.45 40-yard dash. He's a smaller guy, but man, he punches above his weight with the way that he runs, the tackles that he can break, and the way that he reads holes. Like, there's a lot to like about this player, and that's what I think I want to be careful of, Carter, because so much of this is feeling like Niner fans are just absolutely dumping on this kid, Kalon Black. It's not about him. It's about Kyle Shanahan and his history drafting running backs really at any point of the draft, but specifically in the 3rd round. There is a lot to like about this guy individually, but it's just you probably could have gotten him in the 5th, maybe even the 6th round if he might have lasted that long as a lot of people expected. You need a running back. I absolutely agree with you there. And he has some positive characteristics. Absolutely. On a national championship team. Absolutely dominated against some of the better teams in college football as well. I'm an Oregon Duck, and he dominated my Ducks in the national semifinal, as did everybody on that Indiana offense and defense, by the way. So it's not saying all that much, I suppose. He was really good in that game and was really good during their college football playoff run as well. So I don't dislike the player. And frankly, a lot of the players the Niners drafted, I see, all right, I can see a skill set that you have, an individualized, maybe a single skill that you possess that can really help this Niner team. I just felt maybe you were getting a couple of other well-rounded players earlier in the draft, and then you were going to be loading up on these kind of individualized skill sets later on.
Feels like they do that a lot, though. And I go back to the Michael Williams pick, really, for that one. It's like, I talked to a guy, and not going to put his name out there, but he's within the Niners front office, and he told me that basically they picked Michael to stop the outside run, that he was dominant at stopping the outside run. And my first question in my head was just like, that was the 11th overall pick, and you picked a guy that's going to have one tool of stopping the outside run, really? And look, the jury's still out on Michael Williams. I'm not shutting the book on that at all. I think he could be a good player, but I think that when you're looking at individual traits and not taking into account how can they do multiple things, that's a problem, especially early in the draft when there are guys that can cover multiple areas of what you need.
Yeah. Yeah. So, okay, what about Romello Height, for example? Texas Tech edge rusher. He also is like an individualized, single skill kind of guy. Pass rush specialist. Third down guy, I would imagine. Second and long, he will come in. He's essentially the way that I view it, Sterling. We're talking with Sterling last night. Carter, Romello Height is essentially the Bryce Huff replacement. Bryce Huff, they acquired from the Eagles this past offseason a year ago. He retired kind of out of nowhere. It wasn't great for the Niners last year, but certainly was one of their more polished pass rushers. He retires, leaves an opening there at kind of the third down, passing down edge rusher to come in off the bench. Romello Height is that guy, but again, that's your second pick in this draft, and you're really only going to be using him, you would think, on pure passing down.
Yeah, and he's going to be receiving Social Security before his rookie contract's up. I mean, he's 25. Look, that's fine. I can get over that, Grandy. It's just
they got a lot of old guys in this draft. Yeah. 24-year-old Dejon Stribbling, 25-year-old Romello Height, 24-year-old Kalon Black, Carver Willis, the tackle from Washington, is 24 years old. They got a lot of old dudes.
The age, whatever. What you do on the field is what I care about, right? Yeah. And I just, I think that 6 years of college football and you had one really, really good year when you were next to two guys at Texas Tech who were drafted above you.
Specifically David Bailey, number 2 overall.
The best player potentially in the country,
he was amazing. He was amazing. And you have an all-American linebacker behind you as well.
That, what it kind of made me think of is that year where Eric Armstead got in double-digit sacks when Nick Bosa showed right up, you know what I mean? And it was like, wow, Armstead's really good, and then they gave him the contract.
Well, Buckner was there, too.
Exactly. And it's like, it matters who's next to you, you know what I mean? And you can go back to the Cowboy. The Cowboy took a lot of pressure off people. He would always get double-teamed, you know what I mean? And so...
You know what Justin Smith did? He allowed Aldon Smith to have one-on-one on the edge.
Exactly. And that makes me nervous, I'm not going to lie. That does make me nervous. He was the third pick on the Texas Tech defensive line. So, look, I'm not going to shut the book on him either, but I actually like that pick. At least they picked him where he was supposed to be picked. He was
generally,
mocked. He was mocked near where they picked him. So, and on top of that, I think one thing he really brings that they liked is Raheem Morris likes to, hide coverages and stunt and do a lot of stuff that we didn't see with Robert Saleh. We always saw 4 men on the line with Robert Saleh. This year, who knows?
And you knew those 4 dudes were all coming after the quarterback.
Right. And this year, it could be totally different. It could be, there's 4 on the line to start, 3, 1 drops back. You
bring a linebacker or you bring a nickel blitz or something.
Morris loves throwing things like that. He's much more like, let's hide this, let's hide that. So this guy can drop into coverage at least. There's good film on that. And that's got to make you feel good. So no reach. He's got 2 tools potentially.
Yeah, they call him the T-Rex because he does not have long arms at all.
No, but he's very, very fast off the edge. And who did they lose this offseason? Bryce Huff, who was extremely fast off the edge. Yeah. So I think he covers what Bryce Huff brought really well. But we'll see. And look, I was kind of joking about the age thing. Like, yeah, you want a guy who's younger, but maybe he's more developed, and maybe that'll work in the 49ers' favor. Who knows?
I mean, I think in general, when you go after a guy that, and specifically for an edge rusher, and I think this is also probably the case for an offensive lineman, but edge rushers, I think specifically, they take a long time to develop. It's rare that you got like a 22-year-old that comes in and is immediately amazing. Like, you have the best of the best oftentimes. But those are like the truly elite prospects on those positions. Otherwise, you get an edge rusher that was good at the college level, even if they are, a first-round pick. They come in and they gotta figure things out. You gotta adjust to the quickness and the physicality of the NFL offensive lines. Like, it takes you a bit to kind of figure things out. So the thought there is 24, 25-year-old edge rusher Romello Height is going to be fully developed physically and essentially is who he's going to be as a physical specimen. And now it's just to the point where the Niners are going to be trying to reel in his foundation and his technique and try to work on that. But look, like, that pick makes sense from a single skills standpoint. Some of the others are a little more confusing to me. I will say I have liked day 3 a whole lot more than I liked day 2 specifically.
Me too, Granny.
And we can get into that when we come back. I also think it's interesting who they haven't drafted, and that's a safety. And we got to talk about that before we get out of here as well. Plus, we got plenty of time for your calls and your text at 888-957-9570. The Niners 2026 class is nearly complete. What do you think? Give us a call, 888-957-9570. That's Carter Chickering. I'm Mark Randy. We're back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Mix and match items, buy 2, get 3 for free when you buy 5 items. Items like Oscar Mayer bacon, Kraft mayo, Kraft singles cheeses, and Capri Sun juices, selected varieties. Check with your local Safeway store for a full list of participating items. And speaking of participating, here's Dan Dibley.
Well, I'd love to, Mark. 8-piece fried chicken, 4 drumsticks and 4 thighs, or Signature Select Classic Salad, 32 to 48-ounce size selected varieties for just $5.99. And finally, USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Roast Mega Packs for just $5.99 per pound. It's unbelievable.
Yes, it is. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
In the aisles.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years. Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Today on the CW.
We are green at Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series blasts off.
Great day to go race in Talladega.
On one of NASCAR's most legendary tracks.
Talladega, dude, let's go!
This is the biggest and the baddest of the super speedway tracks.
It's a race. It's a party. This is Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
From Talladega, today at noon on Cron 4. The CW.
Looking for a fun and memorable way to celebrate Mom this Mother's Day? Join History San Jose for a Mother's Day tea the whole family can enjoy. Set inside the historic Empire Firehouse overlooking beautiful History Park. Gather together and treat Mom to a delicious spread of pastries, tea sandwiches, and refreshing teas. It's the perfect way to slow down, reconnect, and make lasting memories with the people who matter most. Vegetarian options are available. Space is limited, so reserve your seats today at historysanjose.org.
Whether you're renovating or building new, Ashby Lumber and Marvin help bring your vision to life with bold design and unmatched performance. In the Bay Area, your home is everything, and the right door makes all the difference. Discover Marvin Elevate and Vivid Doors, crafted for expansive views, natural light, and seamless indoor-outdoor living. Available at Ashby Lumber, your trusted local partner for premium building materials. Visit Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord or learn more at marvin.com. Marvin, designed for how you live.
I need a little ranch, step to the ranch. There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club, available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Get ready for the Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton, June 19th through July 12th. Kick off summer with food, rides, and the Big O Tires concert series with Flo Rida and Elle King. For more info and a chance to win tickets courtesy of Alameda County Fair, visit 957thegame.com.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Our draft coverage continues on this Saturday. Carter Chickering, Mark Randy with you. Dan Dejon and Evan Giddings held it down from 9 till noon. We've got you covered now until 3 o'clock. 6 hours of draft coverage on this Saturday. Here on 95.7 The Game, we had you covered all night last night and all night on Thursday as well as we react to the Niners 2026 NFL draft class. They've made 7 selections so far. They will be on the clock again shortly unless they trade, which is absolutely possible. They own one more pick as it stands right now, number 179 overall here in round 5. Currently, the Ravens are picking at 174, so we should have the Niners next move relatively soon, and we will, of course, keep you updated. We also want to hear from you all day long here on 95.7 The Game. 888-957-9570. Again, that's 888-957-9570. Both the number to call and to text. Plus, if you want to weigh in on YouTube, you can do that as well at youtube.com/957 The Game. Day one, Niners traded back from 27 out of the first round into the first part of the second round. They made one selection there, Dejon Stribbling, Ole Miss wide receiver. In the third round, they made 2 picks, Romello Height, an edge rusher from Texas Tech, and then Kalon Black, Indiana running back. Today, they had 3 fourth-round picks. They had 4, but traded 1. 3 fourth-round selections, Grayson Halton, defensive tackle from Oklahoma, Carver Willis, offensive lineman. He played tackle at Washington, probably going to be more of an interior O-lineman at the NFL level. That's Carver Willis from Washington. Ephesians Prysock, a corner from Washington. And then most recently in the 5th round, Jaden Duggar, Louisiana Lafayette linebacker. And again, they will be on the clock here coming up in just a little bit. We'll talk about all these guys individually, Carter, but I know you texted me the second that they drafted Grayson Halton, the defensive tackle from Oklahoma, one of their early picks in the 4th round, 7th selection in the 4th round today, and you were confused. I think that's putting it lightly. Defensive tackle, you said. How the hell could they draft a defensive tackle? Explain yourself. Why were you confused?
I just feel like they really attacked this position last draft. I mean, you drafted C.J. West and Alfred Collins, both defensive tackles.
Michael Williams plays on the inside a fair amount, too.
Exactly. So that's why I texted you. They drafted 2.5 defensive tackles last year, really. But then even this offseason, you trade for one in Osa from the Cowboys.
Yeah, Odigizua, gave up a
now you're at 3.5. You know what I mean? And look, depth is great, but when you need a safety desperately, desperately need a safety.
Do you think they desperately need a safety? I mean, I know that we feel that way. Do you think they feel that way?
Yeah, I was just going to say that to you, Grandy. I said this to you in the green room, actually, do you think that Raheem Morris came in and said, you guys just aren't seeing it in Marquise Siegel? Like,
is he saying that about Siegel, or is he saying that about Malik Mustafa, or is he saying it about Jair Brown?
Tig. He's not saying it about Jair Brown.
You feel confident of that, huh?
I hope Jair's not listening, but
he's probably not. You're safe.
Yeah.
You can rip him. Go ahead.
Look, with the Halton pick, the defensive tackle, I think you kind of talked me off a ledge with that. You're right. I mean, they just have to get after the quarterback. It doesn't really matter what position it comes from, right? And you picked your defensive end. So clearly they must have some faith that this guy can really get after the quarterback. I mean, I did some reading. I watched a little bit on him. He has an elite first step, basically. He's really quick there in that spot. He had a really high pressure rate, but he was a little inconsistent with the run, sometimes really good with it, sometimes wasn't. And once again, his downside is he's short and stubby. So
6'2", 300, 22 years old. He's only 22.
Yeah, that's better.
He's not an old man.
Yeah.
But you're right, though. So the defensive tackle selection, I think it confused a lot of Niner fans out there because if you're a Niner fan, you're not like this crazy draft Nick as not many of us are. You say, all right, what are the Niners' needs? Okay, it's safety, it's offensive line, it's edge rusher. Those are probably the three biggest. Then it's wide receiver, and you need a running back at some point. You probably need another edge, right? And you're like, okay. So with their first handful of picks, they go wide receiver, edge, running back, and then D tackle. Like, explain that when, as you mentioned, they still need to draft the safety, or they should feel like they need to draft the safety. They haven't yet. I do think what this is, we think of D tackle as generally guys on the inside that are going to stop the run. Like, that's just generally what the D tackle is there for, to eat up blockers and to free up your linebackers. Like, what makes Fred Warner so elite is if you have some good D tackles in front of him, this was the plan with Javon Hargrave, eat up a couple of blockers and then let Fred Warner, unaffected by those offensive linemen, let him plunge through those holes and take down ball carriers. Like, that is what you want your D tackles to do. What the Niners, I think, see in Grayson Halton is this is another opportunity for us to get to the quarterback. And you now look at what the Niners might be, say, on a passing down. When you are trying to get after the quarterback, you got Nick Bosa on one side. Michael Williams, maybe he could kick inside. You could throw Romello Height on the outside and Grayson Halton potentially on the inside. Or you're also going to have Osa Odigizua, obviously. But you now have options in terms of pass rush specialists. And much like the Romello Height pick, the edge from Texas Tech, he is kind of your second and long, third down edge opposite Nick Bosa to get after the quarterback. Grayson Halton, to me, screams that, but from the interior. You know, you got Alfred Collins, you've got C.J. West. Those are probably going to be, along with Osa Odigizua, your normal down guys on the interior in some combination. But if you get in a third down and you're expecting pass, you can throw Grayson Halton in there. And what he did, 30 pressures in 2025, second most on the Sooners, despite only playing 32% of the defensive snaps. Like, playing a third of the snaps and second on the team in pressures. How about this? Alabama center Parker Brailsford called him the toughest player he faced in 2025 because of his get-off the line, as you mentioned. So I do think, kind of like what we were talking about with Romello Height, you see a singular, marketable skill set for Grayson Halton, and it is to affect the quarterback from the interior. And that's something the Niners don't really have a lot of.
Well, we brought up kind of the Raheem Morris system earlier and how you're going to see them do a lot more stunts this year and things like that. And obviously, when you have a defensive tackle with speed, you can run stunts from that position, right?
Yeah.
For me, though, I just am more of a standard. Like, I like a standard defensive tackle. Sacks are great, right? But sacks are kind of rare from the defensive tackle position. It's not really the position you're expecting to get the most sacks on your team.
It's not just about sacks. It's also just disrupting.
That's what I'm getting at, is I really want a defensive tackle who can just collapse the pocket. Just push your guy straight back into the quarterback.
Force him out.
Yes.
Force him into Nick Bosa's arms.
Force him into your edges, right? Yep. And that's what I think they also kind of saw from a different position in Bryce Huff, which is Bryce Huff would really shoot himself off the edge there, which is an easy fix for a quarterback. You take 2 steps up, right?
Yeah, step up in the pocket.
Yeah, but
if you have a D tackle that can bull rush the center or the guard back into the quarterback, you can't step up anymore.
And if you have a single linebacker blitzing, I mean, he's really in trouble then at that point. It's just, it's moving the quarterback, right? Can you get him to certain spots where you can actually bring him down? Yeah. And I think they really liked that about Bryce Huff.
Or even just force a quarterback to throw on the run. I mean, how many times was there a big third down this past year and the Niners defense trying to get a stop? They can't even get anywhere near the quarterback, and he's just a statue in the pocket. Niners secondary, not the greatest, as we know, specifically from the safety spot and like the other corner opposite Diamador Lenore. Renardo Green, not terrible, but wasn't great in his second year either. Upton Stout, good at the nickel, but like you have some weaknesses there. You give any quarterback that amount of time, your corners are not going to stand up.
Totally.
So you just have to affect the quarterback more. And I think that's what the plan is with this guy. Defensive tackle, just impact the quarterback in some way, shape, or form somehow.
Right. So, Grandy, let me ask you a question then.
Yeah.
When you saw this pick, did it tell you anything about Alfred Collins, about CJ West?
It probably shows that they're not terribly confident in their ability to get after the quarterback, would be my guess.
I think CJ West disappointed them this year. I mean, I remember training camp, like, people thought Alfred Collins was going to be the really raw one that, like, needed a lot of work to get on the field. And when the season progressed, it was quite the opposite. It was CJ West looked like he was the one that needed the help, and Alfred Collins made some, seriously, year-changing plays for them.
The strip on the goal line.
100%.
Against the Rams.
Might not win that game. Probably don't win that game if you don't do that,
right? They don't win that game. Absolutely not. So, and who knows how that changes the season. They might not make the playoffs as a result of that play not happening.
Exactly. So, I don't know. Look, I'm not going to hate on the pick. I'm totally with you. You need more pass rush in general. So if this guy they believe was the best pass rusher on the board at the time, and that's kind of what I wanted to get to too, is like the Kalon Black pick didn't feel like, look, there's clearly better players on the board according to a lot of other people.
Even better running backs on the board.
Exactly.
It depends on who you look at, but the service that I use, it's from The Athletic. I don't pay for it specifically for the draft. I have an Athletic subscription. It's Dane Brugler. And there were 2 running backs off the board when Kalon Black was picked by the Niners, both Notre Dame running backs, funnily enough. It was Jeremiah Love and then his backup, Jadarian Price, I believe. And then no other running back selected, and Dane Brugler had Kalon Black as the 11th running back.
Yeah.
So there were 3 through 10 were not drafted, and the Niners went with number 11, according to Dane Brugler. Now, again, they have their own ranking system, and it doesn't matter, but it's the point that you're getting at, is not only was it kind of a questionable position selection, but the player you selected in that moment also was pretty darn questionable.
Yeah, the consensus draft board here's 4 draft boards. The consensus draft board had him at 197. Brugler had him at 179, PFF at 187, and Bleacher Report had him at 210. And you picked him at 90. That's crazy. That's insane. You can like the player, but you can hate where he was picked.
Did you hear Kyle Shanahan when asked about running back in the 3rd round?
I did last night, but honestly, Grandy, I had steam coming out of my head last night.
You probably blacked out. You probably don't even remember.
I had to leave the house and go on a walk. Like, I was in such a bad mood. So play it for me.
Did you take your baby out for a walk with you?
I literally was so angry. The baby's screaming in the background. I was like, Sierra, I got to go on a walk. I'm sorry.
Were any items thrown?
No. Thankfully, she was like, "Yeah, good. Go on a walk."
Yeah, get your anger outside the house, please.
Yeah, she's like, "What's wrong?" I said, "They picked another running back in the 3rd round, honey." She knew exactly what I was talking about.
Anyway, I think this was Eric Branch who asked Kyle Shanahan this. You're going to hear the question and then Shanahan's response. Here it is from last night about another running back in the 3rd round.
When you guys are talking about we're going to take a running back in the 3rd round, Kyle, you even joked once about when you took Moody. Can't believe we didn't take a running back in the 3rd round. Do you guys even, does it register with you, we haven't had much success at doing this in the past?
Honestly, I forgot about that till you just said that. But now I remember everything. No, it doesn't hit us, but it's fun to mess with each other on. But we don't think it's relevant. But hopefully a better level.
No, it doesn't hit us. They don't remember all their third-round running back misses.
Kyle, it's relevant. It's relevant. When you pick 7 of them and none of them hit, it's relevant, dog. Sorry.
All right, Kyle Shanahan's history drafting running backs. You want to go through this? I know this is this is painful for you. 2017, their first year as general manager and head coach. Joe Williams never took. Did he ever take a snap with the 49ers?
I literally don't even.
Did he take a couple?
Honestly. I don't think so.
I don't think he did either. I don't think he ever got on the field because of injuries.
Yeah, he stunk.
Yeah, he never got on the field. The only thing listed on his Pro Football Reference page is his combine measurements. That'll tell you all you need to know for Joe Williams. Great at Utah, but just injured and never got healthy at the NFL level. Joe Williams, there's one running back, absolute whiff, and that was a 4th-round pick. That's a valuable pick that we're talking about. Did not pick a running back in 2018, did not in 2019. Did not in 2020. Then 2021, Trey Sermon in the 3rd round. You know, he played for you a little bit, but nowhere near return on a 3rd-round running back. Elijah Mitchell in the 6th round, hell of a pick, was a 1,000-yard rusher as a rookie. And then in 2022, 3rd-round running back, Ty Davis-Price, didn't do much for you, never scored a touchdown for you in the NFL level. Did not draft a running back in 2023. Then in 2024, you draft Isaac Arendo in the 4th round. He might not even make the team this year. Had some flashes of some good moments, but that is it. Last year, you draft Jordan James in the 5th round, and now you draft Kalen Black in the 3rd round. That is the Niners' history under Shanahan and Lynch drafting running backs, and it is, other than Elijah Mitchell, it's either jury still out like Jordan James, or it is absolute abject failure.
I would call it abject failure. I think it's embarrassing.
Or Elijah Mitchell. Elijah Mitchell was a good pick.
Yeah, he was a good pick for that year.
That's it.
He carried them that year. There's no doubt.
He was great.
But I just think
But that's the other thing. When you, and this is the case, I think, for a lot of NFL teams, but I think also specifically for Kyle Shanahan, when you have shown an ability to get a 1,000-yard rusher out of nowhere, why are you drafting running backs in the 3rd and 4th rounds?
Right. Grady, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Would you consider the Brandon Ayuk pick a good pick?
Yes.
Now that everything's unfolded?
It's a good pick.
Yeah,
you could not have predicted the craziness that would have ensued. But yes, absolutely. That's a hit.
Yeah, okay. That's fair. Look, 1 year isn't enough to me. Like, Brandon Ayuk did it for 2 or 3 years, right?
Yeah.
He was really effective. And
he was an all-pro.
Yeah, absolutely. And that matters. It's just, the Elijah Mitchell thing is just like,
he was wide receiver 1 on a team that went to overtime in the Super Bowl.
Absolutely,
That's a hell of a pick. Now, it ended poorly, and they have some blame in that. They probably should have traded him away that offseason before signing him. But, that's a good pick.
I would just say, the goal of picking someone is that you want to give them a big contract at the end of it.
Yes.
Because that means that was a great pick, And
it's a little hairy with wide receiver. The wide receiver market is absolutely insane.
Yeah.
But yes.
And maybe they didn't like Boston on the board. You know what I mean? And they probably didn't because they passed him up a couple times.
Yeah, you're talking about Denzel Boston from Washington, who most people had projected as a late 1st round, early 2nd round pick.
Yeah.
And the Niners had multiple options to draft him.
And Omar Cooper. I mean, as Zach just got into my ear, he's right. I mean, so I don't think they've necessarily failed at the wide receiver position the way they've failed at the running back position. I mean, they have failed at the running back position to me when drafting.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting the way that it all played out. They have some really, really high-profile misses. There's no doubt about it. The 650 asks, what team did this defensive coordinator come from? That is Raheem Morris. He was the head coach of the Falcons most recently, but Niner fans probably remember him more from his time as the DC under Sean McVay and the Rams when they won a Super Bowl, and that was a hell of a defense. So he's been around. Raheem Morris has been around for a long, long time and has a history with Kyle Shanahan as well, which is why he is the new DC. But there's also a question of, and Sterling and Evan and I were talking about this the last couple of nights, and by the way, the Niners are on the clock at 179. We will get their pick here in the 5th round momentarily. I wonder how the defensive part of this draft is being handled, because it felt like last year Shanahan and Lynch just kind of handed the keys to Robert Saleh and said, all right, we trust you, Rob. Make all these picks and build us for the future. A year later, Robert Saleh's gone, and I wonder if Shanahan is maybe a little hesitant to do something similar with Raheem Morris, because who knows how long Raheem Morris is going to be this team's DC again.
Yeah, I don't think Raheem Morris has earned that yet either. I think Saleh had earned that. And I think that's fair. Is that tackle or is that defensive tackle, Grandy?
That is offensive lineman.
Can't read it.
Enrique Cruz Jr. from Kansas is the Niners selection.
Okay. So we're going tackles late in the draft here.
A couple of them, yeah.
Wow.
One of them probably is a little bit more of a guard or maybe even a center than a tackle.
Yeah.
Play tackle at the collegiate level.
You would think they're both going to be competing for that left guard position, obviously.
Let me look this guy up and I'll tell you what I know about him. Enrique Cruz Jr., offensive tackle from Kansas, is the Niners selection at 179 overall. As it currently stands, Carter, their last pick in the 2026 draft.
I would guess that he is really efficient in pass blocking, since the last guy is really known for being a great run blocker. But let's see here. I think that, we were all clamoring for them to get a tackle. And,
desperately.
I don't know how fans feel about them doing it for their last couple picks, but I think it brings us to another thing, Grandy, which is like, you're out of picks now and you don't have a safety to show for it.
No, they could, get another pick. But at this point, you're talking about a late 5th round or 6th or 7th round pick. And those guys might not even make your roster. That is absolutely possible. So it is the time for finding a starting safety for this year. It has come and gone. Absolutely. It probably came and went last night, honestly.
They must have thought that no one in this draft was better than who they have at that position.
Once you get past the guys that went in the first round in Caleb Downs and Dylan Thieneman.
Anyone that they were willing to actually...
Dylan Thieneman almost fell to them at 27. Maybe if that happened, they would have selected him. He's the safety from Oregon, previously at Purdue, went to the Bears. Caleb Downs is like a generational safety prospect. Somehow he fell all the way to 11. The Cowboys traded up and got him. I was a big fan of that Cowboys move.
Me too, Grandy. I would have been a fan if the 49ers would have done it. And traded.
Well, that was never going to happen.
And traded 3 of these 4th-round picks for it. No offense.
Well, it would have taken more than 3 4th-round picks to get all the way up to 11.
Well, you move a couple picks, Grandy. You can always move in the draft. Come on, let's call it what it is. We've seen them do it 100 times. I just don't sit here today and feel like they have a legitimate day one starter from this draft. Do you?
I'll put it this way. I don't think any of the players that they have drafted will start on week 1.
No.
Because these are the players that you feel like are going to have big impacts are going to be 3rd down pass rush specialists. Yeah. And that I think specifically is Romello Height and then Grayson Halton. So they could impact your team this year. Absolutely they can. And if you got an injury or two with the wide receiver room, then Dejon Stribbling absolutely can impact this team as well. But you're going to trot out a fully healthy team, hopefully, knock on wood, right, week 1. You're going to start at wide receiver, Mike Evans, Ricky Pearsall, and you usually don't even play 3 wide receivers at a single time. But if you do, the 3rd one's probably going to be Christian Kirk. You didn't draft a tight end, so a drafted tight end is not going to start for George Kittle if he's not ready, which he likely won't be. McCaffrey starting at running back, it's not going to be Kalen Black. And these edge rushers and defensive linemen are not going to be starting, at least not on 1st down. The one guy potentially, I guess, could be the Washington offensive lineman, Carver Willis, who maybe has an opportunity to compete for left guard. But that's about it in terms of guys that might be week 1 starters for your team.
Yeah, and to me, when you were a team that was in the divisional round last year, and
somehow
you made it though, and
you made it.
That means you're close. I don't care how good your division is because
you lost by 40 to the Seahawks.
Yeah, Grandy, but I'm a believer in Super Bowl hangovers, and maybe I just do it again, Sam Darnold. Do it again, and maybe that's crazy to say, but I don't.
Thank God the Rams drafted Ty Simpson is all I will say.
I know. I was applauding when that happened. That move was awful for them, but I think it's kind of the same thing as like you're not plugging in a guy who can help you immediately and you're in a position to win the Super Bowl potentially. You know what I mean? And I just, are we throwing stones in a glass house when we're making fun of the Ty Simpson pick for them?
Well, we can make fun of all picks equally if we want.
I'm only seeing the left guard position as potentially something they filled.
The Rams made an excellent move last draft by trading with the Falcons, getting this first-round pick back. Turned out to be a really valuable first-round pick, 13th overall, and they used it by overdrafting a quarterback who, if all things go well for them, doesn't play for them for a couple of years at least.
Yeah.
And they're in a Super Bowl window that is closing kind of quickly because their quarterback is approaching 40 years old.
Yeah.
So, phew. I'm fine with that if I'm a Niner fan with what the Rams did. There's no doubt.
They're following in the Packers' footsteps. There's no doubt. I mean, it's worked for the Packers,
Jordan Love, a better prospect than Ty Simpson, and was picked a whole lot later than Ty Simpson was, 13th overall.
There's no doubt. I think Aaron Rodgers also was a better prospect.
And was picked way later than Ty Simpson.
Yeah, he was 22nd, 23rd?
Somewhere, late first. I don't remember the exact number, but...
Yeah, I mean, look... one left guard to me is as who you get, though, to plug and play is just not going to cut it. So, I don't know. I'm disappointed, Grandy, and I think that's the bottom line is I'm a little disappointed. You brought up they picked it up today, though, and I want to get into that on the other side is was hopefully day 2 just the day that people are going to have problems with.
Let's talk about it. And they did just draft another offensive lineman. Enrique Cruz Jr. played right tackle at Kansas this past year. We'll tell you what we know about him when we come back. Plus, we got time for your calls. Oh, and I see you guys on hold. Mark and Chris, hang out there. We will get to you when we come back. It's Carter and Grandy as we continue. Day 3 of the NFL draft is still going. As it stands right now, though, the Niners do not own any more picks. Is their day done? We don't know that for sure, but we have a 7-man class for the Niners at this moment. We'll talk about all that and more as we continue. It's Grandy and Carter with you. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
So, how's your research going?
Surprising. After I figured out the top-rated TVs in our price range, I went shopping for deals.
And who's the best?
It wasn't the internet, and it wasn't the warehouse club.
But?
It was video only. They had better deals on the Samsung, LG, and the Sony TVs that got the highest scores.
Better than online and at the club?
I know. Video only beat them all. And now we can afford an even better model for the same price. My research really paid off.
If we buy it video only.
Exactly. Otherwise, we'll be sorry.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Tune in every Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. to hear The Morning Roast, hosted by Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni, as they dive into the latest sports news to get your morning going. Presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, where everyone is treated like a hero.
Let's talk about a big win on and off the field. This April, donate blood with Stanford Blood Center and you're automatically entered to win 2 luxury suite tickets for the Giants versus the Diamondbacks on May 25th at Oracle Park. We're talking suite level, great views, all the food and drinks included. Your one donation saves lives, and it puts you in the best seats in the house. Make the call to donate today. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org for an appointment.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
95.7 The Game is proud to support Drawbridge and the Aragon Foundation on the Bridging Creative Possibilities Gala, May 9th in San Francisco. Join us for live music, dancing, and an art auction with proceeds that help fund music and art education. For tickets, head to 957thegame.com.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Day 3 of the NFL draft. The rage is on. The Niners just made their most recent selection. They now have 8 picks made. I think I might have said 7 when we went to commercial break, but they have 8 selections. They do not currently own another pick for the rest of the day, the rest of the draft. That could change, of course. You could trade, get another pick. You could buy a pick from a team. The Niners did make a trade yesterday that kind of went under the radar. They traded away D. Winters, and they got back a 5th-round pick. They drafted a linebacker today, probably as the not necessarily replacement for D. Winters, but just to get another body in that room. They got a 5th-round pick for that. Maybe they do something similar here and they make another pick in the 6th or the 7th round. If that does happen, we, of course, will keep you updated. But welcome back. It's Carter and Grandy with you. They just drafted another offensive lineman, Carter, Enrique Cruz Jr. out of Kansas. 6'5", 313 pounds, played right tackle this past year at Kansas, a transfer from Syracuse where he started, then got benched with a new staff in town, went over to Kansas and kind of came out of nowhere into the area where NFL talent evaluators paying attention to him And looking at him right now, Carter, Enrique Cruz Jr., the offensive tackle they just drafted from Kansas. This is a player that, I mean, look, it's a late 5th round pick. These are all kind of dart throws at this point for the most part. But this is a guy who seems to be pretty early in his developmental process. He's 22. He'll be 23 by the time the season begins. Not necessarily incredibly young. But this is a guy who was kind of nowhere to be seen in terms of performing at the next level as recently as a year ago, and he jumped onto the page this past season at Kansas. So it feels like the Niners are believing maybe there's more development ahead for him, and he could eventually be an okay NFL player. We'll see how it goes, but a late 5th round pick, you're never going to count on anything all that special.
No, but they liked their last lineman they picked from Kansas, so...
Dominic Pooney a couple years ago.
Yeah, they seem to love to stick with the same schools in the same positions.
Ole Miss wide receiver.
Yeah, so we'll see how it turns out. I'm just glad they've picked 2 linemen, and they're going to have some competition there. And, maybe Connor Colby has grown. Who knows? I mean, he dates Brock Lesnar's daughter, so maybe he's got some tips from Brock.
Well, he dated Brock Lesnar's daughter last year, too, and didn't go great for Connor Colby. But that's also a 7th round rookie last year.
Yeah, I mean,
he started games for you last year. I don't know if that's a positive or a negative, probably more of a negative than anything else, because you had to have a 7th round rookie start for you last year. But it also means, hey, Carver Willis, 4th round selection, offensive lineman, Enrique Cruz Jr., 5th round selection. Like, maybe those guys are quality enough to at least be competing for some spots for the Niners.
No,
specifically
absolutely.
at left guard, probably for Carver Willis more than anybody else.
Do you feel like, you feel like these guys are all competing for left guard? None of them.
I don't know about Enrique Cruz Jr. He's a bigger guy at 6'5", and I think that kind of size you normally see those guys stay on the outside. He's not the tallest, left tackle or right tackle. Carver Willis specifically screams interior to me. This is a guy, I have his measurements here. He is 6'5" as well, 303, but his measurements in terms of his arm length and those sorts of things do scream more inside to me. I think the one thing that is common with both these offensive linemen is they fit Kyle Shanahan's offensive plan, and that is the zone read game. And specifically with Carver Willis. Also, I've seen some of this with Enrique Cruz Jr., just looking at some of the stuff during the commercial break. But specifically Carver Willis, these are offensive linemen, Carter, that one of their strengths is their movement and their ability off the snap to get to the second level of a defense and get there on time and make a good block. And that is a key for Kyle Shanahan. How often do you see Trent Williams, kind of pulling from one side to the left, leading the way for Christian McCaffrey or whoever the running back is, or hell, even at times, Kyle Juszczyk. So I think that is a skill set that Shanahan loves. It's one thing that I think we as just, you and I watch a lot of college football, but we're not these crazy draft heads where we study all these individual players for months on end leading up to the draft.
Like Sterling
does. Sterling is amazing. His knowledge is absolutely incredible. That's why it was great having him on the last couple of days here on 95.7 The Game. But I think it's easy to look past, like, oh, that was a high-ranked offensive lineman. Why didn't the Niners draft him? There is also such thing as a schematic fit. And there are players that are better in certain kinds of offenses and other kinds of offenses. And the Niner offense really prioritizes movement from their offensive line. That's why, generally speaking, the Niners offensive line, they're shorter, less physical, not as strong as some other maulers out there, which there are positives, which means you can move more and you can use your motion to your advantage more and you can be more creative, which is where Shanahan succeeds. But it also is, all right, when you're in a straight drop back game and you got to protect Brock Purdy, that's where your O-line tends to struggle a little bit more than others.
Also, like, what more could you ask for? A guy of this size who can move, right? Yeah. I mean, especially this late in the draft, Grandy, it's like, it seems like a fit made in heaven. From what I'm reading, the cons, his biggest issue is that he sometimes stands too, he gets too upright.
Are you talking about Carter Willis?
No, sorry, the most recent pick.
Or Enrique Cruz Jr.
Enrique Cruz Jr.
Gotcha. From Kansas.
Yeah, it looks like he gets a little too upright, which obviously at that height can, as someone who is 6'8", that really can do you dirty because good D linemen get low. You know?
Yeah. Low man wins.
Yeah, low man wins. To me, that seems like an easy fix. I mean, maybe I'm crazy to say that, but that seems like a really easy fix to me. So we'll see. I am actually really excited about this pick, though. I have to tell you, Grady.
You're excited about a late 5th round pick, Enrique Cruz Jr. All right, I'm here for it.
Yeah, dude, he's a I always think like linemen, offensive linemen, you can strike gold in later rounds. Like you can. We've seen it in the NFL. Jordan Mailata is one of the best left tackles in football. He was a 6th round pick. I mean, so I don't know. I feel better about this than I do about when they pick skill position players later in the draft.
All right. Well, someone on the phone lines wants to talk about the offensive line position. Let's do that. Mark is in the city and wants to talk about the Niners passing on O-line in the 3rd round, I believe. Mark, what's up? You're on with Carter and Grandy. What do you got?
Oh, yeah, you got that right. Yeah, it's Jennings Dunker was passed by the Niners, and he was on the best offensive line in college, 6'5", 319 pounds from Iowa, and they passed on him. They took the running back ahead of him. I was disappointed because I'll tell you, this guy could come right in and play. I mean, maybe I don't know if he fits the 49ers scheme of what they look for, but he's a heck of an offensive guard that could start. And they passed on him and got the running back. So that I was disappointed in seeing that.
Yeah, Mark, I appreciate the call. I think there's probably a lot of Niner fans that are right there with you, and they had an opportunity to draft a number of interior offensive linemen that they did not go with. A guy that I'm pretty familiar with, Emmanuel Pregnon, guard from Oregon, was also available in the 2nd round. Basically, the entire 2nd round went a little bit later than most people expected. They had multiple opportunities to draft him. Mark was just talking about scheme fit, as we were discussing a little bit earlier as well. I didn't think Pregnon was much of a scheme fit for the 49ers, but there's clearly some ability there as well. And what Mark was talking about is Jennings Dunker, who ultimately ended up going 96 overall to the Steelers. He made waves and went viral at the Combine, Carter, for his
hair,
his red flowing locks, the mullet, and the facial hair, and him running the 40-yard dash with that beautiful mane just flowing in the background. He went viral for that. But also, as Mark mentioned, drafting Iowa offensive linemen isn't the worst strategy because they pretty consistently have the best offensive line in all of college football.
I was just going to say, Grady, we have good evidence that whatever they're teaching in Iowa is what they should be teaching. Yeah, I mean, the offensive line's always great there, but every tight end that comes in the league is a great blocker, too, on top of that. So I think that there is a chance they look back and miss that pick. That guy looks like Sam Lubman with plus 200 pounds, doesn't he? I mean, it's just nuts.
Well, I mean, red long hair. Yeah. You don't see that too often.
Nails it. The mullet's great on a lineman, Grady. You immediately are rooting for the guy if he has a mullet.
I'm reading this little blurb on Jennings Dunker, who Mark, our caller from San Francisco, was upset the Niners didn't draft in the 3rd round. And this reads, with his red-haired mullet and brute strength, Dunker is described by his teammates as a Paul Bunyan-like folk hero. I mean, that's just what you want to hear about your offensive lineman, right?
If you're getting compared to Paul Bunyan, that's usually a good start for an offensive lineman.
That's exactly what I want. He weighs in at 319 pounds, 6 feet 5 inches. Now we'll see if he ends up being a good player or not. But they're clearly, look, it's kind of a cop-out, I suppose, to just say, well, the Niners must not have loved that player. And they seemingly did not love a lot of players because there were players that you and I and everybody consuming mock drafts have seen as potential Niner targets and all their 30-man visits that we saw as potential targets, and they passed on so many of them. It's probably just as simple as them not liking them, and I get that is kind of a cop-out, but it's not as if they're saying, no matter what, we're not picking offensive line here. They have to like the guy enough to take the pick, and for whatever reason, they don't.
I would even push back on that a little bit and say maybe it's not that they didn't like them. Maybe it's that they thought they had better value in the later rounds and that there was no pass rush value in the later rounds.
Well, they also drafted a running back in the 3rd round.
Well, but that's standard. We go through that every year, Granny. Everyone should have known.
I try to fool myself into thinking that it's not going to happen again.
No, I was saying the whole time, please don't draft a running back here.
At least they didn't draft a kicker in the 3rd round, Carter.
That's true. It could have been worse, Granny.
Or a punter.
I'll take a punter. I love that they had Andy Lee read one of the picks last night, by the way. That was great.
Well, okay, I think there was a misunderstanding there because their goal was to get people with connections to the city of Pittsburgh, and Andy Lee went to Pitt, and he's a Niner. So the the choices were relatively slim.
I mean, I had a problem with that guy who called in and said, I knew it was bad when Andy Lee was reading the pick. At one point, Andy Lee was the best player on the Niners. I mean, let's call it what it is.
Well, that was a pretty low bar.
Punt once.
That was a pretty low bar. Those were some really rough teams.
Yeah, but it's still fact, I think.
Before Harbaugh came around, man, those Andy Lee Niner teams were rough.
Yeah,
rough to watch.
Yeah. So look, I think, Granny, it's likely that they looked at the draft board and said, I'm not seeing Duggar is that much better than these guys later in the rounds. But pass rush, I've always said, is the first thing off the board. It's like the most important thing in football outside of the quarterback. I mean, this game has been designed, the NFL has now, to let offenses dominate. People want to see the ball go in the air. I mean, we've seen, over the years, more and more passing, and it's getting harder and harder for people to guard. And so the only thing to really negate that is pass rush. And so I would just question, yes, I understand people wanted Duggar. A lot of people were clamoring for him. I see it in every comment, everything on Twitter, yada, yada. But it could be that just the fall off for people who could get after the quarterback was massive toward the end of the draft, they thought.
Yeah, I mean, the two highest drafted, most consistently drafted positions, and this is the case for a lot of drafts lately, and I think it will be the case going forward as well. It's wide receiver and it's edge rusher. Those are the two most popular picks in the NFL draft because, as you're talking about, it's hard to win in today's NFL without some really good wide receivers. And the wide receiver market is such that that position turns over really quickly because unless you're the best of the best and you're, Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase or JSN, Puka Nacua is going to get a big deal, checked into rehab because he wants to get as much money as possible because he's got some issues. But unless you're one of those guys, it might not be in your team's best interest to give, a Brandon Ayuk top of the market kind of money. And it might not have been worth it even if he stayed healthy, because who knows if he was going to be able to produce at that level consistently going forward. So you have to continually kind of redo that position over and over and over. And then the fastest way to take away an opposing team's passing game is not lockdown corners. That helps, but it's having the most ferocious pass rush in the game and not even let the quarterback throw the ball in the first place.
That being said, Grandy, I want to make it clear to the listeners that you're not saying that safety in those positions don't matter.
No, of course they matter. Of course they matter. But if I were to choose, all right, you have all the position groups on your football team. Let's just talk about defense specifically. You got your linemen, you got your linebackers, and you got your secondary. If you could pick one of those groups to have the best group in football, it's the linemen.
Yeah.
In my opinion. And I don't think it's that close.
No, I agree with you.
Having an elite lockdown corner is amazing. All right, go take away Puka Nacua today. Or do your best. No one's going to take him away fully. But do your best, right? Give me Pat Surtain, and I'll figure out the rest.
Yeah.
But if I'm having one elite group defensively, I want it to be my lineman. And I think specifically I want it to be my edge rusher.
If you're talking position group, yeah, I buy that for sure. I would also maybe say, if you were talking single position, middle linebacker would have to be in there just as commander of the defense.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
The Niners have that covered.
Yeah, exactly. So, I think you and I are on the same page there, Grady, for sure.
888-957-9570 if you want to weigh in. We're going to go to the phones in just 1 second. The Niners have 8 picks. A chance that is the end of their draft. We'll continue to break this down and give you updates if they trade back into the 6th or 7th round. Right now, though, out to the phones. Chris in Vallejo wants to weigh in. What's up, Chris? You're on 95.7 The Game. It's Carter and Grandy with you.
What's up, Carter and Grandy? Thanks for taking my call. It's going to be brief. So basically, it has to do with exactly what that guy was saying. It's the 3rd round pick. All right, I wasn't thrilled with any of our draft thus far, but we're very limited. And I'm a fisherman. I'll stick to what I know how to do. And if you're going fishing, stick with what you're good at. We make running backs out of nothing. The Shanahan family can make running backs. And I just really would have loved us to get that dunker, or they started flying off the board as soon as we took that running back. And I'm okay with the receiver. I'm happy to be a Niner. They know what they're doing. So I have no problems. That's about it, guys.
I appreciate the call, Chris. Look, I think Chris is absolutely right about the Niners. Shanahan specifically has an ability to create running backs out of nowhere. Since Shanahan took over 2017 on, the Niners in 2017, their leading rusher was Carlos Hyde. That was, of course, the carryover, not drafted by Shanahan. You're smiling. Carlos Hyde.
We thought he was going to be so good.
Legendary Niner running back.
Yeah.
But just listen to leading rushers every season going forward. And this is the beginning of the Shanahan era. 2017 was Carlos Hyde. 2018 was Matt Breida. 2019 was Raheem Mostert. 2020 was Jeff Wilson Jr. 2021 was Elijah Mitchell. Then they drafted McCaffrey, and it's been McCaffrey 3 of the 4 years. Last 2024 was Jordan Mason because McCaffrey was hurt for the majority of the season. But you're talking about in his first, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years as head coach, 5 different leading rushers. And I'm not sitting here saying that Christian McCaffrey has not been a good acquisition. Of course, he's been an amazing acquisition. But when you've shown an ability to create rushers that can get near 1,000 yards for you, that you can kind of just produce at the tip of a hat, out of nowhere. Undrafted guys, 7th-round picks, 6th-round picks, guys that have been kind of stumbling around on practice squads.
Special teams players. Legitimately.
Yeah, legitimately.
Yeah.
That's what Raheem Mostert was.
Yeah.
He was a burner, and he was playing as a gunner on special teams.
And he was a stud for us.
That NFC Championship game against the Packers?
Unbelievable.
Oh, my God. 200 yards and 4 touchdowns or whatever it was.
What, did Jimmy throw the ball 8 times, I think it was?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
But, that's the point that I think a lot of Niner fans are getting at. Again, it's not that McCaffrey has not been a good acquisition. It's just when that is your reality, it's one of Shanahan's superpowers. And when that is your reality as a play caller and as an offensive mind, why are you wasting? And yes, I'm saying wasting. That might be aggressive, but I mean it. Why are you wasting valuable picks on that position when you have needs elsewhere? It could have been offensive line. It could have been Jennings Dunker. It could have been Emmanuel Pregnon. It could have been anybody. It also could have been a safety. You and I don't feel comfortable about the combination of Siegel, Malik Mustafa, and Jair Brown, some combo of those two being their opening day week 1 starters at safety. I feel terrified about that.
But I think there's a couple things that really irritate the fans about it, right? And the first, one of the things that we haven't even touched on is, didn't they trade a 2nd and a 3rd for McCaffrey? Or was a 5th a part of that too?
I'll give you the official
I know it was a 2, a 3, and I'm not sure if they added a 5th in there too. Regardless, he's like the whole offense.
Last year he was.
The whole offense last year. Now you just drafted a guy.
2nd round pick, multiple 4th round picks, and a 5th round pick.
Okay, so there wasn't a 3rd. It was 2nd, 2 4ths, and a 5th or so?
Oh, no, the AI was wrong. Sorry. 2nd round pick, 3rd round pick, 4th round pick, 5th round pick. 4 picks, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th.
Still, are you going to grab a player with those 4 picks that's going to do more than Christian McCaffrey?
Probably not. The Niners won that trade absolutely by a mile.
Look back at that trade and we're like, I'd do it 10 times over. Throw the 1st in there too.
Okay, calm down. Even if McCaffrey doesn't play another snap for the Niners, knock on wood, that's still a trade that you do 100 times out of 100.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
And I think it's just hard for Niners fans when you see this list of running back graveyard that they have accumulated. And, I'm separating the money from this, obviously, completely. If they had to pay McCaffrey, you don't have to pay these rookies and whatnot. But I just think it's hard to take that in when you see that, honestly, Grandy, they could have picked Kalen Black with any of their draft picks. Let me say that again. They just picked at 179, and he likely would have been there at 179.
We don't know that for sure, but yeah.
Likely, though. It's probably likely.
It just takes one other team to agree with the Niners that he's a hell of a running back.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Let me put it this way. Let me ask it this way. Would it make you feel better? And again, there's a lot of smoke screens going on here. The Niners host players on visits, and they want other teams to believe that they actually like that guy. So maybe they feel more, they want to trade up with the Niners as a result to get that guy or whatever it is. There's a lot of lying going on in these draft processes. It's kind of funny how many guys have the Niners drafted where they said, yeah, we never even met with the Niners. That happened with Stribbling. Never met in person. I think Romello Height said the same thing, and a couple of others have said similar things, that they never met with the 49ers. So there's a lot of lying going on here. But if the Niners had strong intel that suggested someone else was going to draft Kalen Black or any of these picks that they were reached on, that they were not going to last much longer, would that make you feel better about what they did?
If they're that convinced, I guess, Grandy. I think it'll probably be like Jordan Mason is my guess.
Well, Jordan Mason was a quality running back.
But Jordan Mason got on the field. I'm not sure Kalen Black's going to get on the field for a while. which I guess it took Mason a couple years to get on the field too. But
well, he only got on the field because McCaffrey got hurt.
Right. And let's call it what it is, Grandy. McCaffrey just touched the ball 450 times this last year. You know what that usually means for the next season?
Well, it's a repeat of 2 years ago.
Yeah, and it's usually, if you look at people that have touched the ball that much in a season, the next year is usually around 170 to 180 touches. I just, like, they needed a running back, is my point. They did need a running back. I just have a problem when you're playing against yourself in the draft. Like, you're not playing the board. You're playing against your own board, and that's stupid. And they have nothing to show since 2022 that is not what they've been doing. They have nothing to show for that.
You know what it reminds me of a little bit? I remember the 2023 draft when, this is a historically bad draft. Oh my God. They go Jair Brown. They didn't have first or second round picks, so I get it.
This is their worst draft.
They go Jair Brown, Jake Moody, Cam Latu, Darrell Luter, Robert Beal, D. Winters, Braden Willis, Ronnie Bell, and Jalen Graham. That is an entire draft class 3 years ago in 2023. But what it reminds me of is specifically the Jake Moody pick in 2023, because it's absolute madness to ever draft a kicker in the third round. Like, just absolute insanity. That guy could have the leg of, I don't know, like, name some superhero. It doesn't even matter. They could have the best leg in the hit. He could make 70-yard field goals consistently in college. I am not drafting a kicker in the third round, ever.
No, Grandy, the Cowboys picked Brandon Aubrey up off the street.
Exactly. It's exactly what I always go to. But the point is, the Niners felt okay doing that. And this is a quote, not directly. I'm going to add, I don't know exactly what the words were word for word, but essentially the point that Shanahan was making was, we felt like we didn't have holes elsewhere. So we felt like we could just knock down our kicker issue. Robbie Gould wanted money and we're not going to pay him. So you know what? That's our most glaring need is kicker. So we're going to draft one in the third round. Okay, one, you better freaking hit on that, because if not, it's an absolute disaster. It did not work. It was a disaster. We know how that all played out. But the point is, it's at least a little more understandable when you feel like you don't have questions elsewhere. Like, that was an amazing team, a great team that looked like they had the best roster in all of football 3 years ago. I can understand it at least from that point. Now, back then, I still would have said, draft freaking offensive linemen and stash them. Just please stash offensive linemen. I've been begging them to do that for ages. But the difference this year is you draft a running back. Yeah, kind of a position of need. You need bodies in that room. Absolutely. But you reach for him in the third round when you have desperate needs at other positions. That's the difference from 2023 to now, is you have needs elsewhere and you still, wasted is a strong word, but you used a pick, a valuable pick, on somebody that ideally McCaffrey's healthy and he hardly even sees the field this year anyway.
I'm totally, you and I could not be more in lockstep, Grandy. When you have a roster that is that good, the easy pick is just pick in the trenches. Just make the trenches as good as they can be on both sides of the line. You know what I mean? So I'm with you. It's just, I was saying to you at the break here, is like the last really good picks they had, you put Brock Purdy on the side. The last really good picks they had were the fifth rounders in 2021. That's true. Outside of those two picks,
Brock Purdy saved a generationally bad drafting stretch.
Yes. And that's why let's just throw him to the side. Like, Brock is a great quarterback.
And we can be honest, that's more luck than anything else.
Yeah, he's a great quarterback. He's not in the elite tier, though, even, right?
Like, no, not the top tier.
Yeah.
But a very good quarterback.
But very good quarterback, and especially where you picked him, he is just far and exceeded what your expectations were.
He's given you 1,000 times more than you could have possibly expected.
Prior to that, though, or ever since, they've had nothing. You've gotten nothing, basically. Pooney, I'll give some credit to.
Yep.
He's a starter, right? A plug and play. So,
Mustafa, maybe. Renardo Green, maybe. Ricky Pearsall, maybe.
Renardo Green is not maybe. That ship has sailed. That ship has sailed, Grandy. I'm here to say it.
We have what we think is maybe a completed Niner rookie class, draft class. We'll give you all the names, and we'll talk about how they fit into the depth chart and where the Niners have holes still. We'll do that when we come back. It's Carter and Grandy with you, plus time for your calls and your texts at 888-957-9570. The draft is still going on. Niners could get back in. We'll keep you updated if they do, but as of now, they are not going to be on the clock again. We'll talk more about that when we come back as we continue right here on 95.7 The Game.
Whether you're renovating or building new, Ashby Lumber and Marvin help bring your vision to life with bold design and unmatched performance. In the Bay Area, your home is everything, and the right door makes all the difference. Discover Marvin Elevate and Vivid doors, crafted for expansive views, natural light, and seamless indoor-outdoor living. Available at Ashby Lumber, your trusted local partner for premium building materials. Visit Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord or learn more at marvin.com. Marvin, designed for how you live.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our spring sale, now through April 27th, means up to 50% off every product store-wide, plus 2 full years of interest-free financing. Visit floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
Today on the CW.
We are green at Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series blasts off.
Great day to go race Talladega.
On one of NASCAR's most legendary tracks.
Talladega, dude, let's go!
This is the biggest and the baddest of the super speedway tracks.
It's a race. It's a party. This is Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
From Talladega, today at noon on Cron 4, the CW.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
This is your last call. The last call clearance event is on now at your Bay Area Lazy Boy. Everything must go. Closeouts, overstocks, floor samples, and more. All up to 50% off. These are the best deals of the season on the Lazy Boy favorites you love. But hurry, when it's gone, it's gone. Head to your Bay Area Lazy Boy today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Joey from Vermont, a farmer trying to get through the winter. Adriana from South Carolina, a single mother living paycheck to paycheck. Liam from Ohio, an injured father struggling to provide for his family. Hi, I'm Shanola Hampton, and I support the Feeding America network of food banks because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Carter Chickering, Mark Grandy with you. We got an hour and a half left as we continue to react to the 2026 NFL Draft. It is still ongoing as we speak right now. The Patriots picking in the 6th round. Niners have already made 8 selections. They do not own another pick as it stands right now. What I will say is there's a chance they could get another pick back at some point. We were keeping our eyes on a couple of Niner players that could potentially be traded. Obviously, there was a lot of talk in the offseason before now leading up to the draft about whether Mac Jones gets traded. That's not going to happen now. That was going to be for, I would think, at the lowest a 3rd-round pick. Niners probably only would have done it for a 1st-round pick. Of course, that has come and gone. The other name, though, to watch out for, Carter, is Brandon Ayuk and the Washington Commanders, who seem to be interested in Ayuk and his services going forward. They do own a couple more picks the rest of the way. So potentially maybe there could be a move for something like that involved. I'm not reporting anything. I'm just talking. Maybe a way for the Niners to own another pick is a trade of Brandon Ayuk. The Niners talked about it leading up to the draft this week about the possibility of an Ayuk trade. They mentioned it's certainly possible, but unlikely at this stage. We'll just keep an eye out for that and any other moves the Niners do make. But we are probably more than likely, Carter, looking at the official final 8-man rookie class for the Niners.
Aren't they just going to have to cut Ayuk?
Probably, but they could keep him around. I mean, they still have him under contract.
I guess my question really just goes more to, like, why would a team give them anything when he's going to be cut in a week?
Probably. The Niners are probably going to threaten, and they have put this out there a little bit. Like, oh, yeah, I mean, he's under contract. We could keep him, which probably is them trying to at least get a 6th-round pick for him or something.
Just hoping Adam Peters wants him.
Just hoping.
Hoping. I don't see it happening, Grandy. I don't know about you.
I don't think so either. Yeah, I think he'll probably just be released at some point, and then he'll probably sign with the Commanders as a free agent before the offseason programs get underway. But, yeah, we'll see the way that it all plays out. But they've made 8 picks. They entered the draft only with 6 selections. They've now made 8. They gained a couple of picks. They also gained a pick next year, which is good as well. I think it was a 5th-round pick next year. No, a 6th-round pick next year, which doesn't sound like anything crazy, and it probably won't be. 2027, though, is going to be a really, really good draft. So a 2027 6th is worth more than a 2026 6th. I'll put it that way. So they did get a pick back for next year, which is helpful, but they're probably done for the day. And we have the final 8-man class, which is Dejon Stribbling, Ole Miss wide receiver, Romello Height, Texas Tech edge rusher, Kalon Black, Indiana running back, Grayson Halton, Oklahoma defensive tackle, Carver Willis, Washington offensive tackle, play tackle at UW, probably more of an interior offensive lineman at the NFL level. Another Washington Husky, Ephesians Prysock, a corner, Jaden Duggar, Louisiana Lafayette linebacker, and then Enrique Cruz Jr., a Kansas offensive tackle. So you've got 2 offensive linemen, you've got 1 edge, 1 defensive tackle, 1 linebacker, you have a running back and a wide receiver. No safeties in this 8-man class for the 49ers. And now we have probably, Carter, the majority of the Niners offseason moves done. Their free agency, there are still some free agents out there, and they did convert a big chunk of Osa Odighizuwa's money this year to a signing bonus, clearing up some cap space. There's probably more going to be used as a rollover for next year as opposed to anything else for this year. There are still some free agents out there, such as Juwan Jennings. Interestingly enough, don't think he's coming back to the Niners, but he's still a free agent out there. But we've probably seen the vast, vast majority of the Niners offseason moves in terms of bringing difference makers in.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, you and I didn't really even cover the D. Winters trade. What did you think about that, Grandy?
I think they're a fan of D. Winters.
Were you a fan of the trade?
5th-round pick. I think I would have been hoping you could have gotten a little bit more. I was generally unimpressed by D. Winters this past season. I'm a fan of Tatum Bethune. I think it also might mean good things for Nick Martin, who they drafted last year, and we didn't really see much of, which kind of was surprising given all their injuries at linebacker last year. I mean, they played in the playoffs with it was Kendricks and Garrett Wallow were the quarterbacks in the playoffs.
Wallow's still on the team.
And they re-signed him. Mm-hmm. He's back. So maybe it means more about Garrett Wallow than anybody else potentially. I'm not sure, but I do think it means that they like Bethune, and they probably like the other options as well. And they did draft a linebacker in Jaden Duggar to kind of replace that body in terms of D. Winters. But I would have hoped I mean, he was your starting linebacker last year to begin the year, and I would have hoped you could have gotten more than a 5th-round pick for him.
Yeah, I was happy with it, actually. I just feel like you picked him in the 6th round and you got a 5th back for him. And I just look at it that simply. And to be honest with you, Grandy, I was so unimpressed by him in pass coverage. It was just hard to watch at times. And he would lay the boom down on people, right, at points. But
He'd also overextend at times.
Yeah.
Missed a lot of tackles.
I think outside of laying the boom, that's exciting and all. But, it's like a guy in basketball who's, he's a great dunker. Well, is he a great basketball player? You know what I mean? And so I actually really was impressed with Tatum Bethune last year, though.
I really like him.
Yeah. And so I think they must have looked at those two and been like, we really only need one of you.
And you signed Dre Greenlaw back this offseason.
Exactly.
Who knows how healthy he's going to be. But if he's healthy, he's the duo alongside Fred.
I think that they're thinking that he'll be fine and let's get this going. I really do. Which is exciting. I mean, as a fan, it's fun. Usually it doesn't work when you bring people back for a second stint, right, in any sport. But I'm willing to give Dre, he kind of took a year off, so to say. He played a couple games.
Had 2 years off.
Yeah, and so let's see. Maybe he'll be re-energized. I'm willing to keep an open heart for that, and I'm hoping that would be really fun if they could, really pull something back out of Dre Greenlaw, and we'll just see. I'm excited for it, and obviously they drafted a linebacker today too. So I wasn't, they showed the film they showed on ESPN after they drafted him was not too impressive. It was just him shooting the A gap at full speed.
Well, this is the guy from Louisiana Lafayette. They probably don't have as much tape on him. ESPN does as some of the others. You're talking about Jaden Duggar. He's an interesting story. 5th-round pick, 6'5", 242. That is big for a linebacker. Huge. 22 years old, 4'6", 40-yard dash. What's crazy, and he is a physical specimen. What's crazy is a 7-foot wingspan, Carter. A 7-foot wingspan.
That is crazy.
This linebacker that's 6'5". That's like Draymond Green body. 6'5" and a 7-foot wingspan. That is kind of what Draymond Green is, honestly. 242 pounds. He played safety to begin his collegiate career when he was at, I believe it was, Georgetown. He then transferred to Louisiana Lafayette, where he moved to dime linebacker, then some edge, both Sam and Jack, and then as a senior moved inside for his last year this past season, where he performed really, really good, and he has remarkable size and length, again with those 7-foot wingspan, which is absolutely incredible, and he's relatively raw as a linebacker because, again, he started as a safety, and I say this, a Niner drafted linebacker that played safety in college, you immediately think of Fred Warner. And I'm not going to sit here and say that Jaden Duggar is going to be Fred Warner because, of course not. Fred Warner is all-pro Fred and the best linebacker in the NFL when he's healthy. But it does feel like the Niners have a type where it's the rangier kind of linebacker that has the athletic ability to stick with running backs out of the backfield, tight ends over the middle, and maybe even at times crossing wide receivers, and to be good in coverage. And the combination of his speed, his experience as a safety, and his length, 7-foot wingspan, could help him in coverage as well.
Yeah, right when you said that he moved from safety, my ears perked up. I was like, oh, wait.
Fred,
yeah.
I've heard this before.
No, I mean, I always just think that's a very good thing because it's like, that can be the concern of a middle linebacker is that he's like too bulky and too big and can't get sideline to sideline the way you need him to, right?
Yeah.
And that maybe he's like only good at stopping runs in between the tackles. And that does not work in the Niners system. You need a guy who can shoot gaps and take people down on outside runs. And that's exciting, Grandy. That's really exciting.
Did I just pique your interest?
Yeah, that really piqued my interest.
This 5th-round pick? Is he your favorite pick of the draft so far?
Might be now, Grandy. Nick Martin had high hopes for it because he kind of had some of that where it's like they thought he would be unreal sideline to sideline. And I think that they underestimated kind of his vision of being able to.
He kind of ran around with like a chicken with his head cut off at times. Didn't really know where he was going.
Yeah, I think maybe the on-field mentals weren't all quite there, but the physical assets seemed there. But this guy, 6'5", good Lord, Grandy.
7-foot wingspan.
How is anyone going to pass the ball over the middle? That's nuts.
You just put your arms up, Jade.
That's exciting.
Knock that thing down.
Yeah, that's really exciting, Grandy.
And I know you were excited by the corner that they drafted from Washington, Ephesians Prysock, 6'3", 196, 23 years old, ran a 4.45 40-yard dash. They selected him 139th overall in the 4th round. He played outside corner, both left and right side at Washington this past year. That's pretty big for a corner, 6'3", 196. You normally don't see corners 6'3". You question whether he has the agility and the speed and that to stick with some of these speedy receivers on the outside. But you were digging into the tape, and I know you liked what you saw from Prysock.
I just, in general, like bigger linebackers and bigger corners and safeties, because when you have more length in your arms, you're taking up more of the field, just in general. You can get your ball on, your hand on a ball that maybe a smaller guy couldn't get his hand on. So it's just making it much harder for the quarterback to get the ball there. Now, there's another side of that coin is, do you have the agility and the necessary speed to play man-to-man coverage? Or play zone coverage, whatever your, because the 49ers only take 1-2 players, clearly. But that's really what matters to me is can you be a football player and have those specs?
But you were watching him. I mean, obviously these cut-ups, they're showing plays where he made plays in. But I've seen this in a number of different places as well, from a number of different, draft scouts. He's a sure tackler. He'll tackle the receivers that he's matched up with, running backs, and even tight ends as well.
Yeah, the tape is pretty clear. Like, the agility is not really there. It just, like, his shiftiness didn't look really there to me. I'm sure he has decent speed, though, 4.45 40. Yeah. And, everyone's criticism of the 40-yard dash is correct, which is like, how often do you run 40 straight yards in football, right?
Well, sometimes corners.
It happens.
Chasing after a shrieking wide receiver. Got to.
That DK Metcalf play a couple years ago, right?
Yeah.
But I think the tackling just looks unreal. That really did jump off the page to me. I said that to you, right, when I was watching it. It's like, people do not get by this guy. Even if he gets one arm on you, it looks like he's taking you to the ground. And maybe they can put him on tight ends. You know what I mean? Obviously, a college tight end versus an NFL tight end is going to be really, really different. So we'll see. I'm really excited. I think he will be competing with Renardo Green for his spot, obviously. But I know maybe you don't think that, Grandy.
Well, I mean, you are not a fan of Renardo Green.
No,
I'm learning this about you.
Grandy, come on.
I'm just wondering what their other option is. I mean, you're going to put out there a 4th-round pick, Ephesians Prysock, as your starting corner opposite Diamador Lenore?
I just think, like, opposing quarterbacks see Renardo Green out there, and they are licking their chops. And I just think we had too many examples of that this year. Like, it just felt like he was getting beat constantly. He had a couple plays, sure. I can't even remember the game. He had a couple plays, but every time he made a play, I just remember thinking, there he is.
Well, I forget which game it was. It was towards the end of the regular season where Kyle Shanahan pulled him aside on the sideline after a mistake and absolutely let him have it. More so than I think I've ever seen Kyle Shanahan on the sideline yell at a player. I'm sure it happens quite often behind closed doors, but on the sideline at Levi's in front of everybody for the cameras to see. I think it was a Sunday night, Monday night game. It might have been a national TV game as well. I can't remember.
I don't remember.
But he pulled them aside and he lit into them. There's no doubt that after, I think in general, the positive rookie year that he had, the sophomore campaign was nowhere near as good. At least not what you expected it to be after, frankly, how good he was probably as a rookie.
I also think, like, when you get the runway that he's had to perform on the field, and now this is the product 2 years later, you got to draft someone to compete with, and I'm hoping that this guy can take the job from him. I'll be quite honest with you.
Well, they did sign a couple of veterans to really small-scale deals. Jack Jones, Nate Hobbs, nothing special. These are probably going to be more special teams guys than anything else would be my guess. But yeah, right now you're looking at Diamador Lenore at one corner spot. And then as you're talking about the other spot, Renardo Green, maybe this guy, the rookie from Washington, Ephesians Prysock. You could be looking at Nate Hobbs, as I mentioned, Jack Jones, but those are your corners. Essentially, at this point, you have Upton Stout, who is absolutely going to be at his best at the nickel, and I don't think you feel comfortable moving him out of nickel to the other corner spot. Then who becomes your nickel? But Upton Stout, a quality nickel. He was really good, specifically towards the tail end of last year.
I don't want to see him outside the nickel.
Yeah, I think he has to be.
Yeah, I don't want to see it.
So you got that spot locked down, it feels like. You've got Lenore locking down one of the outside corner spots. You have questions elsewhere. Renardo Green, I think, is still going to be the favorite in the clubhouse to win that spot. And then you got Jair Brown, Malik Mustafa, Marquise Siegel fighting for the 2 starting safety spots. The secondary is a major concern. Like a major concern, in my opinion, because you are uncertain about the other corner spot, and you got 2 safeties who, frankly, I'm certainly convinced Jair Brown is not an NFL starting safety caliber player. Malik Mustafa, young, and had a good rookie year, injury-plagued last year, and was not good when he was healthy, at least not as good as he was as a rookie. But I got concerns about both those guys. If I were to circle like an area where I'm most concerned about, I don't think I can get too far down the list until I get to the secondary on defense, because you got question marks all over the place.
That would be number 1 for me.
You think more than the defensive line?
Yeah, I do. At least they addressed the defensive line. You know what I mean? And last year they heavily addressed it. So
still a lot of unproven guys there.
Totally.
But you also got Odigizua, which is big on the interior.
I was telling you on day one, like the pick's got to be edge. Like it's got to be edge. Bosa's coming back from injury. Michael might not start the year because he's still coming back from injury. Yep. And then you lose Bryce Huff. So it's like, what did you even have there? If you don't draft for it. But I think they've gotten 2 guys. They got the D tackle who clearly has a lot of speed, which helps.
Grayson, Halton from Oklahoma, and then Romello Height, the edge from Texas Tech.
So I think at least they've addressed that. It's just, you have players at safety, right? But it's not good enough.
You had Jason Pinnock last year, and he's gone. Not that he was anything special, but you have 1 fewer body in that spot.
Yeah, I think. Do you think they're done? Meaning, not with the draft necessarily, but with the offseason, that they're going to roll into the season with this as their safety room?
You'll probably see I don't know about safety specifically, but you might see some smaller scale free agent additions that you add to the team over the course of the next couple of months. But I don't know. Some of this might just be as simple as Raheem Morris being like, no, Kyle, I can get these guys right. That feels like the easiest explanation. I don't know if I want that to be true, but I don't know what's worse. If that's the case, and we have a lot of Niner fans who don't believe that could possibly be what you want to go into the season with, or it's not true, they don't feel good about those spots, and they didn't address it. This is a franchise led by Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, who, despite a lot of their shortcomings in the draft specifically, they're not. They are still a well-run franchise, and they're not going to make a mistake as bad as we don't like all of our safety options. We're not going to address it in the draft. So I think I'm assuming here, but I have to assume that they feel better about their safety room than anyone else does, which I don't know if it gives me a ton of confidence, but I think it's the way they have to feel based on what this draft has been.
I could also see them doing something else here, though. A name I've seen and a guy I've always really liked, for instance, and I would love to see them somehow acquires would be Budda Baker. And I think to have him in that room with all those young guys would just help. He's a great veteran. You know what I mean? And I just think they don't really have a leader in that room, even to guide them, it feels like right now.
Not in the safety room.
Yeah.
Lenore is the leader of the secondary, but that's it.
If Hufanga was there, I would feel like they had a leader.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so I'm having trouble accepting that this is what they're going to roll into the season, Grandy, I guess.
Well, what do Niner fans think? 888-957-9570. Are you as concerned as Carter is about the defensive secondary and specifically the safeties? Because Carter says it's his number 1 concern. You're more concerned about the secondary than you are about the offensive line?
I am, yeah.
And we don't know who's going to play left guard.
I am.
And you're looking at the swing tackle. If any of your tackles get hurt, Trent Williams or Colton McKivitz, you're looking at Vidarian Lowe as your swing tackle to fill in there.
Let's call it what it is, though. The offensive line played better down the stretch of the year last year. I think they took a lot of flack.
I think Spencer Burford was a part of that at left guard, and he's gone. He's a Raider now.
I know. They definitely have a question at left guard. There's no doubt, Granny, but I like what I see here. These 2 guys, Grand, plugging in at guard. I don't know. Maybe that's me being really hopeful and being a fan, but Connor Colby's not the answer. I can tell you that, probably.
You don't like him.
He was fine for those first couple games, and he regressed. He didn't hear his name called once in game 1. Really, once, but then it really regressed. And that's why they had to put Burford in. So we'll see. You look like you disagree. So why don't you give it to me?
I don't remember Connor Colby doing much that excited me.
Well, that's the point. If you don't hear your name called, if you don't hear your name called as an O-lineman, you probably had a good game, I feel like.
Yeah, but you know, I watch it deeper than that, Carter.
Yeah?
Come on, give me credit.
All right, I'll give it to you, Granny.
I thought that they needed to re-sign Spencer Burford this offseason. And they tried for years Spencer Burford as the swing tackle,
right,
filling in, and it was in the Super Bowl where Spencer Burford was filling in on right tackle, and he absolutely decided to not block Chris Jones.
Yeah, he's a guard.
And the Niners lost the Super Bowl, maybe not because of that, but it certainly didn't help. And then they eventually tried him out at left guard, filling in for a bunch of injuries last year, and he supplanted everybody and immediately became clearly, I think, their best option at left guard. And they said, all right, we're letting this guy walk in free agency. What money did he get from the Raiders? I want to look this up because I really think that is an underrated miss by the 49ers at this point. He signed a 1-year contract for $3.25 million.
Oh.
Like that. I'm not going to sit here and say that Spencer Burford's an all-pro candidate at left guard, but I don't know. I would have signed him for that much money and just have him as your starter at left guard for one more year.
Like, calling the offensive line great would not be fair, but saying it was very, average and it worked toward the end of the year, I think is fair.
I think the other part of it, we spent so much time last year debating, has McCaffrey lost a step, right? Is he as good as he was? And obviously he had insane numbers. Those were mostly because of the absurd number of touches that he got. It was volume more than efficiency for McCaffrey last year, although I know you trusted him in fantasy and you rode that all the way to a championship, right?
That paid off.
Fortunately, you beat me.
Yeah, sorry, Grand.
Yeah, it was not too fun for me specifically, but there was a lot of talk about has he lost a step and the Niners' inability to break big runs. And I think so much of it, you just say, well, the offensive line is struggling. And that's part of it, probably. Obviously, offensive line is going to have a big part in the run game, specifically. I think the offensive line, honestly, wasn't as bad as a lot of people think on the ground. What really hurt the Niners, and it's what happens when, in order to get those long runs of 20-plus yards, everybody else has to be blocking too. And what happened last year without Ayuk available, they did not block from the wide receiver spot at all last year. They were terrible blocking on the outside. And I think that's also why they were intrigued by Dejon Stribbling, because he's, in a lot of people's minds, the best blocking wide receiver in the draft this year. That's why Shanahan loves him, and it's how you get on the field as a rookie if you're a wide receiver in this offense. Mm-hmm. But a big part of, I think, the offensive issues on the ground were blocking by people not named the offensive lineman. And that's where I think they were hurting a lot last year, and specifically where McCaffrey wasn't getting the yards that he was in the past.
Well, think about the game they finally broke out, the run game, really, was the Atlanta game.
Yeah.
I mean, they rushed for over 200 yards. And what game was that? That was George Kittle's return. You know?
He's a part of that, too, obviously.
And so that's going to be a problem. I mean, that's going to be a problem this year. Let's call it what it is. And maybe on the other side, we can talk about if you're concerned that they didn't get a tight end.
You're right. I mean, we're looking at Jake Tonjes being the starting tight end week 1, probably.
I mean, everyone was convinced Sadiq would be theirs, and then he started...
No chance he was going to be there.
Yeah, I was going to say, then he started really moving up draft boards, I think.
He blew up at the combine.
Yeah. So we'll see, Gran.
We'll talk about that when we come back. Plus, we got some calls to get to. If you are on hold right now, stay there. We will get to you when we come back. The Niners draft is not officially over, but it likely is. They've made 8 selections. They do not have another pick currently slated. We are towards the end of round 6, a little more than 1 round left. We'll see if the Niners make another move. Back with more next as we continue right here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Mix and match items. Buy 2, get 3 for free when you buy 5 items. Items like Oscar Mayer bacon, Kraft mayo, Kraft singles cheeses, and Capri Sun juices, selected varieties. Check with your local Safeway store for a full list of participating items. And speaking of participating, here's Dan Dibley.
Well, I'd love to, Mark. 8-piece fried chicken, 4 drumsticks and 4 thighs, or Signature Select Classic Salad, 32 to 48 ounce size selected varieties for just $5.99. And finally, USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Roast Mega Packs for just $5.99 per pound. It's unbelievable.
Yes, it is. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
In the aisles.
So what are you reading?
I'm checking out the ratings on the new TVs, and it looks like Samsung, LG, and Sony got the best scores.
Just like last year. What about those new high dynamic range TVs?
They got the highest scores of all, but their prices are really high.
Did you check online?
Yeah, their prices were about the same.
Well, there's one place where we can get a hot deal on those top-rated models.
Where?
At Video Only. Check out the ratings on TV stores.
I see. Video Only scored better than the others.
So, if you want the best deal on the best TVs,
then we should take our TV ratings and head over to top-rated Video Only.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this. What if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Get ready for the Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton, June 19th through July 12th. Kick off summer with food, rides, and the Big O Tires concert series with Flo Rida and Elle King. For more info and a chance to win tickets courtesy of Alameda County Fair, visit 957thegame.com.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. We got an hour left with you as our draft coverage of the 2026 NFL draft, that is, comes to a close in just a little bit. Round 6 of the NFL draft is winding down. One more round. Niners do not have a pick left. They've already made 8 selections. If they do make another move in terms of grabbing another pick back, we will, of course, let you know. Plus, we got plenty of time for your calls. We'll go to the phones in just a second. 888-957-9570. Carter Chickering, Mark Grandy with you. Let's go out to the phones right now. We got a couple of callers that have been patient. We appreciate that. Kaipo's in Hawaii and wants to weigh in. What's up? You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, guys. So I'm almost flabbergasted with the picks we got so far, and I'm just looking forward to, when we get them on the field and see what they can do for our chances to go back and win another Super Bowl.
Yeah, what's the most shocking part of it to you?
Well, here's what I think, because obviously, with our second round pick, the kid from Kapolei, I'm looking forward to how he's going to be involved, with Kyle and the whole offensive movement. So I just want to see, is there any more guys that we can bring in to the facility and hopefully get them in a 49er jersey in the future.
Yeah, Kaipo, I appreciate the call. You're referring to Dejon Stribbling, the Hawaii kid. Who I imagine Kaipo knows a little bit out there, or at least knows of him before he went to college, and he kind of bounced around a little bit too. Was at Oklahoma State before Ole Miss, and we heard a funny story from the Ole Miss football pre- and post-game host last night that joined Evan, Sterling, and me last night, and he asked them, Stribbling, that is, after a game against Oklahoma in Norman, he said, does this game mean more to you because you were formerly Oklahoma State, the main rivals of Oklahoma? And he said, what are you talking about? No, I'm all about Ole Miss right now. Everything that I've heard, Carter, about Dejon Stribbling just screams Kyle Shanahan kind of guy. It's the laid-back nature, the Hawaii chill is what I read it in a draft guide. And it's his Marine-like worth ethic, which he gets from his dad because his dad was in the Marines for nearly 2 decades. And then it's also just how seriously he takes all of this. And it's what we were talking about just before we went to break, how much he's willing to block as a wide receiver and what that might open up for the rest of the Niners offense. That just screams Shanahan kind of player. And I think once we get past the mental block of the reach for the pick, which I get, I'm the first one to get angry about it because you're not playing the value game. But once you get past that, I think that's a pretty quality player, and it certainly is one that it's no surprise that Kyle Shanahan likes him.
If he pans out, no one's going to care if it was a reach.
Does not matter where he gets picked.
It does not matter.
If he's a good player.
Nope. And, obviously that's the hope, Grandy. I heard, some of what that gentleman you had on last night was saying.
Yeah, I forget his name. That's bad.
I do too. We'll call
bad
him gentleman.
Hosting by me.
It's okay.
Ole Miss pre- and post-game host.
No, but I really got the sense of his leadership. That was one of the things he said was he was the leader in that wide receiver room. And
it was a pretty good wide receiver room.
Ole Miss, let's put it this way. Ole Miss might be one of the wide receiver universities. I won't call it wide receiver U, but it's up there. And that matters. Let's be honest. That matters more this year in a weird way than ever. After what happened with Brandon Ayuk, that scars you as a fan, what happened with Brandon Ayuk.
Well, what do you think? How high on your list of needs this going into the draft after Mike Evans and Christian Kirk? How high on your list of needs was wide receiver for you?
It was high. It was very high. I would say
You said you wanted edge first overall pick.
Yeah, and I actually think running back was a bigger need than wide receiver to me. Just because.
So how far down the list do you got to go? It's edge. In some order, edge, running back. Did you have offensive line and safety before wide receiver?
I honestly it would be fourth. Maybe fourth. I think safety was a big need. Edge was number one because I always look at edge as the first thing off the board.
I'm with you.
You have to pick them up front.
Yeah. I'm frankly surprised they didn't draft another edge.
Same. I'm totally with you, Grandy.
You look at their edge guys right now. Okay, let's just look at the depth chart because edge right now, you've got Nick Bosa coming off of an ACL. You've got Mykel Williams coming off of an ACL. And then you've got Sam Okuanu and Keon White. And then you got Romello and then you got Romello Height.
And Grandy,
who you just drafted.
We have been failing to bring up that Keon White was shot.
True.
This offseason.
I think he'll be fine.
Okay, well, I don't know. I was just,
But yeah, 3 of your guys are coming off of injuries.
Yeah.
2 of them are ACL tears. And for one of them, it's Nick Bosa's 3rd ACL tear. Or is it his 4th? At least his 3rd
It's
ACL
his
tear.
3rd, I think. And Keon White was shot in the ankle, I believe. Which that's not really where you want to be shot if you're a football player.
He was in the Mission at a club.
I know. I wish I'd been there. Heard little baby was there.
He was.
Yeah.
Yes.
Pretty cool.
He was shot, let's see, I forget exactly, a bullet wound to his ankle. Yes.
Yeah.
He underwent successful surgery. This was back in early February, right after the Super Bowl. Or
That's
right before the Super
not
Bowl.
where you want to be shot if you're a football player.
No. Haven't heard anything on Keon White specifically, but you're right. I had forgotten about that story. So your edge rushers are ACL tear, ankle injury because of a bullet, and then you've got Sam Okuanu, and then the rookie Romello Height you just drafted. So yeah, I'm surprised they didn't draft another edge rusher.
Yeah, it just feels like you can never draft enough of them to me.
Absolutely.
And especially with what we've lost. And the Bryce Huff thing was obviously shocking for him just to retire like that. I really liked him on the Niners. I think he was jeopardized a little bit later in the year because he just looked kind of like a different player to me.
Well, he's a pass rush specialist, and what made him so good when he was with Robert Saleh on the Jets, he wasn't good with the Eagles, and that's because they didn't play him the right way, frankly. But when he was elite as a pass rusher for the Jets because Robert Saleh got the best out of him by playing him on just the pass rush downs, on 3rd downs, on 2nd and longs, and he was amazing. In terms of like his pressure rate, it was like highest across the entire NFL. And what happened with the Niners last year was amid all the injuries, he was kind of forced to become an every down kind of guy, and that's not who he is. And when you're playing every down over a long stretch of time, I mean, a guy that's not used to that, you're Nick Bosa, you play majority of the snaps, you're one of the best of the best, you're TJ Watt, you're Myles Garrett, you're Micah Parsons, you play the majority of the snaps, you're used to that, and you have the ability to do that. But if you are a pass rush specialist and you're playing a lot of downs that are not pass rush downs, by the time the 4th quarter comes around, by the time week 14 comes around, you are worn out. And then your ability to rush the quarterback on those pass rush downs gets minimized.
But his ability his game is not based on swim moves or spin moves or any of that. I mean, really, Bryce Huff was I'm going to beat you with serious speed off the edge here. Yeah. And you're right. If you're doing that for 4 downs, like by 3rd and 4th down, you're not going to be doing it very effectively. So, I think, you bring up Nick Bosa, like he combines some power, some speed, but he's also got moves, And I think
he's underrated against the run, honestly, too. 100%. We don't give Nick Bosa enough credit for that.
I totally agree with you. And obviously, after the ACL tear, let's see if he can kind of bring that speed still. But, I mean, a 3rd ACL tear is definitely scary.
Yeah, it is. 888-957-9570. We're trying to make sense of what this Niner draft has been. We just got a text that came in from Zucci Main. Zucci Main writes, they just freed up some money. Maybe they bring in a vet edge rusher in free agency. And he mentioned maybe the other Bosa in Joey Bosa. It's a possibility. Zucci Main, they did just free up some money. You're talking about what they did with Osa Odighizuwa's contract. They converted a big chunk of that into a signing bonus, which clears up some cap space for them this season. They've had a lot of cap space for a while. They just haven't been using it. And the NFL cap is so convoluted and crazy. I know that we make a lot of fun of the NBA CBA, and rightly so. I frankly understand the NBA CBA more than I do the NFL one. But what the Niners usually tend to do is they're going to open up some space and they'll allow that to kind of carry over to next year. And that's what you can do in the NFL. You can't do that in any other league. So I would not be shocked if there is not another like big name, not big name, but even a medium name guy that they bring in. They do have the space to do so, Carter, but I think history suggests that's more of a move to add some cap space for next year that they can carry over when this season ends.
Do you think that they want to go through the season and kind of see where they should spend that money?
I don't know. I mean, it's so difficult when it feels like a week or two might make or break your season, and by the time you have time to react, it might be too late in the first place. But you're also like, all right, maybe this is the sink or swim season for some of your young guys. Like you mentioned Alfred Collins, who had a great moment here and there. CJ West, who you weren't you weren't hugely impressed by in his rookie season. Like maybe it's a little early because those guys are in their second years, but they're going to get every opportunity to play some pretty big snaps. And if they're good, great, then you have some building blocks for the future and maybe even for this season. But if they struggle this season, like, who knows what that means for the future of that position going forward.
Yeah, I mean, at least you got some depth there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that helps just like for young players, you're taking the pressure off, but you're also putting it back on because it's someone to compete against. So maybe it'll push them. You know, I have high hope for Alfred Collins, though. And I have not given up on CJ West by any means. I actually do think one thing he does really well is he deals with double teams really, really well. I mean, a lot of defensive linemen can't deal with double teams at all. And I actually think that's one of his real strengths. Is
not a glamorous position where you're you're the big body on the inside taking up blockers, and it's what makes Fred Warner so effective. Like, I also remember this. The last couple of years of Fred, and some of it was 2 years ago playing with the fractured ankle that he suffered, I think that was, week 3 against the Patriots, and he played on it the rest of the season. And it's kind of similar to the McCaffrey conversation of last year. Has he lost a step, right? And I think there's other factors that explain why maybe he didn't look as explosive. With Fred Warner, some of it probably was that ankle injury, but some of it also is, well, when you don't have a good interior D lineman that's taking up blocks, it hurts Fred's ability to get through the offensive line clean.
Right.
When you don't have a big D tackle that's taking on 2 of the interior offensive linemen, a center and a guard on either side, one of the other guards is, of course, blocking the other D tackle, then you have a straight shot if you're Fred. But if you don't have one guy that demands a double team, then Fred has to not only find the right hole, he has to break away from the block of an offensive lineman just to get into position to make a tackle in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. And then that's one of his best strengths that he has is that guy can seek out, anything on the outside. It feels like anything outside the hash marks. I mean,
or he's got such great vision and he'll see it from across the whole field.
Oh, I mean, it's just, any screenplay, you're just like, who would you rather have? It's
nobody.
Just no one.
And they'll drop back in coverage and take a pass away from one of the best tight ends in the NFL over the middle of the field.
That's where he's really special, Grandy, is his coverage ability.
So he was a safety in college.
We'll see.
You know who else was a safety in college? Jaden Duggar.
Does it bother you, that chart I just showed you? That some people think he's their biggest reach of the draft?
Explain this to the listeners, please.
Well, let me try and find it first.
Grandy, you don't even have it?
Yeah, but... everyone thinks Kalen Black was the big reach. There's some data table saying that Duggar, the linebacker they drafted, was actually a bigger reach than Kalen Black.
Okay, you know what? I want you to find the chart. We're going to go to a phone call first because our guy Roy has been pretty patient, but I want to get to what you're talking about because I have thoughts on that as well. So right now it's Roy in San Leandro who wants to weigh in. What's up, Roy?
Hey, thanks a lot for taking my call. I really appreciate it.
Of course, man.
I just wanted to mention that sometime I found Shanahan and Lynch's some of the things that they.
Hey, Roy, sorry, your connection's pretty rough. If you want to give us a call back, I don't know if you're on a Bluetooth device or something like that. We can get that sorted out. But give us a call back. We could hardly even hear anything you were saying. Apologies about that, Roy. Give us a call back, please. But
call us back.
Yes. I want to hear what you have to say, Roy. There's no doubt. Did you find the chart?
I did.
Carter?
Yeah.
Okay, explain this to me, please.
So this is just a chart saying where they believe the value of each player actually was. So,
I think it's based on the consensus big board.
Yeah. So basically, exactly, on the consensus big board.
An average of a lot of people's rankings put together.
So this chart is saying that Grayson Halton was picked 27. He is the Niners' 107th pick. Okay,
defensive tackle from Oklahoma.
Exactly. And they're saying that the Niners got him 27 picks later than they should have gotten him.
So that's a value pick,
which is a value pick. Now, obviously, the pick that everyone was really upset about yesterday, Kalen Black, they have at plus 90, meaning that he was 90 picks earlier than where he should have gotten.
Yep. Okay.
Now, Jaden Duggar, the linebacker they picked.
From Louisiana Lafayette.
Yeah. They have it plus 148, meaning they think they picked him 148 picks too early.
Wait. He was picked 154, and they have him how many picks early?
I guess they thought he was going to be Mr. Irrelevant, Grady.
Or not even
or
that.
Or just not drafted at all.
Not even drafted at all.
So
does
that mean anything to you?
Do you have Dejon Stribbling's number there?
Yeah, Stribbling's plus 58.
So 58 picks earlier than...
Which is what we thought, right?
Somewhere around there.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we thought.
A lot of people had him in the 70s or 80s.
They have Romello Hyde at plus 7. Who cares? I mean, 7 picks, whatever. Does that matter to you?
Roy called back. We'll circle back to that in just a second. I want to make sure we get Roy on before we hit a break here in a number of minutes. Roy, go ahead. Sorry about that.
Hey, look, can you hear me now?
We got you loud and clear.
Roy. Oh, okay. I just wanted to mention, sometimes I doubt Lynch and Shanahan's ability to get players. Now, when they first took the team over, they did get some good players. But the reason that I'm saying this is because instead of building, that's the reason the 49ers lost that Super Bowl to Baltimore. Yeah, the 49ers, in all of their history, since they've been here on the coast, they've always had two ends on defense. Way back when they had Cedric Hardman, Tommy Hart, and then the Bill Walsh era and all that. Well, they haven't had that for a long time. And then not only that, not that I'm being overly critical of the team, but I'm also saying, even Tom Rathman mentioned about that running back stuff that you guys were talking about. I was in my car, a little while ago when you guys were talking about Elijah Mitchell and then those other guys. Mm-hmm. Well, Tom Rathman mentioned himself. He said, I wish the 49ers would go out and get it was about 2 or 3 years ago, go out and get a good back. He said, and that'll take some pressure off of the receivers and the other stuff, that offensive line stuff too. You can look at that. Okay, look how long they've been messing around with the offensive line. Instead of taking players, they've taken players, but they haven't been the kind of, what you might say, blue chippers on the offensive line to be able to protect the quarterback. Look what Seattle's doing. Okay, look what a few of these other teams have done. Okay, not that I hate to criticize them, but it's the truth. That's basically all I wanted to say. And thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Roy.
Thanks for the call.
I mean, Roy is speaking my language in terms of the offensive line. Like, I know you're a gigantic Niner fan, and sometimes you're at the games and you're driving back, you're listening to Overtime with Sterling and I, and you could probably count on you need both your hands to count the number of times we screamed about the lack of investment in the offensive line over the years.
Fan base as a whole, Grandy.
Oh my God. You do not need to draft somebody and have them immediately be a starter. Like the Aaron Banks model, I think, is what you should follow. You drafted Aaron Banks in the second round a number of years ago, did not start as a rookie because you had, I'm blanking on, Laken Tomlinson was your starter at left guard. And he left in free agency to the Jets, I believe, and they paid him a pretty penny. And the Niners said, you know what, it's not worth it. But what they did was they had planned for that. They figured, all right, Laken Tomlinson, his contract's up. He's going to move on. He's probably going to get an offer in free agency that's just too rich for our blood. So we need a succession plan in place. So they draft Aaron Banks a year early. He sits as a rookie, and then he comes in as a second-year player and begins starting and started for the Niners for a few years. Then the same thing happened. He hit free agency, got a gigantic offer from the Packers. That was far too much money. He's hardly even starting there anymore. A terrible signing by Green Bay. Niners did the right thing to not sign him to that contract, but their mistake was not seeing that coming a year or two in advance and drafting his replacement. I just can't wrap my head around not following that strategy because the only consistently good way that you can get your hands on offensive line talent is by drafting them. And the draft is a crapshoot at the end of the day. You're gonna hit sometimes, you're gonna miss other times. Some teams are better than others, but all the teams will miss, even on the high profile picks in the first and second round. You lucked into Trent Williams and you struck, and I give you all the credit in the world. Trent Williams, one of the best linemen ever, and he was in the most unique situation ever in Washington. He wanted out. He would never play for that organization again, and you took advantage. You went from Joe Staley to Trent Williams. You improved that position, which is crazy, when one of your stalwarts retired. That is not something that you can count on. That's not a consistent way to build an offensive line. The way to do it is through consistent investment in the draft, and the Niners just refuse to do it, and I cannot wrap my head around it.
No, Granny, I think you're you're spot on there. I mean,
well, thanks.
Sorry,
didn't mean to make you laugh.
I remember when Aaron Banks through that first season here, everyone was so critical. Like, we drafted a bust. This guy can't even get on the field, And now you look at it, it's like they managed him well. They did. They really managed him well, and he grew a lot being behind someone, and he got paid. I mean, he got a bag.
Ton.
Yeah, I would never have considered paying him what Green Bay paid him.
No. The only thing that made you consider it was, well, who the hell do you have that's going to play left guard?
Right.
Their options were Ben Bartch and Connor Colby.
And maybe if he played tackle, they would have paid him.
Maybe. I mean,
who knows?
It's hard to pay a guard that much money. But,
Yeah.
the only reason there was any kind of question if they should pay him that money was, well, you don't got anybody else that we trust.
Right.
But, because you had Aaron Banks waiting when Laken Tomlinson got the big offer from the Jets, you're like, okay, yeah, bye, Laken. Appreciate all you did, but we got Aaron Banks now. When Aaron Banks left, you had Ben Bartch and Connor Colby. And how'd that go?
Right.
And then you let Spencer Burford walk.
Yeah, I thought Bartch was a lot better than Connor Colby, but that's
he couldn't stay healthy
who
either,
cares?
and now he left.
Yeah, who cares? I just wish that what you're bringing up, let him sit for a year. I just wish that would work with the weapons that they have, that they draft. You know what I mean? It just doesn't seem to translate outside of the offensive line to them. And I just it feels like we didn't even go through the receivers that they have just by Ronnie Bell, by Danny Gray, by, you know what I mean? It's just
those are later picks, but
no,
I hear
they
you.
are. But it's just, for a guy who considers himself such an offensive wizard, you'd think he'd know how to pick some people who could be effective in the offense.
Well, since Brandon Ayuk was drafted in 2020, their highest drafted wide receiver is Danny Gray in the 3rd round. That's a bad miss. But then it's Ronnie Bell in the 7th and Jacob Cowing in the 4th, and then Junior Bergen and Jordan Watkins last year, 7th and 4th. I mean, that's not a great track record. You're right. That's actually worse than I thought. I remember some of those guys being later in drafts than the 4th rounds. But
I mean, is Jacob Cowing ever going to see the field? Are we ever going to see him suit up and play?
Probably not.
No. And so I just I don't know. It's just very hard for me.
4 career catches for 80 yards, Carter.
Yeah.
He's played 2 years.
I mean, I liked Jordan Watkins had some good tape in preseason, but then we never saw him. You know what I mean? He did some nice things. He got hurt, and that was kind of it. And
2 catches as a
I'm
rookie.
just hoping, this guy they picked at 33, Stribbling, doesn't go the wayside of a lot of wide receivers that have gone through this program here in Santa Clara.
Well, he better not, because the Niners used a pick on him that they could have used to draft a starting safety, a starting left guard, a starting edge rusher, and they go with somebody who probably isn't going to see the field a ton if you have a healthy wide receiver room, which is kind of a scary thought. But we'll talk more about that, plus what Carter brought up before we went back out to Roy, who wanted to talk about the offensive line and just talent acquisition in general. Reaches. I think reaches is kind of the theme for the Niners, not just this draft, but in general, the last number of years. We'll talk about that because I think this draft is a unique one, and it makes that criticism, I think, a little less biting for this season specifically. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more when we come back. Yeah, what's up?
I want to touch on tight end before we get off the air, though, too,
Okay.
Randy. I think it's important.
You're right. We'll do that. We'll talk about the tight end as well, as we got one more segment left with you here until 3 o'clock. If you want to weigh in, call in now, 888-957-9570. That's Carter Chickering. I'm Mark Randy. We're back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America, N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
day on the CW.
We are green at Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series blasts off.
Great day to go race at Talladega.
On one of NASCAR's most legendary tracks.
Talladega, dude, let's go!
This is the biggest and the baddest of the super speedway tracks.
It's a race. It's a party. This is Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
From Talladega, today at noon on Cron 4, the CW.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Hey! Whether you're renovating or building new, Ashby Lumber and Marvin help bring your vision to life with bold design and unmatched performance. In the Bay Area, your home is everything, and the right door makes all the difference. Discover Marvin Elevate and Vivid Doors, crafted for expansive views, natural light, and seamless indoor-outdoor living. Available at Ashby Lumber, your trusted local partner for premium building materials. Visit Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord, or learn more at marvin.com. Marvin, designed for how you live.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Kendall Jackson is partnering with 95.7 The Game to give our listeners a chance to win a chef's small plates and pairings experience at the Kendall Jackson Wine Estate and Gardens in Santa Rosa. For more info and to enter our contest, visit 957thegame.com.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. We got one last segment left with you here, although we do have some more local programming coming up. You know what's coming up at 5:30 today, Carter?
Is it basketball?
It is basketball. Do you know what kind of basketball?
Is it Valkyries basketball?
It is Valkyries basketball. Preseason Valkyries basketball. The Seattle Storm are in town. This is interesting because you remember the draft night fiasco in the WNBA, where the Valkyries... The Valkyries selected Flau'jae Johnson from LSU.
Oh, yeah.
And then after they announced that they drafted her, they traded her. They announced that they traded her. And they traded her to the Seattle Storm. And the Seattle Storm are in town, and I would imagine in a preseason game, the rookie Flau'jae Johnson is going to play. So that's coming up at 5:30. Kevin Dana on the call. You'll be able to hear it all, of course, right here on 95.7 The Game. But we're talking about the Niners and the NFL draft. What do you want to get to first? Tight end or what you brought up with all the reaches? And actually, Kaylan Black not being the biggest reach of the draft for the 49ers.
Let's start with the reaches, and because that's going to really upset me, and then we can get to something that'll upset me less.
Oh, okay. Both are going to upset you. Got it. Yeah. Okay. Can you set the stage one more time? Do you still have that graphic? Or do you have to go and find it
Maybe
again?
We'll start with tight ends.
I can set the table. So essentially, there's this resource out there where it is the composite average ranking of all the big boards out there. And you compare that composite ranking with where the Niners drafted their players. And you have essentially the difference in pick versus where they were ranked. and you have all the different values for the Niners.
This is based
draft
on the
pick.
consensus big board,
Yes.
basically. So Stribbling was a plus 58, meaning they thought that they took Stribbling 58 picks too early.
AKA a reach.
Yes. Romello Height, plus 7. Grandy and I think, can both get over that. Seven's
That's right around the number.
Yeah. Plus 90 for Kalen Black.
So 90 picks too early.
Yeah.
According to the average big board.
And then they finally get a steal at Grayson Halton.
The tackle from Oklahoma.
Yeah. Minus 27. So they think that they got him 27 picks.
That's a steal.
Yeah.
Way to go, Kyle and
That's
John.
pretty good. Good job, guys. And then the tackle Carver Willis from Washington, they believe was plus 59. So 59 picks later he should have gone.
He was picked too early, according to the composite rankings.
And then the guy like here, Ephesians Prize Sock, they think they got him 5 picks early, 5 picks after he probably should have gone.
Corner from Washington. So right around where he should have went.
I mean, let's be honest, Grandy. If you have the name Ephesians Prize Sock, you got to be pretty good at
That's a hell of a name.
It's a hell of a name. I mean, you're immediately a cornerback with that name. I mean, you're going to be great, too. And then Jaden Duggar is the worst one.
Worse than Kalen Black.
He's worse than Kalen Black by a lot, too, Grandy. He's plus 148.
And he was picked 154. So we're talking about he should have been drafted in the 300s.
Or not drafted.
Yeah.
There are no 300s.
Not drafted at all.
Yeah.
He should have not been drafted, and he was drafted by the 49ers in the 5th round, 154 overall. Okay. I think that this is a draft where more so than usual, the reaches are more understandable. And it gets more understandable the further along you go in the draft, but I think that time frame is you get to it much quicker in this year's draft. If you listen to any of these prognosticators, any of these draft experts, they'll tell you, well, there's like probably around 15 of your normal round one kind of prospects where you take just any NFL draft, the first 15 guys, or some people have, maybe 17, some people have 13, but on average around 15 guys are good enough to be drafted in the first round of basically any NFL draft. Not anyone, but for the majority of them, they are your classic first round kind of players. But from the rest of those picks on, there's obviously levels and they continue to drop off as you go further, of course. But the part of the draft where you get to kind of the homogenous non-first round picks, dart throws, reaches a whole lot quicker than it does in most drafts. Reaches that whole lot quicker than it will next year, for example. There's a reason why you did not see that many 2027 draft picks traded in this draft, because people are holding their 2027 draft picks because it's a really good draft. The Niners gained a 6th round pick next year, not a gigantic deal, but it's still a really, really good draft. So you want as many 2027 draft picks as possible. Not necessarily because you're going to make all those selections yourself, but those are valuable picks that you can use in trade to get other players in here as well. So I think in this year's draft, once you get past the initial wave of like the best talents in this group, it becomes more understandable for me to have those quote unquote reaches, because you don't have, I think, the way a normal draft is structured where you have, this is an absolutely great first round selection. These are like borderline first round picks that you can get in the second round, mid-second round. It was not that. By the time you get to like mid-second round, maybe even third round, it's not like those are 6th round values in other drafts, but you have kind of what we've been talking about a lot. Instead of going for these well-rounded players that can help you in a number of different ways, you're kind of already searching for, all right, one skill set. Give me a guy who can just rush the passer on third downs. Give me a wide receiver that will block and has speed, right? Like those are the kinds of things that you look for in the later rounds, but those rounds came earlier. So I get the frustration. Some of it is also position-based as opposed to the reach-based. Like running back in the 3rd round, Kyle, really? Like I'm just going to be out on that no matter who the person is. If it was a reach or not, it seems confusing to me. But I do think this is a year where, considering how this draft shook out, just in terms of the way that it ranks, I think the reaches are more understandable, because at the end of the day, you just want to go get your guys. And if you only have a certain number of guys that you love, then I kind of understand just going and getting them kind of wherever it happens.
Yeah, I think I'm with you on like later rounds. I'm okay with reaching, right? It's just like whatever. I think where I struggle sometimes, and I think the Warriors do this too, frankly, under Kerr, they've done this, is valuing minutia more than maybe the macro picture. And I think that the Warriors, for instance, I'm just being serious. Like, I think they'll go, well, he's a great offensive rebounder. It's like, yeah, well, you picked him at 12.
I was going to say, well, what the Warriors do is, well, man, I just love the conversation we had with them when we went out to dinner. The Warriors love drafting just the nicest, best dudes.
Great
there's
character.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, great
but
character.
But at the end of the day, being a great guy is not going to help him on the basketball court.
Yeah, so
give me a stud, right?
Bonte and I have talked a lot about this, which I've complained to him, being like, dude, you got to say something. This is insane, which obviously he would never do. But it's just like, look, I get you need rebounders, you need defensive players. But, like, when there's only one guy who can put the ball in the hole, it's pretty easy to guard that.
And it's 38-year-old Steph.
And we've seen it for the past couple years.
Yeah.
Like, we've seen it. It's easy to guard. They just switch, they double, you're done. And the Warriors' worst offense, I can't believe I'm going down this rabbit hole. The Warriors' worst offense is when Steph is just running off of screens and everyone's standing there watching him. And it's just like, can we get a guy who can score the damn basketball? And so I think that Kyle and John Lynch can fall into that sometimes, and that bothers me. And we brought up the Michael Williams pick from last year. Like, that's, I just think, a perfect example of it.
He's an edge rusher who's not really an edge rusher.
Yeah, I think you could also probably throw Ricky Pearsall in there to some degree. I think they thought he would be a little more versatile than he has been. They've definitely thought he'd be a little more healthy than he has been.
He's been good when healthy, honestly.
100%. But
really good. He was so good last year when he was healthy.
Don't make me quote your best ability is your availability, though.
Well, you just did it.
It's true. I mean, let's call it what it is. And I hate putting guys down for being hurt, but it matters.
It absolutely matters.
If you're not on the field, I don't care.
Look, I mean, I just gave you my spiel of why I think the reaches in this year's draft are a little more understandable. It does not mean that reaching crazily in the first round, second round, or for a running back in the third round is excusable. I do think we're getting probably close to a point where if the Niners have another bad draft, and the jury's out for last year, like that could end up being a pretty good draft. Absolutely so could be. Michael could have a great year this year. Upton Stout is a starter at nickel. Like CJ West and Alfred Collins are at the very worst going to be contributors. The jury's out. Connor Colby might be your starter at left guard, and that's a 7th round pick. We might not like it, but like you might have gotten a starter there last year as well. We'll see. I know. Laugh into the mic.
Immediately qualify him as a great pick.
Laugh into the mic. Come on. But so the jury's out on last year, but 2024 is not looking great. You got Dominic Pooney. That's a starter. We'll see on Ricky Pearsall. 2023, just disaster. 2024, other than Brock Purdy, absolute disaster. 2021, really bad early, but you kind of saved it late with Lenore and Hufanga. The point is, I think if you have a bad draft this year, as I think a lot of Niner fans are kind of projecting it to be, considering the reaches that you're talking about, we're probably inching towards, and maybe this year would move them more than inches. It would move them, maybe feet towards this. We're probably getting closer towards having a serious conversation about bringing somebody in that actually runs the draft for Kyle Shanahan, an actual general manager. And I'm not going to sit here and say that John Lynch needs to be fired because, I think it's, if this year does not go well, if you find out that this draft class is not giving you much, right? If Stribbling turns out to be a non-factor and these offensive linemen don't help and they don't compete they're not even close to winning jobs, and Romello Height fails as a pass rush specialist on third downs, like you're looking at the Niners probably seriously having to give a thought to, Kyle, you are an amazing head coach. You are an amazing, you're amazing schematically. I want nobody but you calling my plays offensively. But we have to take the draft away from you, at least a big chunk of it away from you. And I don't know if that is John Lynch. I don't know if that is bringing in somebody else entirely. But like this, I think we're getting relatively close to at least that being a conversation if this draft goes poorly.
I just feel like you can point to every reach in this draft and go, Kyle, and the rest of them.
It's not a surprise. We know that Kyle has the ultimate, final approval here. Like we know that.
Like, I feel like Romello Height, who was, they kind of got right where they should have gotten him. That to me was a Lynch draft probably, and not a Kyle draft. I don't know what I based that on, Grandy.
Wow.
But I just I think that
you're just saying reaches are Kyle and everything else is John.
I think
is
he's
what
really
you're saying.
opinionated about what works in his offense. And it doesn't mean it always pays out or pans out. And, there's daisies and roses and it's all good.
He's stubborn.
But I think that how are you going to tell him, you know what, Kyle, I like this guy better when he is an offensive guru. Like he is. I think that's really hard to do. But now you're on almost 5 years, but potentially.
It's not the way that it normally goes. Like there are other head coaches that are in charge of everything, right? Sean Payton and maybe Sean McVay, but you look at what happened in the first round with the Rams, and Sean McVay was clearly not happy with Ty Simpson, and Les Snead was singing his praises, their GM, and McVay seemed kind of shocked and taken aback by it all. He's since essentially had to explain his comments and said, no, we're in lockstep here. I don't know if I believe that. But there are some other head coaches that kind of control everything. Shanahan is not by himself in that regard, but the majority of head coaches do not control the draft.
No.
It's obviously everyone's working together, but it's the general manager that calls the shots, and that is not the case. John Lynch is more of a team president than a general manager at this point. And he's good at it, but I don't know how much say that he has in terms of who gets drafted and who doesn't. It ultimately falls on Kyle. And the results of late are not great.
John Lynch looked really relieved to me last night when that post-game presser was up. He looked really relieved.
I only listened to what we played. I didn't watch. You think so?
I think it looked like to me he jumped out of the seat when they said it was over. When Corey called
he had to get back to the war room and get ready for day 3, Carter.
Break. I noticed that, though. If you go back and look, he jumped out of that seat because I think that, obviously, he's one of the best talking heads you could possibly have a general manager. He really is.
Great team president.
Yeah, and I think it felt like to me he was covering for Kyle on some of these picks. And this is just me speculating, but that's just the way it felt to me. And it's the way he reacted after the presser ended. That was just the way, kind of what I took from it. But I just think, I think you're right, Grandy. I just don't see how you do that when Kyle Shanahan has such demand. Every NFL guy that calls into this station that's not a local guy and is a national media guy refers to Kyle as a genius and the best head coach in the NFL. I mean, almost all of them do. Jay Glazer did it on the station. We've had so many. And so it's hard for me to...
Things would have to really fall off for it to even be a consideration.
I think you've now gone 5 years of poor drafts and you're still getting to the divisional round says a lot.
Exactly. Right? And it's crazy because you're not drafting well and you haven't for some time now, yet you're still going to Super Bowls and getting to the playoffs and at least winning a playoff game. And it simultaneously speaks volumes to who Shanahan is as a coach and as a play caller. But it's also Shanahan, you're doing that in spite of you, the general manager.
Yeah.
You're succeeding on the field despite of how you're failing as a personnel guy.
Yeah.
Which it's both a compliment and a diss at the same exact time. What you're doing is amazing, Kyle. It would be less amazing if you just were competent at drafting the last few years. It would take a disaster class of a draft and the team winning 5 games for them to, I think, even consider okay, something might have to change.
See, Verducci here in the YouTube chat is saying kind of the way I feel, which is if you tell Shannon to give up the draft, he would want to be released. He wouldn't want to be here anymore. And I think that's really risky, considering where he gets you every year. The years he hasn't gotten you there, you have been literally injured as much as you possibly could be. And this last year, you were injured as much as possibly could be, and he still almost got you there.
And 2021, you were as injured, or 2022, you were injured as you possibly could be, and you still got to the NFC Championship game.
And look, I also want to put this out, which is it can feel like we are miles behind the Seahawks right now. It might feel that way. The good news is that this isn't the NBA where you're playing a 7-game series. You're playing 1 game in the playoffs, right? Anything can happen.
Things change really fast in the NFL.
100%, Randy. And so
OKC's about to go up 3-0 on Phoenix. They're the defending champs. They're probably going to win it again, or at least get to the finals.
Yeah, I mean, and
they might win it again next year too. The NBA is different than the NFL in that regard.
Completely. And so I just think the consistency of how good they are, you don't want to jeopardize that relationship.
No.
Because head coaches like this are a dime a dozen. I mean,
remember
seriously.
where we were before Shanahan?
Yeah. I mean, look at the Raiders. They've had 15 head coaches since 2005.
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
I mean, that's a nightmare. I mean, I think it's...
Look, Kyle Shanahan is one of the most valuable assets in the entire league. And I'm talking about players, coaches, front office personnel. He is up there. I remember having a conversation on this station. I think it was probably in the middle of the Niners' epic run in the second half of the season when they got to the playoffs despite all their injuries. And I sat here confidently, and I had a lot of people clown me for this, but I said I think Kyle Shanahan is one of the 5 most valuable individuals in the entire NFL.
Mm-hmm.
That includes all of the players, all of the coaches, all of the front office personnel, everybody that gets a paycheck from an NFL team. He's one of the 10 most valuable in the entire NFL because of what he is just as a schemer, as a play caller offensively, and as a leader of an organization. What I'm leaving out is his ability as a drafter because that has not been good of late. No. But you're right. I don't want to risk losing him because of how great he is in all the other aspects, which is why I think it would have to take something pretty bad happening in order for him to even be willing to think about, well, maybe I need a little bit of help here.
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys said this last night, and I loved it, which is Kyle the GM has gotten in the way of Kyle the coach. And Kyle the GM could be the reason Kyle the coach doesn't have a Super Bowl, honestly. That's hard to say, but it could be.
That doesn't explain the Super Bowl losses, but it might explain why maybe they have a harder time getting back in the future.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
No. Obviously, once you're there, it's like, dude, this is on you. Figure it out.
Understand the overtime rules, Kyle. Please, I'm begging of you.
Yeah, please don't get drunk on Tuesday, Kyle. Do you mind? I mean, this is the Super Bowl, buddy.
We got like a little more than 5 minutes left. I know you want to talk about tight ends, Carter. Tell me about it. So George Kittle.
I want to just ask you about it. Are you concerned?
Yes, absolutely. I'm concerned.
What do you think they're going to do?
George Kittle tears his Achilles in the first round of the playoffs. And we have learned since that this is going to sound funny because an Achilles tear is never a good thing, but it's as good of an Achilles tear as you possibly could have. It happened apparently pretty high up in the tendon, which makes the repair easier and the recovery timeline should be quicker. But you're looking at who you have behind George Kittle. It's Jake Tonjes and Luke Farrell. Jake Tonjes was kind of a revelation last year out of nowhere and actually had some good games. Luke Farrell is your blocking tight end who you gave a ton of money to a year ago, and he frankly was a major disappointment that no one talks about. He was their big money free agent acquisition a year ago, and he did nothing for you last year. Carter can hardly keep a straight face right now. Jake Tonjes, assuming that Kittle misses, I don't know, at least like a month, probably more, probably going to be a good amount more than that. Maybe he's back midseason. We'll see. But Jake Tonjes is going to be your tight end 1 coming into the season, and Luke Farrell is going to be your tight end 2. That's a big, big, big deal.
Yeah, I will say, though, Luke Farrell has a chance to maybe make up some of that contract this year because
it was bad last year, Carter.
But we did see the difference of, as we talked about earlier, the run game with Kittle in versus Kittle out.
Yeah.
And, he won't get the credit for it if the run game's good this year necessarily. But, maybe Kyle will say, oh, well, he's been really good at blocking this year. He's been worth every penny.
Yeah, thanks, Kyle.
Yeah, I think what's really hard is you have a guy who's really good at catching passes and a guy who's really good at blocking, where Kittle was both.
Yeah, and Tonjes catching ability worse than Kittle, Farrell's blocking ability worse than Kittle.
Yes.
Like they make a tight end that's worse than Kittle.
Yeah, but Grandy, I really am worried as far as the run game wasn't the same without Kittle.
No, absolutely. It hasn't ever been, frankly.
And
he's missed a fair amount of time. Like, you have a pretty good sample of with Kittle, without Kittle, and the difference is pretty appalling.
Yeah, and so that tells me that one of these guard picks needs to hit. I mean, to make up for it. You kind of need one of these tackles to plug in at guard and be really good.
What about Connor Colby?
Hopefully it's him, Grandy. I mean, whoever it is, I don't really care who it is. It's like any of the positions. I don't care who it is. It's just be good, I'm very worried about it. And are you shocked they didn't take one? I mean, I'm pretty shocked they didn't take one tight end at any point in this draft.
Yeah, they probably should have.
Yeah.
It's not the best year for tight ends in general, but one name that I was a fan of, and I heard it was Greg Cosell on with Willard and Dibs yesterday, highlighted Oscar Delp from Georgia as an option. Mm-hmm. This is another thing that we didn't talk about the tight end specifically, but we had a couple of callers talk about, third round, they had to get a guard. third round they had to do X, Y, and Z. There's edges there available as well. Maybe that was where you draft a wide receiver in the third if you didn't in the first. You could have also gotten a tight end in the third instead of the running back. And, I mean, I'll look at you and say I think tight end is a bigger deal than running back right now. Because of who Shanahan is, I have faith that you can just make a nobody into something at running back. I don't feel that way at tight end. They did sign Robert Jones this offseason, who could be an option for them at left guard. He's going to be competing for it along with Colby and probably these draft picks as well. But, yeah, you missed out on the opportunity. The other thing about the running back picks in the third round is not just like, was that a reach? Could you got him later? It's the opportunity cost, and who are you not picking in those moments instead?
100%, Mark. You didn't take a safety either. So you have two of your biggest needs were not addressed at all.
Yeah.
And I think we can like today's picks as much as we want.
Today was way better than day two, in my opinion.
Do you feel like you still failed, though, because you didn't address your two of your biggest needs possible? You didn't even draft anyone.
Draft grades are funny because we don't know how any of these players are going to perform.
Right.
But if I'm just grading this based off what my expectation was in terms of positions to grab and in general being smart about value, like I don't give him a passing grade for this draft. I probably give him like, I don't know.
You say it, Granny, because I think you're thinking what I'm thinking.
Is it a D?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Like, again, it's early and these players could make me look foolish for saying that.
I hope they do. But and I want to be clear about that. Yeah. I think you feel that way. I hope that we look so stupid after this show.
But no safety, no tight end, just one edge rusher, and some reaches where you felt like you could have gotten better value elsewhere. Like, no, I can't give this a passing grade.
No.
As of now.
Look, and we were like, I think a lot of people at the station, I was one of them, was like, just pick the best available player. You know what I mean? And in spots, it looks like they did that. But then you get Kalen Black in the third round. It's like, he's clearly not the best available player. Like, period. I don't care what your draft board says. He's not. It's even crazier that, like, you have what, 365 Division I schools? Is that what it is? It's like 365, I think. I could be wrong. It could be even more than that. But the only two running backs off the board in the first round were both from the same school. Out of all of the schools in the country, you couldn't find another running back that you liked?
267 NCAA D1 schools. 138 in the FBS, 129 in the FCS.
Oh, so I was...
You're off.
Yeah, I was plus 90.
You're just like Caleb Black, and the Niners drafting him. Way to go.
Yeah.
Maybe you have a spot in the Niners draft room, Carter.
Yeah, I don't know. So we'll see. Obviously, we can only speculate, and they can only speculate, too, of how good these players will be. So,
they know more about the players, of course, than we do.
Of course.
No one is ever going to say otherwise. But based on what we know in terms of how others valued the players that they drafted, there were quite a few reaches here, which, again, I think this year is more understandable than others. But still, it does not make me feel too good about this going forward.
No, I'm still sad. I'm still sad today, Granny. I think they did well today. Like, they did well today. I was happy with it.
Today was their best day of the draft.
Yesterday, I was...
Day one was pretty good. I like what they did day one.
Same.
In terms of actually drafting players, though, today was their best day of the draft.
Yes. Yesterday, I wanted to pull my hair out and scream. Yeah, I'm serious. It was
We were not together during the draft, but I could feel a disturbance.
I was trying not to text you and distract you, but I was just, if we could swear on air, I would have come out with every swear word in the book yesterday.
We're about to turn these mics off. You can let them fly after that. It's been fun, Carter, for the last 3 hours. We got Valkyries basketball coming up at 5:30, preseason game for the Valks. But maybe we'll be proven wrong, and we got 4 Pro Bowlers coming out of this draft class, Carter. We'll find out.
Let's hope, Granny. I hope that we can throw this tape in the trash one day because we were sounded so dumb.
Yeah, bury this, please. Bury it deep, never to be seen again. All right, that's Carter Chickering. Shout out to Zach Green behind the glass. I'm Mark Granny. Thanks for tuning in, and thanks for watching and listening to our draft coverage each of the last 3 days. We really appreciate it. Again, we got Valkyries basketball coming up in 2.5 hours at 5:30 right here on 95.7 The Game. Kevin Dana probably getting ready at Chase as we speak. You'll hear him again at 5:30 right here on 95.7 The Game.
So, how's your research going?
Surprising. After I figured out the top-rated TVs in our price range, I went shopping for deals.
And who's the best?
It wasn't the internet, and it wasn't the Warehouse Club.